Hello, YouTube. There's a cat. He was attacking my legs. Oh, this is bait. Not I meant to like shill things, but I have a very Osher was very cute the other day. By the other day I mean last night. He was just he was laying on the ground, and I posted this to my members or subscriber Discord. But he was just kind of laying on the ground, and then he had a very cute yawn where he stretched and meowed in a pretty loud meow, like while yawning at the same time. And so it was like while he like shut his jaw. It was a very funny sound and very cute. That is on my member Discord. So, you know, that's the perks of that's the real thing you pay for by being on that server. You get ad-free on Twitch maybe, and you get exclusive cat content sometimes. Alright, Triple Crown? No, we're not Triple Crowning Divine Waters. We are not Triple Crowning Lohen. Because I yapped about this to Twitch before I went live here. Because it is not worth the resources. Lohen, the reason I'm double crowning is because I'm min-maxing things, because Stygian makes me want to min-max things more often for the characters I like playing. The reason I decided to double crown, even though I should really save my fragiles for next patch, because of Alyosha and Odette coming out, is I want to do sub 100 seconds. I'm pretty sure I can do sub 100 without crowning his burst, technically, but it's a lot harder, and I should pretty easily be able to do sub 100 with the burst crowned, I think. I'm not saying it's going to be first try. I don't think the burst is the end-all be-all. Timothy Gilson, hypothetically, a burgeon damage count for Lohen's will to win? I actually keep forgetting to check if stuff like that does count. I think it does. I think it does as long as Lohen is not the trigger for the reaction damage. I believe it does count as other characters' damage ownership, and it should count. So yes, if you want a Lohen Burgeon, I believe. But I haven't tested that, actually. So, Triple Crown Ashru win? Yeah. Never knew Ashru could make that sound? Yeah. So anyways, we're giving the best boy a crown, hopefully. I only have 2 of these, apparently. And I have 8 fragiles, which are going to go into the domain today. Although and you would say, oh, I also have 190 normal resin, but I don't, because the artifact thing is still going on, so I'm spending the normal resin here. But yeah, we're gonna do some Lohen min-maxing. If you saw my YouTube community post, I mostly just poked fun at Zajeff's, what I presume is a very unoptimal Veresa clear, getting a worse clear with worse Veresa damage contribution than my Lohen, despite you know, using a bunch of 4-star teammates and him using 5-star teammates. So yeah, Stellar Swirl Lanyon over her current best DPS teams. Okay, so on a level of what am I doing? On a level of Odette plus Yai plus I don't know, Nicole, I guess. Odette plus Yai plus Nicole, and or maybe someone else, to be clear. I don't know. Maybe it has to be Sucrose to trigger the swirl stuff properly. I don't know, right? Like, on that level, will that do more damage because of Odette Yai combo doing a butt ton of damage than using, you know, whatever? Like, yeah, but if Lanyan doesn't get any direct buffs, it's not like Lanyan's going to be compelling to play over Mizuki there, frankly, is the thing. So, like, I don't know. It's like that is a wheelchair and a half team format. Like if it is better for Lanyan, sure, it's better because the same shit we've been talking about since goddamn Awika's release, where you know, insert characters team best team to DPS them here is Mawika, Bennett, and Zitlali, and then you don't play the 4th character. That's the very exaggerated comparison. It's the same shit, but you do actually get to play Lanyan, and that's cool. But like Lanyan, even on a really good DPS build, Even if we're factoring her taking ownership of the Stellar Swirl damage. Because Stellar Swirl at least does damage. Oh my cat, really? You fucking rat. I'm gonna throw. That was really. Oh my fucking god. This is actually the most I've been pissed off at the fucking cat. You goddamn rat. It's not the one you think it is, by the way. He fucking flew from there. I put this fucking thing here to prevent this shit, and he's like, I see it as an opportunity. He fucking jumped from there to here. If you heard the rocking sound, the aspect ratio is small on YouTube. It's your screen. It's not the aspect ratio. The aspect ratio would fill your screen if you had a screen that wasn't constrained. Anyways, I thought Austria you called him a rat. No, that one's more of a rat. This one's more of a rat. He's orange. He possesses more rat qualities. Now, it wasn't that. I mean, this is a heavy ass PC, by the way. Like, it is not lightweight. And he launched on top of that, and it rocked and made a quite loud sound. You probably just didn't hear it because the microphone is probably configured to not pick up that kind of thing. Well, like, that could have gone pretty bad if it had not stabilized itself. We heard it? Okay, good. So, God, anyways, don't do that shit, creature. What were we talking about?
I do worry about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the adventurers
I need to go turn on the AC, by the way. It's hot as hell today. I just realized before it, like, gets super hot. I'll BRB. Lanyan Stellar Swirl. It'll be a wheelchair team format unless she gets new things. Like, Lanyan will optimistically be dealing like 10 to 20% damage contribution to that team. That's it. But I don't know. I'll still probably mess with it because it'll be interesting because at least Lanyan will synergize with scaling the Stellar Swirl damage a little bit. So maybe I'm underestimating Stellar Swirl's reaction damage and what Lanyan can contribute to that. Since that reaction is like the lunar reactions, like lunar charge, lunar crystallize, and it cares about crit on the unit triggering the reaction or contributing to the reaction, whatever, blah blah blah, BRB. Okay, I'm back. For some reason, the cats, when I left the room, came bolting after me. I don't know why they did that either. Okay. Do artifacts quick, and then see what we get for Lohen. I hope we can crown it today, because I don't want it to spend more than 8 fragiles. But, I don't know, 8 fragiles... Oh, and now the creature is immediately sneezing after I turned on the AC. Why? Anyways. My apartment, by the way, I swear upon everything, they're like, oh, run the AC more, because ACs do act as a dehumidifier, and like that'll make your apartment less humid. It fucking has done shit all, as far as I can tell. So, anyways, yep. We're not farming at Fearless. I mean, I could. Here, actually, forget. We'll do one run at Fearless, just to show you what we're going here. I've gotten consistent at doing this. At doing the clear, unless I die, but I've gotten pretty good at not dying. So, Odette level 90 matter, or can I just keep her 80 out of 90? You can definitely keep her 80 out of 90, especially Odette. Odette's like, while she's doing damage in the team, she's doing, well, it depends what team you're playing. Like, I was calcing main DPS Yaya the other day, and Odette's damage will matter a little bit more there. But or main DPS slash quick swap Yai, since you spend more field time on Odette. That is a team where Odette's burst should be damage optimal, even assuming they have no changes tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow is V3 of beta, so like if there's going to be any changes significantly through the beta, it's probably going to be tomorrow. But point is, Odette can stay level 80. You just get the base attack basically. You're not getting much else.
Quick as a flash. Yeah, let's
I won't judge. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Control breathing.
Now,
On
bad.
Lights out. Midnight fantastic.
I don't know what that was right there.
Step aside.
Alright, well, the win wasn't good.
Punishment. By royal decree.
No, don't. Whoops, my bad. This is. I can tell you, this is not a sub 100 attempt. This is like a over 110 second clear. Oh, assuming I don't die.
Controlled breathing. Start the judgment. Shiver. Oz reveal.
Let's fight. Now's our chance. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Faster. Stronger. Let. You can't run. Punishment.
As you wish, me. I won't judge. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Oh my god, I almost failed it. Jesus. Holy. You might not think 102 seconds. By the way, this kind of thing is like... So Zajeff right now is trying to clear this boss at dire difficulty on his alt account with his like challenge account that he started last year, right? I was watching Zajeff for like maybe 30 minutes before I started this stream, and like I feel like this is like a normal mentality for like I think most people like doing Stygian Onslaught streaming, to be clear. I'm not saying I don't get negative or doomy or sometimes, but like I feel like Zajeff's perspective is a little wrong when it comes to optimization. Because like he has demonstrated a bunch of optimizations he's made on that account already. And like maybe he has spent more time doing things that he has, I don't know. Like I haven't been on his account myself, so I can't get the same vibe that necessarily he has, right? This is all a little wishy-washy just from my impression on 30 minutes. But he has demonstrated having this Pokeball, this enemy, and there's specific things that make the initial phase optimization a little bit earlier than the later phase optimization that he showcased, which is cool. But like, he's using Sandrone, Yai, Lynette, Chi-Chi. So assuming that is the optimal characters available, which, I don't know, it might be. I did have the thought that like maybe Lanyon, but maybe White might be better, but maybe Lanyon was used for Flynn's or something, I don't know. Because I know he needs like, all of his best teams on that account use Sucrose, so rip him. Similar investment to your lohen and can't clear. Any tips? I can go over it in a bit. It's just like courses optimization wasn't optimal. I mean, I'm not talking like poll decision optimization. I'm just talking like on a gameplay level. Like he's talking about he literally demonstrates having the Pokeball at half HP about a minute in. And the way the Pokeball fight works should be that if you can get to half HP at a minute in, I don't see why it would be. He's literally using the words, it's not, like, the problem I have is he's literally, like, doing these optimizations, and then he's using the words constantly going, it's not possible unless I have better build. It should be clear, I think having better builds and maxed out talents, and, like, the refines on Tidal Shadow that he was trying to get, is going to help a lot, because it would suck like not having those talents maxed out when his goal is to clear dire difficulty and he's having to optimize a shit ton. It sucks when you get to the point of like, oh, you have just a sliver of HP left when you optimize a ton, and then you like fail because like you didn't have a burst maxed out, whatever, right? He's trying to clear Automaton with Tidal Shadow Mav right now, so he used Mav Stick on Sandrone. Interesting, okay. But like I feel like his perspective, like I don't know, like the thing is, as someone who's done all kinds of clears at whatever difficulty levels with Stygian at this point, when I take a team, and like having to like do this in poems only all the time, right? When I take a team into something that like I'm not sure how it's going to go until I start optimizing it. And I get the vibe of like, okay, I'm seeing that I'm doing this amount of damage at these phases of the fight. Trying to think about how I can optimize, the shield break damage like Zajef is, or do I optimize shield break timing, or do I optimize just maximize shield break damage? That depends again on the team. In Zajef's case, I think he is probably doing the right thing and trying to maximize the shield break damage rather than the shield break time. But it might be more worth mapping out because there is a cap on the total damage it can take. And I think he has been capping out the damage it takes from the shield break, which means if he reaches the cap on the self damage it takes from the shield break, at that point you should actually be prioritizing shield break time rather than just the damage. But anyways, I killed Dire Pokeball from 60% at 55 seconds. If you can get to half at 60, you easily have a chance. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be easy to optimize, but like, he was at halfway a minute in multiple of its attempts. Like, it is 100% doable with his current builds. I would still be working on min-maxing everything to make it fucking easier, because he has demonstrated really awkward things with optimizing Yai, especially for the second phase of the shield clear. But like, it's just funny how he has this really doomy mentality when it comes to optimizations, where like, I'm sorry, you're halfway in. There's nothing fundamentally about this fight other than Yai being awkward because it becomes a little more RNG later. There's nothing fundamentally about this fight for your like current damage performance for how you've routed it that is communicating that it's impossible to clear without a better build, like he's saying, which I think is a little silly. So I don't know. I haven't been playing the team. I haven't been playing Sandrone, so I can't comment that much on the specific micro optimizations there, especially with the weirdness. Like, I wish this didn't exist, by the way, but this thing's shield, and this is why he's trying to optimize the shield break damage. It takes more, I think it's like 100, what is do I have it open still? I went and checked on Stygian and Moe. I don't have it open, but I can open it. So this thing takes, yeah, it takes 150% increased damage to the shield of Superconduct and mostly Stellar Superconduct, aka Sandrone's stellar damage and Yai's stellar damage is 150% increased, while also reducing the shield by 4% HP. But then notably, that means you can do up to 40% of its max HP. So that's why Zajef is trying to extend the duration the shield lasts, because of trying to essentially max out this 40% HP break, because functionally Yai and Sandrone do 150% increased damage to it during that phase. I don't know if he's thought about the lowered res phase that much, this 13 seconds. I wasn't paying that close attention to like, because if he like breaks the shield and he's not doing damage during his paralysis phase, it's kind of bad, but I assume he was. So anyways, like, this is annoying because like this is just a stupid fucking thing to optimize. I generally prefer shields when you optimize just for breaking the shield as fast as possible as far as mechanics go, not optimize it for, because this means the optimization for a Sandrone team is trying to find the perfect balance of dealing as much damage to it during its shield phase, aka purposely extending the shield phase to max out the 40% self damage, while also trying to, once you hit the point of doing the max damage, break the shield as fast as possible once reaching this cap, which is just miserable. I don't think he's capping. Okay, I didn't check what number he was getting exactly. So, if he's not hitting 40%, it looked like to me that in a couple instances when I was watching, he was hitting the 40% cap, but that might be hard enough to get that that this optimization kind of matters, where it's just fine to do as he's doing. It's just kind of stupid and unintuitive that is the optimization, in my opinion. It should just be, especially because of the fact that it's like, oh, you're using Superconduct, so the shield breaks faster. Like, like it would literally be ideal in many ways if Sandrone didn't break the shield faster, potentially. So, I don't know. Was it 6 million? I don't know. It was very close to the cap, at least. So, if he didn't even hit the cap, though, then it definitely makes sense to optimize as he's doing for the shield phase, which is, like, yeah. But either way, the amount of HP he had on the enemy was such that like he should definitely be able to clear with his existing builds, from what I was seeing. I don't know. I've had plenty of instances where it's like, oh, I am at like potentially more than 60% of the boss's HP left at a minute in, and I know I can clear. I'm not saying that's the exact situation for this boss, because it can change depending on team and how you can route different things, but like that's my point. If I was playing instead of Jeff on his account right now, I wouldn't be saying I need better build. I'd be saying I can do this. I want a better build to make it easier, right? So, had a near perfect run. Was only able to get 72 seconds. Only one minor hiccup. Quick charge attacks a bit too fast. You didn't go into it. I didn't record that particular run since I was listening to a documentary at the time. Nice. That's funny. Sometimes you get into a flow state when like having some other media going on in the background. I've had that plenty of times just listening to music. So like, that's what I was actually doing last night when I did this. So I don't have, or no, sorry. No, I wasn't when the 102. No, I did a 104 second clear that I was listening to music for. And then after I got the 104 second clear, I started recording. I do actually have a recording of this 102 second clear. If you guys want to see it. Also Bella Booba wants me to look at Lohen. Hi pleb. Should I show you the 102 second clear? I can go try to pull it up. We do want to see it? Okay, 1 second. I actually haven't watched it back, so I might be able to like watch it back and like pause and comment on certain things at different times too. Also, I didn't claim my damn artifacts yet. Been streaming for an hour, didn't claim my artifacts. No. Okay, wait. It says EREM max rolls with 3-liner. I don't know. Like, it's a consideration in my mind to have a super min-max 2-piece llama build. I'll lock it on principle, I guess. Okay. But yeah, I guess for you, Mob, if anyone wants to try to simulate with Lohen, 4-star teammates, whatever. To be clear, by the way, my official build is good, but like official, like especially because I'm using R5 Harp, which I know like, oh, that's unrelatable, but remember R5 Harp, like each refine on Harp just gives less than a minimum roll of crit damage, and like while my official build is good, it does technically have the wiggle room where I could have more crit damage substats in this build, such that like my Harp refines are just equivalent to more crit substats. Okay, so anyways, like it's a good official build, but it's not perfected, and therefore the refines on this are just equal to like a slightly better official build. But also the official build is not the end-all be-all, because Lohen is doing a little bit under 80% damage contribution here. Like Lohen matters far more than official's build. So something like a Skyward Harp R5 doesn't really matter. Skyward Harp at all might matter a decent bit. Compared to something like stringless. I could try. I mean, if I can do a sub 100 second clear, I assure you I can do a stringless clear, okay? So we can do a stringless clear if we want to see that. But I'm going to wait until we level up Lohen's Burst for that. So anyways, let's look at a best boy. Level 100 Lohen. I am tempted. Lohen, I don't know. We'll see how things go long term. My priority is level 100 Yai. Once I get level 100 Yai, once I get to the future of having more Stellar Fortuna, will I consider level 100 Lohen? Maybe. He might be the next one in line. This is an incredibly good Lohen build, by the way. Obviously not balanced around Cryo Resonance, which is good. You should not default to that, in my opinion. Sorry, I had a little bit of a hiccup. That's what I get for drinking a caffeinated drink. It's a little low on attack percent, but that's fine. I would still recommend having the ability to adapt to... Does he get any free crit? He does. Interesting. Crit damage is increased by 175%. Wait, really? Is that just his skills, or is this his... the C6 gives him more skills, right? Duration is extended. It can trigger once every 7 seconds. Is this just his skill damage? It is just his skill and burst damage. Okay. Lowest ball time is 62 seconds. I can't get any lower. Rip. Are you trying to do like a 180 second clear or something? Okay. Yeah, this is a really good Lohen build. It's a little low on attack percent. Attack percent stats are quite good on him in a lot of teams. But not necessarily the end all be all. So I do think they matter a little bit more though. One thing I haven't run the numbers on. I'm curious his SIG gives a shit ton of damage percent, right? That's what the passive does, is a big-ass fat wall of text that basically says, it technically can work on characters that aren't named Lohen, but for the most part, this may as well just say, if name Lohen when have Hexerai on team, give 70% damage bonus. That's basically what that passive says. So it makes me think that there are definitely some team conditions where his signature weapon, it might be optimal or to run an attack percent goblet potentially, but probably not. It's probably just like attack percent substats have a little bit higher weighted value is all. That's my only thought I really have, especially with actually the C6. I'd be curious what happens with an attack circlet too. If you happen to have it. Not that like you craft it, just curious what would happen, right? So, anyways, it's a very good build. How does my Lohen build? So right now, my Lohen build, this is the Cryo Resonance optimized build. If I want a non-Cryo Resonance build, all I do is change a timepiece, which is a nice situation to be in. That's the ideal, where if you have to like change a build around like having something like Cryo Resonance or other buffs up that like for crit that you normally don't have, switching one artifact is the ideal. So like, for reference, my Lohen has a bit less crit than yours, but then more attack. So like, my Lohen is probably about the same as your Lohen. If anything, like my artifacts might actually work better on your build than your artifacts do because of the fact that you have a SIG giving more damage bonus, but I could be wrong in that theory. Anyways, don't forget to go back to the other timepiece. Doot. Because we do not need that crit right here. So anyways, let me show, let's see. Let's try to pull up the footage. 1 second. Recordings. Okay. I'm trying to find that. This is like a 15-minute recording, so I gotta skim through the footage to see. Oh, there we go. I got it. Okay. Oh, I just ended the recording after the 102 second. That's convenient. Okay. Okay. Is this going to capture? I don't know if it is. Okay, we're just going to do display capture here. All right, I don't think I talked much during it. I might have talked much during it. I talked a little bit during it, but we'll see. Okay. So if you hear me yapping over myself, that's why. Anyways. Oh, display capture didn't work. Why? Oh, because Genshin is still there. Derp. There we go. All right. Volume. So E Rosaria, Trigger Fab, Eon Song, bam, burst. And then I just turn to make sure I can dodge things. I'm trying to dodge in certain directions to make it more likely that I avoid the damage from those things because they are annoying. A lot of the optimization I've had here, by the way, has been stamina management. Okay, I did Rosaria after. Yeah, that's something I gotta mess around with more. Is Rosaria before Eon Sun or after Eon Sun? The 49k charge attacks there is definitely having C6 Eon Sun proc, I think. So that's probably again more reason to use Eon Sun after Rosaria. How to think about it. This is why you watch your stuff back sometimes, by the way. You realize stuff like that. Doing dodges there to try to avoid some of this damage at certain times. I bursted here. It did damage to the shield, which is not nothing. It does get converted after the fact, so using it, I believe, was a good play there. But that's what I found is like my best runs have used the burst in different ways. And then you can see this is pretty much broken at this point. I Eon's on there first. I maybe should have Eon's on after. See? If that burst was crowned, I'm pretty sure that would have been at 102. Okay, I just yapped at the end. If that burst was crowned, I'm pretty sure we would have gotten it. So yeah. There you go. Tenacity of Millith is best on official. So yeah, I have Celestial Gift on official, this on Eon Son, and Rosaria on Noblesse, of course. I did in that 102 second clear versus like the 107 I did. I have lower ER on Rosaria and a little bit more. Well, actually, the crit is about the same, but a little bit more attack percent. That's the only thing that's really changed. Oh, oops, my bad. There we go. Yeah, sorry. This is the Rosaria build that I got. This is the exact build I got. Amusingly, the exact build that I just got that 102 second clear that I showed you was the same as that build that I just almost failed to clear on. The artifacts were all exactly the same. So like gameplay matters, which is why I'm talking about things like, you know, how is the Jeff's at half HP at 60 seconds? He should be able to clear. I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't know. So, have you cleared Dire? I haven't really tried fully clearing Dire. I on this patch. I don't have any particular teams I enjoy at Dire for the Pokeball. And I don't have any teams I particularly enjoy at Dire. Well, no, I do have teams I enjoy at Dire for this thing. Like, it was fun to play Kanich with Nicole on this, but like, it wasn't that interesting on a level of like, I need to have it saved. So I'm not planning to do a full Dire clear this patch because, and in fact, I don't know. This might be the patch that finally convinces me to just like never do a full Dire clear again. Like one that gets saved in my logbook. Like I'll do Dire clears individually because that's when I have the most fun at Dire. Is like challenging an individual boss with a team I enjoy playing and optimizing. Is it the same builds in the Zedef comparison clear? Almost the same builds. The only thing that's different is Rosaria is using an attack timepiece. And I think maybe a different feather or flower too, but it's very close to the same. Just Rosaria had more ER in that screenshot. But I'm pretty sure I don't need the energy on Rosaria, so anyways, like I don't know. Dire is fun on an individual boss level with specific teams that I'm enjoying optimizing, that kind of thing. Like I enjoy it. I'm glad it exists as a thing to reward a higher investment in some level. But doing full Dire clears oftentimes ends up being really unfun with how they balance different kinds of chill. Because like Dire is the actual difficulty that significantly pushes towards like having the new characters. And that has made a lot of circumstances where a lot of Dire bosses, especially lately, have just kind of felt like ass. So I thought when you play these games, they make you make the team you want to play. Generally speaking, I think even with this difficulty mode, with Fearless difficulty not being easy, like, so these enemies, it's interesting that you're joining. It's a fair question to ask. So like, there is more flexibility than I think people realize they have at Fearless difficulty. But also like, it just really depends on like the cycle. Like this patch, this Stygian is quite restrictive. Like this is the most interesting clear, despite like having all characters other than like, I don't have every character, but like I have all the characters I want to have. And like the most interesting clear I could do on my account that wasn't like unrelatable constellation wise, to be clear. There's some other things I would have tried if my like Nicole didn't have cons or whatever. But as far as like interesting clears for me to do, I did this. And this is like not like what people would typically use for this lineup. But like I had to use some amount of Natlan units. I think I could have gotten away without Moeka. Like Pyro Traveler probably works here. Maybe I'll try to redo this clear with Pyro Traveler, but beating this clear with Pyro Traveler seems very hard, is the problem. So I think I could clear with Pyro Traveler though. I think I'd have a Dire clear against next patch if not for Fuckle Buckle. Yeah. So like Dire difficulty tends to be much more you were screwed over for not playing really specific teams. But like, yes, Genshin lets you play a lot of different teams you want. But this specific gameplay mode is a lot more restrictive. And they've been doing that a lot more often lately in order to try to push people to pull for new characters, as far as I can tell. I don't really see why they would be doing it, other than they know the people that care about this mode decide to pull characters based on how they experience this mode, so therefore they balance this mode in a way to incentivize pulling new characters. And it makes some of them deeply unsatisfying sometimes, depending on how the specific mechanics work. And for this patch, Fearless can be pretty fun for me, but then Dire is super unfun, even though I've had fun with plenty of Dires in the past. That's why I've cleared most Dires. But I'm getting to the point where it's seeming more and more likely the more the time goes on, that Dire is just continuing to be unfun, other than on an individual boss level when they happen to have one boss that happens to be fun. Because like that's what happens most of the time, even in patches where I clear Dire fully. The most enjoyment I get out of Dire ends up being like I find one team that I choose to optimize. Like last patch was like not that doing my full Dire clear was that interesting, but then using a bunch of different teams and optimizing different amounts of gameplay against the Watcher was really fun. The Watcher was a really cool boss to do different things on at different difficulties depending on the team. So, anyways, so you really like Lohen? Last I heard, you were unsure on polearms only. I'm also really enjoying him. I mean, on polearms only, he is not really shown to be valuable yet. I was really hoping Lohen would be. So Lohen should have been really valuable for like I'm using Lohen with a bunch of 4-star teammates here. And actually, notably, the interesting thing is, other than Fischl, I'm using Lohen at Fearless difficulty with polearm units. And on my polearm only account, I have Eon Son and Rosaria at a better, well, Eon Son's about the same, but Rosaria I have like a better build option available for. I have way more like different noblesse configuration artifacts and whatever. But then it's like, oh wait, who do I put for the Electro? Well, I don't have a Hexrite unit to enable Lohen, so that limits Lohen's potential a shit ton. And then secondly, what off-field Electro do I put just to have off-field Electro against this thing with the shield mechanic? You might say Raiden, and Raiden could actually be good, but oopsies, she has coordinated attacks, so it doesn't work. Her skill does not work. She doesn't generate any energy, she doesn't generate any hits. Like, it's just like, come on. Like, and this is the kind of thing I'm talking about where like their arbitrary decisions on how to design these enemies end up fucking over team options that make things unsatisfying. So like, Lohen I thought would be more valuable in polearms only than he has been so far. But they've managed 2 times in a row to design enemies in specific ways to make Lohen not needed, essentially. But he's still really nice to have. He's very, very nice to have for theater. Anytime there's cryo in theater, he will be a very compelling unit. He doesn't need Hexeride that badly. And frankly, theater tends to be the most fun game mode on polearms only to figure out. Like clearing theater as with like max stars especially is an interesting optimization problem. Even if nobody cares about it, I enjoy it. So you might say it's silly to say I get theater value, but I do. I don't dislike Lohen. And Lohen also one of the like more enjoyable team archetypes in the account, or more decent team archetypes on polearms only for a long time, at least before power creep went insanely out of control. It was Rosaria, Shenhe, Escoffier, and then with either Mika or Candice in the last slot, but obviously Mika or Candice last slot was not ideal there. So Lohen replacing Mika or Candice is a significant upgrade. It's like a 50% team DPS increase. Like, we needed a cryo main DPS to make that team truly make sense, and it does make sense now. But we haven't had a boss that actually works well with that team. This boss could have worked well with that team if the targeting wasn't a nightmare hellhole shit garbage fire for dealing with the drones. Like, in theory, the team could brute force the drones, but yeah. Anyways. What? Oh, officials removed. We're going to go to hard difficulty, do some farming here, and then we will... I wonder how fast Lohen can clear hard difficulty with the same team. Doot. And then we will go farm our challenge and see if we can crown him. Whoops. Don't E right away when you rock out Rosaria, because it does that. You gotta walk a little bit forward. There you go.
Controlled breathing. On my royal
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Not bad. Not bad. Even fearless difficulty, say for a few bosses, is really unfun for me. Yeah, I mean, it's really going to depend on your account. A lot of people can be at a completely different account investment that fearless is just too far. Fearless manages to be balanced in a way that, like, for how I like to, the main way I can like describe my gameplay philosophy is probably like that I'm a min-maxer, but I'm not like a min-maxer who only likes to play the teams that do the most damage possible. With mineral, I'm gonna say no on a 3-liner there. I am. Oh, we're gonna get a feather today. Oh shit. we'll return that in a second. I am a min-maxer who tries to do my min-maxing in order to play the teams that I want to play, right? Play the units that I want to play. So I take silly ideas like, okay, let's superconduct lohen. How far can we push the limits of superconduct lohen? What team makes the most sense for that, right? And I mess around with a couple different options. Escoffier is definitely better than Rosaria, and obviously C6 Nicole is better than, you know, than Fischl. But I don't, like, as far as, like, baseline assumed investment goes. Sure, maybe I need that. Hey, double crit, let's go. Is there ever a scenario where I've needed double crit on instructors? No. But I'll still take it. I wish this had ER. Oh well. Invested too much into Chongyun, yeah. Whoops, I don't know why I... Well, whatever. I guess we're gonna not Eons on burst this rotation. For this attempt. By the way, the biggest surprise I have found with lohen, with doing superconduct, and this is the kind of thing you might not even realize unless you... Also, this is annoying. I like how the... By the way, this is the best demonstration of the... Like, how they changed the targeting. Between Overworld, which is also... Technically, this is basically the same as Overworld. So... In Overworld or at Menacing difficulty, the targeting prioritization goes to the drones, which is fair because the mechanic works differently. Whereas in Fearless or Dire difficulty, the targeting priority is on this, and it very heavily prioritizes that. And it seems like it's the inverse for Overworld and non-Fearless difficulty, but like it really hampers your ability to do alternative methods that do include clearing the drones. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh, one of the discovery, the most notable discovery in my mind with superconduct lohen is just how good of a buffer Eonson actually is. Like, he can pretty much keep up Eonson's buff. It very slowly drains. He just moves naturally enough. The only awkward thing is his burst, because his burst will usually cause you to fall significantly below max buff potential. So trying to balance using his burst with keeping up Eonson burst or Eonson buff with like movement is a little weird. And it's why I don't think there's necessarily going to be insane gain. I already have a. Okay, I will 4-line principle that to level 4. But I already have a really good feather, or a really good timepiece that has a shit ton of crit rate, so I can't see a reality where this is actually relevant, but I don't know. If it high rolls crit rate on level 4, I'll consider it. Or ER, actually, because it can be a 2-piece stat stick piece for, like, fab builds and whatever the frick, right? Crit rate on crit rate set? Yeah. Okay, nope, goodbye, that's fine. No artifacts today, I suppose. Oh, I got that. Well, no, I don't need to level that. Okay. I did get the reroller, though. I have a 3-stat guarantee now. Should I save it? Maybe. But honestly, I don't know if I care about the new artifact set so much to need to save it. My intention... Oh, yay. I don't think I have a single relevant thing to choose here, frankly. Honestly, frick it. Talking stick, why not, for the lulz. Okay. Should I have chosen another Viridescent Hunt for a refine on that? Maybe, I don't know, but doesn't matter. So... Feather. Wait. Standard pull. Clearly more important. Yep, told you. I'm actually very close to pity. Close to pity that I was considering, if I recall, farming to get to pity. What is that now? It is 14 plus 1? Okay, yeah, 71. Ooh. Imagine the dreams that could come true. We could get another refinement for Jade Spear. Actually, would I? I don't know that I would refine Jade Spear if I got another one. Jade Spear is continuing more and more often to be a compelling stat stick. Enough so that, like, even with having Homa and whatever available, like right now, Escoffier has Homa, Arlecchino is on Deathmatch. Well, I don't know. An R5 Deathmatch versus an R1 Jade Spear isn't that different for Arlecchino, is it really? So do I actually care? I don't know. Maybe I would refine it. It's a buff or lohen. You get music key. I believe it's much more likely I get a weapon next, because... So Standard Banner has a weird function where at least every 200 pulls, this is kind of separately between weapon character 5 stars and weapon 5 stars, by the way. And there seems to be, I don't know the exact stats on this, there also seems to be a heavy biasing function that this would happen before it reaches this point. But, and it might not be exactly 200 pulls, but every 200 pulls, you will get a 5-star weapon or a 5-star character. And that means if you've gone, like, the more simple rule of thumb then is that if you've gotten like 2 characters in a row, you're probably going to get a weapon next. If you got 2 weapons in a row, you're probably going to get a character next. That's the simple rule of thumb. But the more specific thing would be if you've gone to like 2 pities, if you've done 2 pities, so you've seen like 150 wishes and you didn't get any weapon or you didn't get any character, your next one is almost assuredly going to be a weapon if you got characters before, or a character if you didn't get if you got weapons before. And it can just alternate. There is natural variance. It's still RNG system. But I believe it has been a long while since I got a weapon. So I think I think it's basically guaranteed that this is a weapon. Yeah, how many pulls is that? That's 32 times 32 times 5 is 160 plus, so when we get to pity, it'll be about 170. So it's not guaranteed, I don't think. Because I think it's only technically guaranteed to get a weapon in like 200 and some pulls. So what is possible is I could get a character from Standard Banner, but then that would be interesting in that if I get a character, I still have to get a weapon from my understanding. I still have to get a weapon in around 200 pulls. So that would mean it is guaranteed to get an early, in quotes, it is guaranteed to get an early 5-star. That would be at like 30 to 50 pity or something, and that would be guaranteed to be a weapon. But it's not early because it would be functionally a guarantee, just a really weird way. So yeah, Standard Banner is kind of sneaky, is kind of what my point is. And I am much more likely to get a weapon, such that I am not expecting any character. Although getting a music key would be a very nice surprise. Oh yeah, predictions for tomorrow. Music key is gonna get nerfed. Cryo Traveler is gonna get nerfed for Stellar Swirl specifically. Alyosha is gonna stay the same. I'm mostly saying that because I want him to stay the same. I wouldn't be that surprised if he gets nerfed. The thing I could see them most likely changing on Alyosha is just making his buff being on-field only. Because that incentivizes people pulling main DPSs more. The more that Alyosha's focused on a team-wide buffer focus, the more he just, the more relevant it is to just be able to skip main DPSs. But I don't know if that would even change most people's pulling decisions anyways, because even if they changed that, and made him more of an on-field buffing focus, which would functionally uplift the value of main DPSs over the off-fielders, rather than how he currently uplifts off-fielders functionally more than he uplifts main DPSs. Not more, he gives the same stats to be clear, but I'm just saying on like a team building level. But anyways, like, people in the Genshin community for the combat space are way over focused on DPS numbers, so like the main DPSs will always obviously get more DPS, as it should be. I hope a new main DPS, not like that power creep is good, but yes, a new Sandrone, if you're using Yai, Odette, Alyosha, C6, and Sandrone should do more damage than if I don't have Sandrone and put Sucrose in instead, okay? That team should do more damage with Sandrone than Sucrose. I hope. if they're balancing things properly. If that's not the case, then they completely fucked up on Sandrone's balance kind of thing. Just on like a relative balance to the other units in the team, not on the whole power creep level. And like, that's why like changing Alyosha to be a buffer for more of an on-fielder makes it much less likely that is the case, because Alyosha not buffing Yai or Odette means but then buffing Sandrone more, potentially, could be a change they do. But I hope he just stays the same, because he seems like a unit that a lot of people are not going to get C6 immediately of, but chances are if he's releases as he currently is and reruns on multiple banners throughout the year for stellar units, like the Saritsa banner, it seems like it's going to be a high chance he would rerun on her banner. Well, then that's a very valuable unit for people to generically have, especially given one copy at a baseline for free. If it's a situation like I know where most players end up over, like in 6 months in to the seat next year, end up getting C6 of Alyosha, that's an incredibly valuable character. And I'd rather power creep things be loaded into 4-star kits, personally, because over time, even if it's annoying initially, that like C6 makes a big difference. Over time, the ability to acquire C6 is more valuable to more characters than like forcing people to pull fucking specific 5 stars. And also his investment requirement to get good utility out of him is relatively low, which I think is very good too. So I hope he mostly stays the same, personally. Odette, I want to see... I don't see Odette getting major changes, because I don't really know how, because the way they balance things, like, changing Odette does not fundamentally change any of the power creep going on. They could remove all of Odette's damage, and, like, there's still power creep, right? Like, it just doesn't matter. So I don't really care about total DPS potential. But what I want to see is more proper reward for quick swapping. So right now, from my understanding, Odette cannot... so she has a special E, her like dance attack, that does the big stellar like nuke hit. So the intention is you can E and then E again, or you can Q and then do special E as well. Like you can do either or. And if you do the Q first, it'll take a little bit longer field time on her, but it'll give her stellar bonus to make her big nuke do even more damage. What I want to see is them nerf her damage just a little bit for her baseline special E damage, because that will pull back on the total team DPS just a little bit. Like it's not going to be a massive nerf. It's not going to meaningfully change like how power group things are, but still, less DPS is probably fine with how absurdly strong things are seeming right now with new units. And then I want them, and this would I think be a proper function that would reward using her burst more. Instead of her special E having a set cooldown where you can only do that once per 15 seconds, I want to see her special E be usable after you burst and after you E her normal E, no matter what. So that means if you have the field time to allow for it, even though the E is doing less damage, there is more reward for trying to do 2 special E's, because special E's cannot... Right now, again, you can't do 2 per rotation, but if you could... So they nerf the damage because of the fact that they're enable... Yo, stop! If I hit no, it's no. Anyways, sorry. Trying to yap and you're trying to distract me. Most of Odette is damage, yeah. So yeah, the idea would be, like, let's say like a Yai, and yes, again, I'm biased towards wanting this because it would benefit me, but it wouldn't even necessarily benefit me that much, because having to do this would take away from Yai field time, which might change the team dynamic a bit. And it might, like right now, I've done calcs with like main DPS Yai with Sucrose, and right now I think that makes more sense because of how Odette works. But if Odette is changed in a way that makes her make more sense to spend more field time on, so it's more quick swappy, I think that'd be a more fun dynamic. But then Sucrose would be a little bit weirder to use, because I think getting both a Cryo Swirl and Electro Swirl is a little bit sus. Whereas right now, like a main DPS high where I prioritize field time on her and minimize more field time on Odette kind of makes sense with how Odette's current kit works. So I want to see a proper reward function where you can do a Q, do her special E, and then do an E, and then do another special E, which will probably take a lot of field time. That'll probably take at least 5 to 8 seconds. But like, that's fine if you're doing something like Yai, Odette, Alyosha, and then another buffer in the last slot, like Eon's on, honestly. Right? So, that's what I want to see. And again, like, in doing this change, this shouldn't, like you might be like, oh, but you don't want to make Odette stronger DPS potential. That's bad because that will power creep even more. But no, again, I'm saying, like, you lower the individual multipliers because with a Sandrone team, Sandrone's multipliers are better than spending more field time on Odette, right? So it's not going to change anything for Sandrone unless they make it way too strong, to be clear, to do the second E. But right now, I don't think it would. If they nerf nerf her main E damage a little bit, but then allow you to do 2, it shouldn't really change Sandrone. It should actually lower Sandrone's team DPS by a little bit, but not much, while significantly uplifting the viability of doing quick swap things. And it also, by the way, this would also, in theory, help Sandrone, Yai-less Sandrone teams, because the field time that you'd normally be taken to do E on Yai could then be potentially filled out with an Odette burst and a second Odette E. Maybe. That's a big old maybe, to be clear. I'm just saying they could balance it this way. I think that's something Sandrone needs with their teammates too, is teammates that properly reward quick swapping and more team flexibility with gameplay and doing damage in different ways. And it could uplift, in theory, non-Yai Sandrone Odette teams too. So, anyways, do we want to reroll anything? I don't know. As far as Odette goes, I should probably wait till tomorrow. But the goblet I am strongly considering upgrading. So I have a 3-stat guarantee, right? And when it comes to 3-stat guarantees, oh, that's freaking Red Dot of Doom. When it comes to 3-stat guarantees, I do think you should operate, and this is the same for the 4-stat guarantee. You should operate on, like, what is on rerolling something that's guaranteed to be an improvement, or statistically, I mean, you should use rerollers like this in general, but it's much easier to weigh the odds on these with 3 stats. So like, take this for example. If I was getting Linnea, I'm not rerolling this because I'm not committed to Linnea. That's a consideration in the future if I do get Linnea, but not right now. This one's a little bit weird because it technically doesn't have any bad roll, but EM rolls are really not preferable. Like, they're equivalent to like flat def. But if I reroll this with a 3-stat guarantee, it's at least going to get 1 more crit buff, which just means it's probably an upgrade, unless it trolls entirely and does like no EM rolls and all the crit rolls are minimum rolls, and then it might actually be a downgrade, but it's like a relatively safe reroll kind of thing. Whereas like something like this, I could reroll this, but this, in my opinion, does not make sense to use an advanced reshape on. It already has 3 high roll values into crit damage. And with the 3 stats, you're not increasing the chance that you get additional rolls past the 3. It is just guaranteeing a minimum of 3. And so for this goblet, if I want to improve this goblet, it makes more sense to use the non-advanced or decree reshapes on. Because it's not any more likely to really get an improvement on this with an advanced reshape as it is with a normal reroll. So don't do it. So that leaves my considerations basically at a couple spots. One, I could reroll this. This would guarantee an additional crit roll, and it could turn into additional attack percent, which could be a non-zero upgrade for my Clorind or other Electro characters that I tend to be using. But Electro goblins are kind of at a weird spot because how they're balancing so many goddamn new units, including buffed units like Yai, is that they don't want Electro goblins anymore. They want frickin' Stellar, or they want attack percent goblins and whatever. So now I need more attack goblins. So now I'm like, okay, do I reroll this? Because temporarily this could actually be an onset goblet for Odette. Or in the future for other characters. And like, this is a 4-liner that had low roll values. I don't know what it started. I mean, obviously it started with like, this was either a minimum or a low roll on crit damage. Or no, sorry, it could have been a high roll on crit damage. It could have been a 7% with a minimum roll on top. So I don't know. I don't know what the starting crit rolls are. If this was starting with high rolls, it's more safe to reroll. If it was starting with low rolls, it's a little bit, more variable. I can reroll this, but again, Electro Goblet. Considering Fischl is not always on this goblet anymore, it doesn't make sense in my opinion. Although rerolling this is a reason to actually, maybe for Fischl is a reason to reroll that. This unironically is a consideration because it could be an improvement for my Clorind or Arlecchino in theory. But again, like, rerolling circlets with advanced reshapes are kind of weird because it's not guaranteed to be 3 into crit rate. It's guaranteed to be 3 into crit rate or EM, and it could troll and not roll well. And I already have 3 stats in those, so that doesn't make sense. So I think it's basically between this. This already has 3 rolls. This could be an improvement, but I don't really actually get an improvement in a build for. So it's basically between this. This is 3 rolls, right? Yeah, this is 3 rolls, so unlikely to be an improvement. It's basically between this goblet or this timepiece, frankly. Where this timepiece would result in an improvement for crit value, but wouldn't necessarily result in a major improvement. But this could be a lohen or a Varka piece, which could matter to me. And then this could be a piece that's just like a generic attack goblet in the worst case in the future. So, I don't know. I do want to use it, but it's down to one of these 2 things. I get enough value from either of these situations. That like the worst case scenario should still result in an improvement. Although I will say, if this, I might not keep the reroll result, so this one's a little bit riskier. Because I already have a heavy crit rate piece. I have multiple actually timepieces that have heavier crit rate stat. It's such that like, if this gets 1 crit rate roll, I don't mind. But if this gets like 2 or 3 crit rate rolls, it's kind of bad. And so like, for assuming I get 3 rolls only, I'd prefer 2 crit damage and 1 crit rate as like the lowest tolerable. If it did all into crit rate or 2 into crit rate, I might have to consider not keeping it. So maybe for that reason I'd reroll this, even though like it seems weird to reroll a freaking tenacity attack goblet. I don't know. What's Chad's thoughts? I know y'all just talking to yourselves about the weather, which is fair. I have a 4-stat guarantee, nice. Yes, it is a pity system for rerolls. I would do the goblet for me personally. Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards. So for reference, my current Odette pre-build, which because I'm not gonna have the new artifacts right away anyways, but also the new artifacts aren't the end-all be-all. Like, I might end up just, especially if Odette doesn't get any changes to incentivize doing more damage on her. I don't think it'll be fundamentally different in my general experience. I think the vast majority of the time to use Odette on Tenacity with Alyosha or another unit on the Stellar buffing set, Chi-Chi, whatever, versus using Odette on the buffing set. So, yeah. Yes, there is three good stats in the goblet, that is true. That is definitely a worthwhile factor to consider. But anyways, my Chi-Chi is on like a hypothetical Odette pre-build, and like, sorry, the flower is wrong because I guess Escoffier was using it. But like overall, that's a def percent timepiece. Oh, Escoffier also, or no, Moika took this. So if I equip that, so we have the onset goblet, good circlet option. Could in theory switch to an onset circlet. I might farm more tenacity, honestly. Tenacity continues to be a relevant set. I might farm more tenacity, and then I could switch to an off-piece flower instead, just because I might have a really, really good flower available potentially. I could also, this is a 4-line flower. I could definitely get improvements here. Like, this is not crazy roll values, right? So maybe I just re-roll that. Not right now, but just in the future. I'll actually put a star on it. Why not? I had another, by the way. I threw it away. I had a version of this that was basically an exact duplicate, but very slightly, like it was like a 10.9 crit damage instead of 11.7. It was like almost exactly like the weird, like almost duplicate piece. And I threw it away because I was like, why do I need 2 of the duplicate piece in tenacity? Well, here we go. So I made a mistake there. Oh well. Yeah, you know what? Let's reroll it because so Odette again would have. I think I'd probably give her Freedom Sworn by default for me. She ascends with crit damage, I believe. So I would love more crit rate rolls basically here. And the ER could do something too. So let's see. Let's see. Actually, wait. Should we do a prediction? Should we do a prediction? What is the prediction? I don't know. Is Saluna happy? Not like. Actually, no. We could do a prediction, I guess, with multiple options. Like what crit value? Sure, we could do crit value. / prediction. Oh, that brings up the other thing. How big will 7.0 be? Pretty. I mean, oh, like file size. Sorry, you mean? I mean, how much storage do you have remaining? You're right. Yeah. Do you want to make the prediction for me if you have the mod view open? Just do like, I mean, what's the minimum crit value? We'll just do like 3 tiers maybe. So we'll do like maybe 20. Is 20 possible? I don't know what it started with. Let's assume it started with like a 3.1 and like a 6.2 crit damage. So that means it starts at 12.4 crit value. And then we're guaranteed to have 15 crit value on top of that. So it's possible it's just under 30 CV. So do 3 tiers, do just like 20 CV. So in the 20 to 30 CV range basically is 20 CV. So you're ready, just do how will it roll? 20 CV, 30 CV, and then 40 CV plus. For the predictions. Am I just looking for crit value? I mean, crit value is the priority. I will say, like, if we were doing the prediction in a different way, will Saluna be happy? Honestly, the thing I'd be happiest with being that Odette is a crit damage ascending character, and I don't think I have. Oh no, I do have this, I guess, but okay, I guess it's not that big a deal. I do have pretty heavy crit rate goblets already if I need heavier crit rate stats in the future. I was going to say as a generic stat value, I'd prefer heavier crit rate stats. But at minimum for Odette temporarily, I'd be slightly happier with a bias towards crit rate over crit damage. But overall, just crit value over anything else will be the ideal. I don't think I need this anymore. So, yeah. Did it work? Let me bring up the prediction menu. /prediction. Yes, it did work. So, yeah, statistically, the safest bet is definitely 30 CV. In the 30 CV range. But it's possible to go higher. It's also possible to start with high rolls, for what it's worth. Right? It's possible this could be a 50 CV. I don't remember. This artifact is old enough that I do not remember. Oh, I got a friendship 10 on Eon Song. Wow, nice. I'll go back here. There we go. It's very possible. So yeah, if it has like, because yeah, it couldn't have been a 3.9. That's not possible. But it could have been a 3.5 into a 2.7, and this could have been a 7 into a 5.4. Was it 4-line? It's a 4-liner. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, 20 CV would be. Or sub 30 CV would be incredibly unlucky, by the way. It would still be an improvement, I'm pretty sure. Well, actually, I don't know. If it, like, triple minimum rolls into crit, and then no ER, do I even keep it? That was a quick gamba. Couldn't even bet. Wait, is it gone? Did you only do, like, 2 seconds of availability? I have 1 gigabyte left. Oh, rip. It's already gone? What? Why? Why did it only last 2 seconds? Okay. Can we delete it and redo it? Yeah, I'm gonna delete it. It's gonna, yeah, deleting a return will return channel points to participating viewers. Maybe I didn't check the timer? Yeah, I think you set like a 2-second timer. Okay, Yurei, are you deleting it, or I can do it? Okay, you're gonna delete it? Okay. How long should I leave it up? I don't know, like a minute or two. It doesn't have to be long, just enough, like, anyone cares right now, they can do that. We can do the talent farming while we do it, though. So you can leave it up for like 2 or 3 minutes, because the talent farming will take a second. Make sure we do resistance. So for crowning, we would need, in theory, 28 books. Which is a lot. I think on average for 40 resin you get a little bit over 2 golds. So if we assume like, yeah, let's be optimistic and assume 3 per 40 resin. I have 8 fragiles, 8 times 60. By 40, that's 12 runs times 3 is 36. I think 8 fragiles is enough to do this. Let's go. Hopefully. Alright. Last one before this was so short too. I see. There you go. Okay. Yeah. 30 CV is definitely the safe bet, but 20 CV is definitely like the most risky bet, and then, because it has to be below 30. Technically, it should have been less than 30, not 20. It's not going to be 20 CV, but you understand, right? 20 CV range is just the below 30 range. 30 is the safest. 40 is very possible. Maybe even likely. With a little bit of luck. Not likely, but like, I think it's more likely it's 40 than it is actually sub 30. But I don't know. So you might gain the most points if you want to bet. If you want to get more channel points, you might gain the most points by by betting it's really shit. But yeah, the worst scenario for me would definitely be somehow doing triple minimum rolls and then the 2 other rolls instead of going into ER. Like, even if it's triple minimum rolls and goes into ER, that's fine. But if it's triple minimum rolls and the other 2 rolls go into defense, I don't even know if I keep it at that point. But that's a relatively unlikely scenario. But I've had pretty terrible luck at this patch, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I need your skills leveled. If you are as a Jeff and trying to clear dire difficulty, yes. If you are a normal player, just chilling with clearing fearless difficulty most of the time, you should level Yai's skill a little bit. It is a not negligible amount of her damage contribution, but a lot of her damage contribution comes from her stellar passive now, such that, you know, the relative gain you get for your Yai's damage increase for the resources put into talents is not that high, such that, like, level 8 talent is fine. Level 9 talent, maybe if you really like Yai kind of thing. So, yep. Oh, is the prediction already done? Okay. What's the result? Let me check the result. What's the... Alright, Alright, oh, that's funny. I highlighted the Mies submitted 271 channel points. Holy Mob put a lot of points into 30 CV. Mies could win a massive amount of points, yo. I think Mies is basically the only person. Mies and one other person. But most of the points put in the 20 CV bet is... yeah, that'd be really funny. Alright, sure, let's just do it now. Okay, and then there's like 20% voted for 40. Okay, let's see. Advanced reshape. Crit rate, crit damage. Bam. Well, fuck. Did it start with... Okay, wait. The crit rate was high roll. Did anyone see what the starting crit damage roll was? Well, the safe betters one. That is 30. Barely, actually. Obviously we'll keep. You know, that's a boring-ass result, quite frankly. But, yay! We got our improvement from re-rollers. Crazy. That's why you try to think through how to smartly use them. Rather than just gambiting every time. Anyways, 32.7, yeah. So, who could have guessed? It's almost like statistics. I'm glad it didn't go into defense. So, we got more ER even. That's much more higher roll values on ER too, which is maybe relevant for my Odette, because I intend to potentially burst on her if I can. So, actually, I don't mind that. But yeah. Does anyone that has a subscription want to rewind and tell me what the crit damage roll was, though? Out of curiosity. Just in case I do want to reroll it in the future. I don't think I will, honestly. I think this is just like solid enough balance of stats that at this point, that why would I bother, right? Like, if we look at our attack goblets, I think this... Because that's the ideal, right? If you want to have good options for configuring your characters, you want to be able to configure for different situations. And sometimes ER, oftentimes ER is very relevant. So therefore having like healthy amount of crit and a bunch of ER is a really nice artifact. Like this is now, if I wanted a goblet with ER, the best attack goblet I have with ER, right? For balance of crit and ER. I have a couple other ones that are a similar CV, but one less ER roll, right? So therefore, if I want the ER, this could be better. So no, I don't think there's a reality where I reroll this anymore. That is just too solid. It was a 5.4? Okay, so, thank you. So that was this? Oh, so 18.7 minus 5.4. That was probably like a min roll plus a high roll, or was that just like two mid rolls? 6.2 plus 6.2 plus 5.4. No, that would be less than this. So yeah, that was I think a high roll plus a min roll plus the base min roll. 7 plus 5.4 plus 5.4 is... No, that's still lower. So it's probably a 7.8. Yeah, yeah. So we had one max roll. We had one 7.8 roll, and then we had a 5.4 on top of the base 5.4. Oh well. It would have been Monkey Brain would have been really happy if it was 20 crit damage kind of thing. It's always kind of unsatisfying to see that, but oh well. 3.5 crit rate, 5.8 ER start. Yeah, cool. I need 500k points for an undisclosed reason. Okay. But now we make the real prediction. You can do a prediction for this too if you want, Ure, while I'm farming. This will be simple. Will 8 fragile resin, by the math, it should be... Well, no. I want to save fragile resin, actually. So let's do more of a gambit. Will 5 fragiles. Because 3 fragiles, plus the extra I get from the battle pass, would give me a good amount of fragiles remaining for next patch. So... my ideal would be using 5 fragiles. So make a prediction on just yes, no, will 5 fragiles get me lohen double crown? Because 8 should definitely be enough, so that's not interesting to bet on. Also, this is not the ideal team to play for this domain. I'll probably switch teams.
As you wish, main foil.
For, you know, reasons. Please. I just ended Eon's on state. Oh my god.
Controlled breathing. Let's move.
Oh, I forgot there was more slimes. Ugh. You said 5 fragiles? Yes, yes. 5 fragiles or less, to be clear. So will I be able to double crown Lohen within 5 fragiles? And this is factoring in dupes. How many books do you already have? Only 2. Only 2. Well, that I have 2 golds. No, sorry, I can craft 2 golds, I think. So I don't even know. Do I have any? No, I have 0. Okay, yeah, I can craft 2. So 2, maybe more if I get lucky with dupes. All right. That is not a great start. We should have finished the prediction, I guess, before I do anything. That biases things. Whoops. There's 1 fragile gone. I guess we wait for the prediction to go. Hopefully this one only lasts like a minute. There you go. Okay. How much do you need? You need 26 to be able to crown. So I need, wait, no, sorry, 28. I need 26 more to be able to get to the crown. We will use, I guess, Lanyan, as always. We use Bennett with Lanyan. I guess I'll just choose the team manually. Wait, no, do I have a Lanyan Bennett team preset, surely. Surely. What did this team used to be? I mean, this team should be the Lanyan team. At this point. Alright. Actually, you know what? I've never actually tried this. Let's see what happens. Doot. C6 Nicole, C2 Endurance, normal Bennett. Let's see. You can predict what channel points in your region? Yeah, because it counts as technically a gambling feature, even if it's just community interaction currency. It's funny. So, yeah. Are we counting that fragile? I said 5 fragiles or yes, or less, so yes. I should have blacked out the screen, to be honest, but, yeah, oh well. Okay, Lohen's kind of killing everything. Did I say Lohen? Durin. No gambling allowed for me? Okay. What is the prediction at? Okay, I'm gonna black out the screen for this one so you can't see it for your prediction. Although you will be able to hear my reaction. If I had a reaction. Durhan, yeah. You need 28 gold for yoga from 8 to 10 at A happening. It's because you're a hater. You don't believe in the power of having luck.
Our little secret.
Story has only just begun. Stay
I mean, maybe we should have done 6, to be clear. 6 was probably more realistic. I kind of agree with you. But 5 is what I'm hoping for, so 5 is what we're betting on, okay? That's all. Is the prediction done yet? It's not. Okay, turtle again. This is fragile number 3. Alright. I want to believe in miracles, exactly. But maybe 6 was the correct play, because it probably would have been more of an actual chance. But we gotta let people have a chance to win big. It's more fun to gamble your community points away if you can win big, no? Imagine being the Mies and betting 200 points when there was 50,000 in the all against you, and then the artifact rolled dookie. It could have been you. I almost forgot to put up the thing. All right, this is fragile number 4. Okay. Yes, I did activate Nicole's cons. There are some things I could have messed around with if I hadn't activated her cons, but oh well. Like this Stygian. It doesn't really matter that much to me. I don't think I would have had that much more fun this Stygian if Nicole's cons weren't activated. I might have I might have chosen a slightly different team to save for my logbook kind of thing if I hadn't. But anyways, this is the 5th fragile. Should I end submissions now? It's going to end on its own. So I think you're good. Alright. We have to go check if we get any dupes. I definitely didn't expect in 5 fragiles without dupes, but this is what the real gambit is. What's the result? / prediction. Will 5 or less fragiles get lohen crowned? 21% yes, 80% no. Alright. Yeah, maybe should have chosen 6. Because I would have preferred a ratio 60-70 or 60-70. Brain, what the God damn it. Fuck your memes. Is that just the meme inserting itself in my brain automatically? My bad. I meant to say 60-40 or 70-30 as far as the ratio. But that's fine. It's fine. This just means the believers will win more. So there were 2 runs there, I'll tell you, that got 2 golds, I believe. The rest were relatively more average. So let's see. So right now I have 3 and I can craft 16 guaranteed. We need a total of 28, so we're gonna have to get pretty lucky with dupes here. For this to happen. This is 35. I am gonna try to statistically manipulate this as much as I can. So because this is 35 and 1 more, the way to min-max this is to actually craft with St. Cho until we get a refund, I believe, because it'll guarantee 1 extra silver that we otherwise would be a little bit RNG on. So this is the way to do this. Didn't get it. Oops. Come on, St. Cho. There we go. Got it. And then now we switch to Layla or Eula. Eula insulted me last time I used her, so we're using Layla. Layla is our goat. Told you. Layla gave an extra. Alright. So now we can craft 16 still, it says. Now 16 of these takes, what is that? It's 49, right? No, it's 48, brain. So again, actually I think we do the same strat. Where we use Xingqiu first. Get a base refund. We got it immediately. Okay. So that Xingqiu functionally just gave us an extra gold there already, by the way. That's why we did that. And then we use this. We get a 20. We'd have to get the god of all dupes to get out of here with 5. 5 was a little bit optimistic in my place. My bad. I just threw out 5 on there to get it going. I definitely should have said 6. Because this might be lucky, but if we get really lucky, we'll get 4. 8 is basically impossible. But you never know. We got 1. That sucks. Okay. Fuck you, Layla. To Eula it goes. One sucks there. Come on. Like, 2 is what I would have wanted. 1 sucks. Frick you, Layla. Alright. Varka's DPS now on its premium team? It's just under 1 million. Alright, well, you can call the prediction. I really should have said 6 instead of 5. Because 6, I think, has a real chance. But I think it's still, now that we know the result of the dupes, to be clear, it's still a little unlikely. Oh. That was very funny. The Nicole C1 prompt. So no, sorry, I zoned out. Yes. The result was we did not. Correct. So the safe betters won again. Damn you. That's my bad though for not making a more realistic chance. I should have said 6 for sure. I just said 5. Ooh. I just said 5 because I was being optimistic with trying to maintain some fragiles for next patch. But oh well. Okay, now let's see what we can do. Mob got 42k. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm letting Mob get points to force me to build a character. What character are you going to choose? I hope it's someone I already wanted to build. I wish there weren't 2 characters releasing next patch so I could try to min-max Amber. I really want to min-max Amber and see what, like, C6 Nicole, C2 Seat Lolly. Who's the last slot? Probably Sucrose? C6 Nicole, C2 Seat Lolly, Sucrose. Or Durin, I guess. Yeah, Durin might be better. In my case. Maybe. I don't know. Is Durin better? I mean, he gives Red Shred, gives the damage bonus. Presumably he's better. Only 458k to go? Oh, okay. You're still far away. Diluc and Sinyana. Okay, I'm glad it's far away. Sorry. Sinyana I wouldn't mind as much, to be clear. Diluc I wouldn't really enjoy spending the resources on unless he gets a kit buff. What is that doing? Oh, derp crafting table. My brain functions, it's fine. Alright. Okay, that's at an even amount, and we're at low amounts anyway, so it's fine. Alright. No dupe. That's okay, and we're only at 7s, so there's not really a real reason to do Xingqiu. We'll let Eula... Give me... Eula, I know it's only 10% for each. Actually, this is not even possible, isn't it? No, we have to use another fragile. Whatever. Oh, God damn it, Eula. Fuck you. Free me! If I have to use even more than 1... If I have to go all 8 fragiles, I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be a little upset if I have to use 8 fragiles. Not going to lie. Apparently I should have just made the prediction be 8 fragiles or not. If I have to, there's a chance I don't even get out of here with 8 fragiles. That would really piss me off. Should we do another prediction? No. I mean we could. That'd be funny. Surely.
The story has only just begun. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Oh, I missed. Whoops. Wait, Ben is still active. Pyro. Theme. Oh, I didn't even get to cast it. Just say the word. No. If I could put a cap on the amount of points, or maybe I would, but at this point, no. Oh no, we got it. Okay, there we go. I actually maybe didn't even have to spend the fragile. I maybe should have just converted to resin. I saved 1 fragile resin. Yay! And have a tiny bit left over for Razor in the future. Yay! Scared of Xinyan? Yeah, exactly. What do I have for talents for Xinyan if I have to prepare for this? What is that? Sorry. Gold. Things of gold. Wait, how much of these do I have? I have to level 80 Odette, probably level 70 Alyosha. An initial version. I'll get more from the event and the remainder of this patch. I'm just trying to think of it. Do I need to farm any? This is equivalent to like 300. I probably am safe. I probably don't need to farm any, but having more would be nice. So I might farm some heroes with this patch. Okay. Am I blind? I am blind. There we go. Hey, look at that. I actually have a decent amount of golds. That's good. I wouldn't be completely screwed if you chose Xinyan. Xinyan seems more fun. If you make me level Xinyan, I'd be tempted to pull Redhorn for her. There we go. You know, I didn't waste all my fragiles, and with 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, I'll have 5 fragiles still going into next patch, which is something. That's enough resin going into next patch that like it shouldn't take me that long to get Odette leveled, and it's fine. I'm gonna have to be farming for talent materials anyway, so it's just like it doesn't matter, right? Having more would have been smart, to be clear, but my priority is Lohen. Now we're done with Lohen. We're happy. We're free. Do I need to do that even? Maybe not if you... Wait, no. Okay, so here is a play where, like, even if it's like, oh, 10% is technically better, but I'm only crafting 2. The chance that Eula gets a 10% refund on this is low. But I have 8. So if I use Xingqiu, there's a 25% chance on each, meaning a fairly high chance that I get 1 refund, which is guaranteed to be enough for getting me to the 1 extra that I need, right? So come on, Xingqiu, 1 more refund. Hey, he did it. There you go. Now I can go into Eula. Come on, Eula. Give me 1. No, okay. Wanted something remainder for Razor, but oh well, it's fine. I got a couple base materials at least. A couple. Literally only a couple. Anyways. She's basically a poster child split scaling. Yeah. She indeed does. But the reason I need Xinyan to have Redhorn is so that it makes def scaling a little bit better on her. And I could do meme builds, like full defense % builds. And then I could use like my really cracked def % timepieces. Like I have this with 17.9 crit rate. I have this with some flat def. I have this piece. I forgot about this one. This is the perfect split scaling piece. Waiting to level her normals and burst until I get Redhorn. Yeah. But I just wish Redhorn wasn't cursed to be on fucking Chronicle banner. Like, and he's an Inazuma character. So like, and Raiden, and it's not even gonna have engulfing on the banner. So like, ooh, Chronicle banner could have, with Redhorn, could have Dia's weapon. No, sorry, it's Sumeru. Why did I say Dia's weapon? It could have fucking Yai's weapon, Shenhao's weapon. Yelan might get thrown on Chronicle banner. Ooh, yay, I could get another Aqua. Wee, Ayata's weapon. Ooh. Like, ew. And then this fucking weapon, like, ugh. And then I already have it, like, ugh. God, like, any Chronicle banner with Redhorn is going to be ass, even if the weapons somehow get buffed. Like, it's so gonna be ass. Like, ugh. So I don't know if I'm ever gonna get Redhorn. No promises. Muika's weapon will be fine, right? Anyways, Mistsplitter. I guess that's true. Mistsplitter is fine, but it's just a very... I already have Skirk's weapon as far as a generic, like, a Mistsplitter type stat stick, so, like... Anyways, let's level the boy. 2 hours in the stream. Lots of yappering later. We got a level 9 and a level 10 burst Lohen. There you go. And now, we see if I can do a sub 100 second clear. I think I'm gonna have to play well. Based on how I was playing earlier, I'm not gonna play well, but we'll see. Alright. No clue why you decided to get Azure Light over Mistsplitter. There was 2 reasons. One, it seemed like a good weapon for Skirk, and I thought I was gonna play Skirk a decent bit. And that was true. I don't regret it. I do regret the Skirk C1. Like, that I was baited with, like, having no Dahlias going for. And having spare wishes because I got lucky with Skirk C0 and her R1, right? But the secondary value I was going to get from Skirk's weapon was DPS Bennett. And because for DPS Bennett, Azure Light versus Mistsplitter is... There's not really any real difference between the two that matters. And I would argue Azure Light is better because of giving crit rate rather than crit damage, because just, you know, Bennett does not have free crit buffs. And I thought that Bennett in co-op would be something I would want to do on a DPS build fairly often, and that wasn't wrong. But I ended up not playing co-op and Stygian as much as I expected, mostly because co-op and Stygian is so fucking jank. It's not the UI is jank, right? Like having to reset your things constantly and go in and out of it, and like it's just so time wasty, and it doesn't have to be, and it could be so much more fun if they just tweaked some minor things with it. Anyways, co-op can be really fun in Stygian. They just make you punished for choosing to go into co-op because they don't know how to design UI that doesn't make you go insane. I don't know, for co-op specifically. The UI is not that bad for... I mean, it's not great, but it's not that bad elsewise. Anyways. But, like, Mistsplitter never had a banner that felt like it made sense to me. And when Stygian was coming out, I saw more value in having a DPS Bennett build, and I wanted to just have an option for DPS Bennett in general. So... Because, yeah, a 674 base attack, 22.1 crit rate, plus a free, what is it, 20, is it 28% attack you give for free? On, like, any character? What's the skill, what's the trigger condition for it? I don't even remember. We're doing Fearless. Where's the squark? Where's the squark? 24, my bad. When you use an elemental skill. Like... That's a really good conjunction of base stats. Like, I think people overvalue the conditionality of Mistsplitter a little bit. Like, Mistsplitter's damage bonus, especially with how many damage bonus buffers we have in the game, like, I really don't think it's that good of a stat stick at this point in the game. I think Skirks is a far better stat stick to go for, especially because it's, statistically speaking, it is far more likely this gets its own damn banner on the weapon banner, which is better than a Chronicle banner rerun for most people. And then secondarily, they reran this with a Escoffier's weapon. One of the best 5 stars that could actually arguably literally be worth it. It's like there's not many weapon banners that have arguments to be worthwhile to pull for like a wish efficiency level. Escoffier's weapon, when it's paired with Skirk's weapon, is one of those banners. Right? Like, especially with shit like they keep on releasing polearm units that do a good conjunction. Like, Alyosha with Escoffier's weapon is disgusting, by the way. Like, a C6 Alyosha with Escoffier's weapon does 90%... Or what is Escoffier's weapon? 32%. Yeah, so, like, 92% of attack. Like, 92% attack for your on-fielder. 60% team-wide. Like... And 100 EM, by the way. And the stellar bonus. Like, Jesus Christ. Also, it would make a non-C6 Alyosha significantly better, too. Like, oh my god. So anyways, and like, Alyosha is another very, very compelling holder, other than Chevrus and Eonzon. But, like, Eonzon is, like, a little bit hard to make, like, the energy needs work if you're not, like, using Eonzon with double Electro. With Escoffier's weapon, so it's a little sus. So the main other really compelling holder for Escoffier's weapon has been Chevrus, and I would argue Chevrus in some ways gets more value from it than Escoffier. But like Alyosha now gets insane value from it. Like it shouldn't, he ascends with a ER. It shouldn't be, he gets 5 particles to himself right now. We'll see if it gets nerfed, right? But like, assuming he still keeps the healing, is going to be a good weapon for him. And like I would argue it's almost more his SIG weapon at this point than it is Escoffier's, because the downside in Escoffier teams, like I found Skirk's weapon to be a DPS neutral thing on my polearm only account, because of the fact that bursting on Escoffier to get the buff going took field time away from Lohen and extended rotation time, such that it was DPS neutral to use Escoffier's weapon on Escoffier and on polearms only specifically. That's probably different if you're using like Mona or whatever. I would think on a normal account. But anyways, 5-star burst animation is kind of bad. Is kind of the point. So yeah. Anyways, let's see if we can do sub 100. Azure-Lit's passive can cause problems with snapshotting units, which is to say Kaya, so I'm still a Mistsplitter shield. That's fair. That's fair. Doot.
Yeah. Control breathing. Start the
Let's fight. night phantasm.
Oh, that's not ideal.
I will now watch this.
I think that was worth using, but I'm not sure. I think I spent a little bit too long in field time on Lohen there. Oh my god, my HP.
Shiver! Judgment! Quick as a flash! On my...
As you wish, me. Tremble! I won't change. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Can you tell I've gotten good at dodging this team? Uh-oh. Oh, stop going out of burst. Ah, you freaking dick. God damn it. Nope, didn't get that. Whoops, I spammed it. That was dumb. Okay.
You can't run. Start them by royal
Tremble! I won't judge.
Oh. Hope that hit. Oh well.
Now watch this.
controlled breathing. On my judgment. Lights out. Shadow Raven.
Let's fight.
Ow, what the fuck?
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Why that shield breaks so slow? And we're not doing very good damage.
To the slaughter.
Did I just look at your Chiori the other day? I feel like I did, but maybe I didn't. Give me one more attempt.
You can't run.
Really? New 4-star's going to be able to do the new reactions? Anyone can do the reactions. Your question is better phrased as, I assume the intent of the question though, is... Ow. Can they enable the reactions? No. They do not seem to be enabling the reactions. Alyosha does not enable the reactions. Does that matter? Sorry, focusing. When Traveler enables it for free.
Quick as a flash. Let's go. Punishment. Shadow Raven.
Let's fight. Now watch this.
Controlled breathing. Start them. You can't run. Lights out. Odds revealed.
Tremble. I won't. To the slaughter.
Damn. I maybe should have used my burst earlier there. You think I would have done that, considering I just crowned his burst, but the reason I didn't is because I was keeping up pretty much max buff and Eons on. So you can see like the variability in my charge attack damage on Lohen going from like 40k to like up to 50k. And so when I'm getting towards 50k, I'm prioritizing charge attacks a little bit more over like using the burst. Because I believe the reason that is because I'm just maintaining better Eon Sun buff. Unless I'm fucking up something else in the setup sometimes that I didn't realize. But anyways, that was very close. That I think actually had the potential to do a sub 100. So I think I can do it today. But yeah, as far as new 4-stars enabling the reactions go, it doesn't seem like they're going to do that, which is kind of cringe, yes, because Alyosha would be a better character if he enabled the reactions. But oh well. Cryo Traveler at least enables the reactions, which is good. Clearly they want you to they want you to cope with Cryo Traveler and be annoyed that like Cryo Traveler is a bad enabler for your Sino or your Wriothesley, so that you're forced to pull a 5-star. Nothing is really fundamentally different here. In fact, the fact that they buffed old characters to have like fundamentally different performing kits, whether or not you have a new 5-star or not, is kind of extremely cringe, and like more cringe than last year was, where we didn't get any free enabler, because last year the reactions themselves didn't really matter fundamentally. That's the flaw in most people's argument about like, oh, Ino should have enabled the reactions. It wouldn't have fucking mattered. It would not have mattered if Ino enabled the reactions, because the reactions themselves weren't that important for clearing the content. Having races and passives enabled was important for clearing the content. And Ino already enabled races and passives. Like, that's what people I think aren't realizing. And they didn't understand the wild hunt mechanics, right? Those enemies didn't need lunar damage, they needed ascending gleam abilities. That's the racism passive abilities. So this year it matters more that we have a free enabler, and it's good that we have Cryo Traveler, but it also therefore matters more that they're choosing not to make the 4-stars enable the things, in my opinion, because of the fact that they are changing old units kits. Like, Yai does not have Yai, Wriothesley, and Sino do not have the same fundamental value if you do not have an enabler for them. Yai can get away, and Mizuki can get away more with just Cryo Traveler, I would say. Whereas Wriothesley and Sino, like, it seems to be their intent is Cryo Traveler has like 2 modes. A superconduct mode is intended as them as an on-field DPS, which is why Yai is kind of fine, and still enabled fine by having Cryo Traveler alone. You still kind of want Odette. And then Sino and Wriothesley, though, like, you don't even get any off-field cryo. You're just putting them, but like, it's better than pulling Sandrone to be a dead slot for Wriothesley and Sino. But, you know, so it's good that they have it for free, but they also very intentionally are making it so the Cryo Traveler is not that compelling as an enabler for Sino and Wriothesley. I wonder why. Like, nothing's really different this year, guys, functionally, other than, like, it is more important that we have the enabler because of the fact that they buffed old character kits. And I think it's really cringe that we have limited characters in the game now who literally can't have their kits used properly unless you either force Cryo Traveler in, sometimes as a dead slot, or pull a 5-star. It's the same shit, in some ways worse, because of the fact that, like, someone that may not have cared to pull for Odette before now has to pull for Odette or other characters if you want to use use Yai, Wriothesley, Sino to their full potential. It's kind of cringe that they have limited units now that don't enable their fucking kit. Anyways, let's get this sub 100 clear. And yes, Alyosha would have... Alyosha, being a free unit and being as generically decent as he is, would be... Even like, yes, there's a very big difference between a C0 and a C6, Alyosha, to be clear. But if he enabled the reactions for free, he'd be so much more compelling of a slot in at C0 compared to Cryo Traveler for, like, Wriothesley or Sino, right? So, like, they really should have just made him enable it, but they chose not to, and there's obviously a very specific reason why, because they think they can get sales by not doing it. So, I don't know. Oh my god, really? Wait for the Archon. So, I know a lot of people are assuming... Like, it's funny, like... I think it's more likely that the Saritsa will have a supportive focus still, even with Odette being a thing. By the way, some of those lasers just miss sometimes, so if you can pay attention to the angle. That one was not going to miss, but that one did. What the fuck? Where's my energy? I just got distracted. Yeah, some of the lasers miss. The Pokeball lowered gravity? Yeah, it does, yeah. Which, I don't think there's anything I can optimize around that here, but it is a funny thing. Oh, the Saritsa. So, like, Tars, for example, strongly thinks the Saritsa is going to be a DPS. I think she's going to have more supportive focus. But, frankly, I think there's a fairly strong pattern of being able to get some of what the fundamental design identity of the Archon's kit is from the Traveler's kit. And this even is with the case with Pyro Traveler, but Pyro Traveler did release with Malika. But like, you know, where Pyro Traveler can have with full like C6 Pyro Traveler can be DPS and can do like a nuke of damage on their burst. What does that sound like? A nuke of damage on my burst. And does off-field damage for skill, so they can also have off-field utility. Like the same fundamental, not saying that the damage balance is the same. Obviously, Pyro Traveler does not do the same damage as the Sarita. But the same fundamental idea is there. Hydro MC, so Hydro MC you would say is the exception, but I think Hydro MC on like a lower level, the argument is that like Farina never had any Archon powers, even though she was marketed as the Archon and her kit was like the Archon supportive oriented versatile unit. I think they have very purposely, actually, there is a lore backing for why the Traveler's powers are what they are. Like, they haven't explained Traveler's powers into that yet, but conveniently it seemed somewhat linked to the Archon powers. And therefore, like, the lore matching of Hydro Traveler matching Nuvilette makes more sense, because Nuvilette is more the Archon on a lore level, essentially. And no, he's not an Archon, he's the Hydro Sovereign, whatever. Because the Archon, the Gnosis, whatever, blah, 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 blah. I know. But like Farina has no lore backing, so it makes sense in this case, right? But yeah, this shitty stupid bubble beam compared to the beam, the massive laser, and you know, and creating the hydro balls and whatever. So yeah. Or you could say Hydro Traveler is more like Shishui. Anyways. But yeah, Animo Traveler is like has a lot of fundamental similar identities to Venti. And again, like Venti has kit changes now that maybe makes that a little bit more wishy-washy. But Geo Traveler spawns a construct thing, and then does a burst that does a bit of damage and whatever. Like the same fundamental design identity is all there. Raiden has a fundamental kit identity in. Yes, I know a lot of people perceive Raiden as a carry or a bad carry. But fundamentally, a core part of Raiden's intended baseline design is energy refunding. What does Electro Traveler do? Energy refunding. So, and then like Dendro Traveler, I mean, applies Dendro. That's basically what Nahida does, and then does a little bit of buffing. Exactly what Dendro Traveler does, right? Like, this is not a coincidence at this point. So, I think the strongest thing that we can glean from Cryo Traveler's design is that the Sarita will probably be a DPS, and will probably have supportive utility. And I think it's going to be a mode switch thing, where like, if Superconduct happening, I am more an on-fielder. If Swirly happening, I am more an off-fielder. Which is interesting, because that's going to fuck up some teams. That's going to fuck up some teams if she's a relevant off-fielder for like, being included in a Stellar Swirl team. Like, does the Sarita function if you want to play Mizuki, Yai, Odette, Sarita? Does the Sarita function in supportive mode in that team when Yai is present? I don't know. I see the connection. I guess Hydro's the exception. I don't think Hydro is the exception. I think it's just connected to the Hydro power, which is technically more Nuvilette than it is Farina. But anyways, her supportive utility is the same as people coping with math support, that she does a lot of damage. Yeah, no. Like, I don't know what the balance is going to be. I don't know if she's going to be more of a DPS than a support, but I think she's going to have traits of both. Which is part of why I was, like, making my bet that, like, or making my placement that, like, if the Sarita is a main DPS, aka, like, more of a main DPS than a support, I'm giving my exception to being allowed to pull the Sarita, especially because maybe long-term it's going to be a Mawika for me, and I just use her for supportive utility. As much as I don't like Mawika, I still get value from having Mawika in my account. And the same thing, like, I want to be allowed to pull the Sarita, even if Sarita has a main DPS focus. She's probably going to have some supportive utility, and I'm going to want her for that supportive utility in the worst-case scenario. But also, that's if I want a main DPSer, and I enjoy that, you know, she's the one exception in giving myself for 5-star main DPSs this next year. I am allowed to pull the Sarita on my main account. Have her scale on crit. You're I regret to inform you, most main DPS is scale on crit. Hi, Arrow. I'm joking. Yeah. I thought you maybe were intending like scale on over crit, which would be an interesting gimmick. Opposite of CMC being off field with Stellar Conduct and on field with Swirl. That'd be a funny gimmick, a funny little twist on it. So my Muik is on Deepwood Lamau. You can tell why. Let's go. So anyways, point being, the Cerise is going to cause power creep no matter what, by the way. Like, I don't, like, as far as the discussion of, like, oh, is she main DPS, is she support? I think she's going to be some conjunction of both in her kit. Like, you'll be able to use her for both, but whether it's more balanced like Mawika or it's more balanced towards supportive utility, I don't know. But I think she's going to be power creep. And the more supportive utility she has, the more she just power creeps by buffing a bunch of different teams, mostly stellar teams. The more of a strong main DPS focus she has, the more she's just power creep, but only for power creep for designed teams around herself. Which is worse? Neither, both, I don't know. It's just fucking power creep. She's going to be power creep no matter what. So, Farina even has a special draconic vision. That means the Hydra Dragon now has authority over Hydra. Yeah, exactly, right? So, like, Farina's Hydra powers even came after Nuvulet got the Hydra power or whatever. I know, like, in lore, though, Hydra Traveler got their Hydra powers before whatever. But, like, when Nuvulet got... When like, the events of Fontaine were ended, Nuvulet got powers that are linked to presumably the same powers that Traveler got, which is why there's a similar vibe of, like, eject water from hand plus make balls on the ground. So yeah, I think there is a lore connection there, even though it might seem like there's not initially, but it is the loosest one because the bubble beam does not give the same vibe. Alright, let's do this.
Breathing.
Oh, I did that way early. Whoops. Where's my fucking energy? Okay, I think that rotation, I think ending there is fine early on Lohen, because I need to... I think that rotation is the rotation I don't do. I don't do Eon Sun before Rosaria. Do Rosaria first, and then Eon Sun. But this rotation I will. Ow.
No fairy tale ending, Chrissy.
That was not very good damage, that rotation, by the way. Ow.
Control breathing. Start the judgment. Lights out. Odds reveal. Let's fight. Now we're dead. Like lambs to the slaughter.
No, didn't even kill that rotation, damn. Yeah, our low hand damage was not ideal. Oh, god damn it. Our low hand damage was not ideal there. If we're doing optimal damage, then at least after the first skill with low hand, we should be doing, I think, over 45k damage per charge attack hit, which is like, you know, times 3 because the charge attack hits a bunch of times. I love that Rosaria can hit a fab trigger with it. I think she's the only non-range unit that can do that. Like, otherwise it's only like bow units on fab that can do that. I could be wrong on that. There might be someone else who can do it.
Shiver. Form first. Start the Shadow Raven. Let
Back
me.
over. Okay.
Trim. I won't take it. Bet you weren't ready for this.
There we go. Doing 50k. You saw there for a little bit. Blade burst.
Struggle all you want.
Stronger. Let's go. Lights out.
Midnight Phantasm. We run stay.
Yeah, that's bad.
Now's our chance.
Oh, damn it.
Quick as a flash. Start. You can't run. Punishment. Oz revealed.
Trim. I won't change.
Oh, my stamina. Oh boy.
Controlled breathing. Let's go. Shiver. Wings of darkness.
We run stay. Now's our chance.
Not great. Not great. I didn't even have Eons on buff. How much ER official? I think 150, which is clearly, I think, a lot more than she needs. In this team. With Eons on, at least. So.
Judgment. Faster. Stronger. On my by royal decree.
Let's fight.
It might not be that much more, though, because... then she needs...
You can't run.
this, sorry.
Quick as a flash.
Because getting the first burst up is the most important burst to have.
Bet you weren't ready for this. Struggle all you want.
Judgment.
We're gonna try Rosaria first.
Stronger. Oz
A little bit different strategy. Ow.
Bet you weren't ready for this. No fairy tale ending.
Hit, please. Okay, good.
You can't run. Shiver. Controlled breathing. Shadow Raven.
Trim.
Don't go that way. Actually, it's not even necessarily bad to go that way. That's something I should consider. Is there is a faster shield break I could get in breaking the drones. Potentially, I've had that happen a couple of times. It didn't seem to be like actually net positive in a way that mattered to me though. So I don't think it's relevant.
By royal decree.
Versus just attacking the thing.
Now's our chance.
That was a really bad shield break, by the way. So
Struggle all you want.
if that was a better shield break, that could have been sub 100. All right.
You can't run. Controlled breathing. Let's Oz reveal.
No.
Judgment. Punishment. Faster.
Probably spent too long on Lohen there.
Midnight Phantasm.
No, frick you.
No fairy tale ending.
You can't run. Lights out. Quick as a flash. Let's move.
You switch.
By royal decree.
Trim. I won't do it.
Oh my god.
You weren't ready for this.
No. Damn it. I thought I could get another treasure tech out before it killed me.
Judgment.
Being a little aggressive. Oops. What? God damn it. Really? Good night, mob.
You can't run. Controlled breathing. Start the
Let's fight.
Oh, what? Oh, I didn't Eon Sun. I went to Fischl because I was like, oh, the drone's frozen. I should use Fischl. Brain. Good job, Brain. Appreciate you.
Let's Oz reveal.
Leave none stand. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Okay. Terrible damage in the first thing here.
Shiver. Faster, stronger. Start the Shadow Raven.
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Punishment. Let's by royal decree.
Tremble. I won't change.
God damn it. I'm gonna avoid that damage and I just failed.
No fairy tale ending for you.
Damn it, whatever. That's not big a deal. Don't get the crit buff.
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this. Now's our chance.
Shiver.
Yeah, I had to wait for those particles because of the...
Wings of darkness.
Tremble. I will change. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Oh, that charge attack damage so low.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Yeah.
You can't run. Stronger.
Honestly, I might go try ER timepiece on Rosaria again.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Yeah, lights out. Controlled breathing. On my midnight fantastic.
That was a very fast break. Unfortunately, it's outside of Rosaria range, which is a little annoying. It means really low charge attack damage here.
Step aside. Shiver. Shadow Raven.
God damn it. That miss? Oh my god, really?
Punishment. Faster, stronger. By royal decree.
Let's fight.
Okay.
Now's our chance.
You can't run.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for particles there. I don't like it.
Controlled breathing. On my midnight fantastic.
Tremble. I won't judge. No fairy tale ending for you.
No, I'm gonna go back to ER timepiece.
Quick as a flash.
I don't like these little waits that we're having to do for Rosaria.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Hello, Mia. How are you? Okay. Let's see. You. Oh yeah, I did put this on. I forgot about that. We're going back to this, which means our crit rate's going to be a little bit low, but whatever. 230 ER. All right. Hey, we already crowned. If you just joined me, we already crowned Lohen's Burst, the best boy. I'm trying to beat my best clear time with this. So I'm trying to get a sub 100 second clear. Just because I know it's doable. It's 100% doable. That I am confident of.
You can't run. Shiver.
This is absolutely a gameplay optimization problem at this point.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
should just bursted there, to be honest, but
Shiver.
whatever.
Quick as a flash. Midnight fantastic.
Weak run stay.
Oh, my stamina, man.
You weren't ready for this.
How much dashing around.
Now's our chance. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Judgment. Punishment.
Alright.
Controlled breathing. Odds reveal by
Let's fight. Now's our chance. Struggle all you want.
Damn. Okay. I like your character set, thanks. Yes, Lohen, Lohen has been one of my... I actually maintain, I think, on a team versatility level, compared to, like, the insane restrictiveness that someone like Sandrone has. Yeah, Sandrone is way more power creep, if that's your goal. But I think Lohen is a lot more fun to play, which is personal preference at the end of the day. But I also think just Lohen is better on a context of team versatility for adapting to different mechanics, on top of being fun to play. They did a really good job with him. I used that skill early, so now my skill is doing a lot less damage, or my prototypes are doing a lot less damage.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
That's the main thing that Scofier smooths out, by the way. You just don't have to worry about the, like, first few instances, the first little bit of will to win generation. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, Lohen could use better options for 4 stars. Both for buffing options, but also damage dealers. Someone like C6 Alyosha will help with that. I'm not sure... I think C6 Alyosha would be better in this team than Eonson, for what it's worth. That was not much shield damage, by the way. That was pretty bad, but...
No fairy tale ending for you.
You can't run. Shiver. Quick as a flash.
I do not think this is on pace.
Weak run stay. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Judgment. Punishment.
No, this is not on pace.
On Shadow Raven.
Tremble. I will.
Trying to do more damage during this phase, because if I do more damage in the shield phase, I'll get a bigger shield break,
Shiver.
which could be what I need to...
Stronger. Odds reveal thyself.
Weak run stay. Struggle all you want.
Yeah, wasn't that, again, not that far off. We're very consistent right now. We're like, if I continued with it, we'd be getting, like, you know, well, we're ending the rotation, just barely not killing it, I guess. So, like, shouldn't say, I was gonna say like 105 second clears, but since we're ending the rotation like that, it might be like over 105 seconds. But, like, you know, won't be getting Alyosha cons until way later. Still building him though. Yeah.
You can't run.
It's gonna be an awkward situation for a lot of people. We're like, he's gonna be worth having, but not like for what it's worth. I think he is going to be the smarter play to use over like with Sandrone or other main DPSs over someone like Chi-Chi. If you're like worried about building Chi-Chi right now, prepping for next patch, because he's essentially equivalent to Chi-Chi or other buffing options pre C6. But assuming you get C6 eventually, he's more worth putting resources into. But also, he takes not that many resources to put into to get working. So like, I mean, neither does Chi-Chi, to be clear. But like, you can kind of just save the resources, in my opinion, with that as a future factor, since he's like, in the worst case, about equivalent to current options, right? Although Chi-Chi probably heals more at a baseline at like C2 or whatever. Or you just want to get Chi-Chi some love because she's Bailey had a time when she's been relevant to use, and now she is somewhat relevant to use, and that's cool.
Yeah! Punishment! Faster, stronger! On my
Midnight Phantasma. Lead run state.
No fairy tale ending for you.
shiver! Quick as a flash! Let's Shadow Raven!
Where's my will to win? What is happening? Did Fischl just miss all of her crits? What happened there? Excuse me. Ah. Oh, okay. Wait. I got nothing there. It was in Rosaria's burst. Rosaria missing crits isn't that surprising, to be clear. But, like, I mean, with Cryo Resonance, and if I do get the backstab, she should land her crits. But her will to win generation is going to be low no matter what I do. I can switch back to trying to snapshot on her, though. Maybe that is the play. Other than that, again, that first rotation. So I can try that. Like, I do believe I snapshot on her most rotations in that ideal clear I got. Yeah, I think that's the main optimization I can do here. Oh, actually, okay, wait. I don't think I have the pieces. No, I probably have the pieces for it. I don't think I have them leveled up. I did have the thought that there's actually a chance that the super crit damage contribution from Fischl could be better than her crit-based damage contribution. You might say that's crazy, but there is a chance. I don't have an EM timepiece. What? I always keep EM pieces, guys. Did I never get one, or did I just make them? Did I actually just throw them away? Oh my god. Did I never get one, or did I just throw them away? I haven't spent that much Resonant Domain. I feel like I got them. Did I keep a circlet? What? No, I kept a circlet. Yeah. Did I just never get an EM timepiece or goblet? Goblet wouldn't be that surprising. EM goblets are rare. I feel like I got an EM timepiece, but I must have thought that I already kept one. Damn it, I can't even do full EM. Shit. Oh well, whatever. I will hopefully remember to test that in the future. Someday, I'm gonna farm more of the super dark artifacts, so, you know. Oh well. Didn't get Fav. In my case, I have Chi-Chi and I can't go a single pull past my guaranteed Odette since I'm on a 3-loss streak. Oh, yeah, so you're probably not getting any Alyosha cons. The downsides of having a Capturing Radiance guarantee. No, okay, that rotation, specifically the second rotation, it does not make sense to snapshot Rosaria, I don't think. But after the first, after the first and second rotation, I think it does. The first rotation, we're not even bursting at Rosaria, of course.
Judgment. Step aside. On my mark, by royal
Trim, I will judge.
Good job taking all the damage in the world.
You can't run. Punishment. Controlled breathing. Start the midnight phantasma.
Lead run stay. Bet you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Now we snapshot.
On my shiver. Shadow Raven.
Fischl, give me will to win.
Quick as a flash. Let's go. Lights out. On.
Let's fight. Keep it coming. Bet you weren't ready
Controlled breathing. On my mark.
Tremble. I won't judge.
I didn't have will to win, so I didn't cast my burst.
Quick as a flash. Let's Shadow Raven.
We've none stay.
That one was close. That was close. It seemed close because it was 109, but it's because we didn't burst. Burst could have gotten us there, I think, if we had will to win. Maybe I should have done a burst earlier instead of that skill, but oh well. When does Alyosha beat out a C6 Chi-Chi? I mean, so his buff values don't really meaningfully change until C6. So, at C6, essentially. Pre-C6, the problem is C6 Chi-Chi, I don't even know if it's that... Like, I think C6 Chi-Chi is kind of bait, is my current conclusion, because I don't think bursting is generally worthwhile on her. Having to burst on her to get that buff, the buff is not good enough to be worth using. It will give you a lot higher, like, stellar damage numbers on screen, but I'm pretty sure it is a DPS downgrade to use Chi-Chi's burst, even with C6. I could be wrong, though. I haven't tested it. I'll test it eventually with, like, main DPS Yai. If any team can make use of it, it's going to be main DPS Yai, because main DPS Yai doesn't need to prioritize field time too much on Yai. Like, I might lose out on some chart attack damage or whatever kind of thing by bursting on Chi-Chi, but that's fine. So... I don't know, right? But anyways. Oh, I have more resin I can spend. Sure. Okay. You know what? I'll switch back to the Supernet artifacts. Because apparently I need an EM timepiece or goblet. Or a weird feather. Exiles pieces. No. Okay. 4-star support's better. They don't have long animations. Yeah. Alright. Dang it. Dang it. Come on.
Judgment. Controlled breathing. Start them. By royal decree.
Also, I just remembered we haven't logged into Poems only yet today, by the way.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Punishment. Quick as a flash. On my wings of darkness. Help.
Let's fight. Now's our chance. No fairy tale
Great.
ending for you.
Step aside. You can't run. Shiver. Odds reveal.
Stink back damage.
Now's our chance. Like lambs to the
This.
slaughter.
Do the burst, it's fine. Or do the burst to the shield.
Midnight fantastic.
Tremble. I won't judge. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Faster. Stronger. On my judgment. Shiver. By royal decree.
Struggle all you want.
Damn it. Okay, I think this last rotation too, we also need to have better Eon sun up time. So we don't snapshot the last rotation with Rosario. So first, second, well, second is the one where we could. So second rotation, don't snapshot Rosaria. Last rotation, don't snapshot Rosaria. I think that is optimal here. Could be wrong.
Step aside. Start them.
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Lights out. On my
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Let's punishment. Odds for
Tremble! I won't. Bet you weren't ready for this. Struggle all you want.
I'll do a bit more damage.
quick as a flash. Start. Shiver. Shadow Raven.
That's my skill.
Yeah. Lights out. Form first. Let's.
God damn it, I was out of stamina. I was out of stamina! Also, that was the last rotation, by the way, and I did not do what I said I was gonna do. Whoops.
You can't run. Start them by royal
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Yeah.
Nice.
Shiver.
Break with this.
On my midnight binge.
Let's fight.
Yo, give me will to win, Jesus. Oh, that will to win took too long to get up.
Struggle all you want.
Judgment. Lights out.
No, I did that. Whatever. It's fine. I don't think it matters this much in this rotation.
Bet you
It
weren't ready for
does.
this.
Doing this. I know I didn't have buff up. No, I did have buff up. Okay. Maybe that was worth it. Let's see.
Let's.
As you wish.
This one was weird because we got such an early shield break.
Now watch this.
Punishment. Start them. Odds reveal.
Leave none stand. Struggle all you want.
No.
Let's. Judgment.
No.
Shiver. Maybe this
No, so close.
dark design.
It was so close. Oh.
Yeah. Faster. Stronger. Start them.
Interesting. This doesn't happen that often.
Now watch this.
You can't run. Punishment. Quick as a flash. On my wings of darkness.
Alright.
No fairy tale ending for you.
Faster. Stronger. Start them. Yeah. Shiver. By royal.
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Controlled breathing. Let's. You can't run. Lights out.
As you wish, me.
Tremble. I won't judge.
No. Bro, I would have been able to have a shield break at 40 freaking 4 seconds there. I was being a bit aggressive. I was really hoping I could tank that hit. I knew I was going to tank it, but... Or I knew I was taking the hit, sorry.
Judgment.
That was an intentional decision there that did not pay off. Damn it! Love your cat? Thanks. I love my cats too.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did that. Damn it, that attempt was so fucking good, I think.
You can't
unofficial is still up.
Quick as a flash. Let's midnight fantastic.
Let's fight. Struggle all you want.
You can't run. Shiver. Faster, stronger. Start them.
Tremble. I won't just. Bet you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter. Now's our kick.
Controlled breathing. On my path. Lights out.
Stamina is a potential problem here. Regen while unofficial. Okay.
Leave none stay.
Quick as a flash. Start judgment. Shiver.
Let's fight. Now's our kick. Struggle all you
Damn it.
want.
I did that burst cast too late anyways. And there's a 105. Give cats a treat? Sure. You know what? We can give cats a treat. And we should log on to Polearms only. Because I shouldn't forget that I have to do dailies there. I don't have to. I've certainly forgotten to do dailies plenty of times on Polearms only. But, I don't want to today. We need to progress to Raiden. Okay. Oh, look what they did to the toy again. God dang it. What? Did my phone restart? Why is it doing the welcome message thing? The fuck? Did Apple force a fucking update upon me? Because I never restart my phone? Yeah, they finally did it. They took... Apple is like not as ass as Microsoft is, but if you don't restart your phone for like 18 years, they eventually force an update on you. Okay. Log in. How are the kitties today? Oh, they're being gremlins, I would say, considering they're doing crap like that to the toy. That's a toy that's supposed to spit, like, have that fabric covering the mouse, and they just, like this toy, they still are engaged by it, but they have figured it out, so they just, like, tend to flip it over now. So, anyways, the explosive phone update. I didn't even look at what iOS version it was. I can't say I care that honestly. Care that much, honestly. Okay. We need to get the cats over here. Oops, I turned the camera off, my bad. Really? Oh. I just saw him jump down from the bathroom cupboard. What? You have something in your eye, creature? What's going on? Can I see your eye? No? Okay. He was just like closing his one eye. Alright. I like how you just plopped down. Was shaking the treats programming for just plopping down? Other creature. Oshu doesn't seem to understand that me shaking these is treat sound yet, for some reason. He definitely will if I go crinkle. That is an empty, or mostly empty bag. Oh no, there he is. He was also in the bathroom apparently. Slowly sauntering on in. Probably in the bathtub, I assume. Alright. Why did you just choose to lay down? You goof. Here. Really? You're gonna make... Oh, okay. I gotta take out my headphones. Because he's gonna go sit over there. So I can't reach him with my headphones. Wait, it's upside down. Whoops. I also have a cord attached to my phone. I gotta unplug that. Low battery, I guess. Whoops. Oh, there goes that. That was me that dropped it. Usually they drop it. There it is, right there.
Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
Sorry. Oh. Solid socks. These ones are okay quality. I just can't hear me. Whoops. These socks are okay quality. They're just socks I bought when I bought some shoes a while ago. They are okay socks. They are not garbage bin socks. They're comfortable. So, yeah.
Work hard
And they're a
live
nice
each
pale
day to
blue
the
color
fullest.
with a bunch of cat hair on
That
the
is
bottom.
what life
Actually,
in
there's not that much
Mondstadt
cat
is all
hair.
about, isn't
They're a
it?
little dark on the bottom, but they're like 3 years old, so you know. Alright. Raise. Crunch.
Don't we have a job to do?
We'll do one more. This is enough treats. This is probably more treats than they deserve, but I didn't give them much yesterday, so, you know. Sorry. He's really fun to put out of reach because he reaches so much for it. And there we go. Good Kippy. Neil, I'll let you lick my fingers. 1 second. Oh, okay. Good creatures. Well. Here, there's not much remaining, but... Lick, lick, lick. Boop. He loves the hexagon pad, yeah. I'm probably not going to put most of those on the wall because I don't think they do enough. Versus like real audio panels. That's what they're meant to be. They're just meant to be really shitty cheap. Like putting anything on your wall to absorb audio like with fabric tends to do something. But they're just kind of a pain to put up. Too much double-sided tape required. So I'm lazy. And the cats like sitting on them. So now they are cat sit spots. Put them on walls just for the cats. I mean, that's another reason I actually don't want to put them on the walls, is because I unironically think they might try to jump on them if there's too many of them on the wall. Not like they try to sit on it, but like, oh, there's a little bit of an edge there I might be able to grab onto. They look like they were contemplating the current ones I have on the wall on occasion, so, you know.
Everything is negotiable.
No, don't do
except
that.
overtime.
It is like less than a centimeter off of the wall. You can't climb. Oh, okay. Why you... What? I just put my hand here and he's like, lick, lick. I guess we're not allowed to do any more lohen gameplay. Not until he gives me permission. Once he's done cleaning my wrist. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. But yeah, the hexagons up there, they have like jumped on my computer or from the windowsill, and then they've been like stared at them. They're just like staring. They're doing like the cat stare where they're like, "Can I jump up there? I think I might be able to." But they've never done it. Do you have something? Oh, thank you. Do you have something in your eye? What is going on? Why are you closing your eye? I'm not surprised he's sneezing, because his sneezing has been mostly fine lately, but if I turn on the AC and it starts cycling a bunch of fucking air around, it seems to cause some problems. Apparently should tell me I should clean more, maybe. I don't know. Cats also show dominance by grooming you? I see. Well, as much as he thinks he might have dominance, he doesn't, so good for him. Alright. Polearms only. Anything special in this account today? I'm capped new! That's what I get for spending so long on with lohen things. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Leave the leak about Valerie being a 4-star. Is Valerie the red hair dude? Or is Valerie the researcher boy? What am I doing? Not Dire. We're not farming at Dire today. Bear guy. The Flynn's ripoff? Why leaks? Okay, look. If you don't want leaks, look, I talk about leak, like, I don't even really talk about leaks. I talk about things in the next fucking version, mostly related to character kits specifically, all the time on my streams, because I think it's very important to look ahead to see what the character kits are next patch in order to make decisions in the current patch, okay? The Grand Duke of the North. Okay, so the Flynn's ripoff dude, right? Okay. And this is not leaks, we're talking about the trailer. Like, as far as, like, this leak goes, that supposedly he's a 4-star, this doesn't even need to be a leak conversation. That just someone that is a leaker said that he's supposedly a 4-star. But okay, let's change the conversation. We're not talking about leaks. Hypothetically, what do we think if he is a 4-star? Now the conversation's not about leaks, by the way. Just by phrasing things differently. Like... We're not talking about anything meaningful here, other than, like, what if he is 4-star, okay? But anyways, if you literally want nothing, I respect your choice. If you want literally nothing about upcoming patches, I think if you care about trying to be efficient with your resources in these games, or in Genshin specifically at least, because it's so resource constrained on every level, I really strongly think people should look at like character kit leaks and prepare for things ahead of time. But if you don't want to, I don't care. That's fine. But I passively talk about it all the time. I'm sorry. So, anyways, if he's a 4-star, I mean that'd be cool. Because if he's look, if the Bear Boy, if the Flynn's ripoff, if more generic Flynn's is a 4-star, then that means I can technically pull for him. That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts. Because I said that the exceptions was the Saritsa, and then the exceptions was 4-stars, including if there's a 4-star DPS, because it's a 4-star. So yeah, if they do a Monoto, I'm allowed to pull them. I'm allowed to pull a 4-star DPS. If I like them. I'm not gonna commit to that, because 4-stars are pain to acquire, to be clear. So, yep. Anyways. Would you love him even if they weren't C6? I mean, it depends on their kit. With how 4-stars have been lately, especially DPS 4-stars, I don't know. Well, we could have a Lanyon situation again. Although the problem is, it's not often they intend a 4-star to be a DPS and they end up being a good DPS. Like, the last time was Gaming, right? So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe a dev can sneak through another Lanyon type character, though. Like, I feel like that's what happened with Lanyon. I think someone on the dev team just really liked Lanyon. They liked their design or something. And they sneakily, like, because Lanyon released with Columbina and Moeka, and that was 100% their concern for how they were balancing and, like, making animations and everything. Their concern was not the fucking free 4-star that they were giving people. So, I maintain my conspiracy theory that the reason Lanyon has so much motion value is just because there was a relatively smaller number of people working on her. And someone that was working on, like, the back end for how her multipliers are and how many times her skill hits and whatever, just kind of snuck it in there. Because nobody freaking talked about it or realized that she'd have, like, 2,000% motion value on a skill cast. That happens, like, immediately, by the way. Like, she has such stupid front-loaded motion value. It makes her an absolute abyss monster. Anyways, wasn't Sethos after Gaming? I guess that's true. Sethos, I forgot about Sethos being after Gaming, my bad. My brain, for some reason, Sethos, Sumeru, whatever. Yeah, no, Sethos was the last one then. Sorry. Sethos, they intended to be a DPS, but like they definitely did not intend Sethos to be able to be as good as he is. Sethos is intended to be as good as I play him as. I don't think Sethos was intended to be as good as like Bote plays them. So anyways, yeah, and they said there's 2 patches where we'll get 2 5-stars. Oh yeah, for like preparing your wishes. Yeah, exactly. Like also with like the current state of the game, and oh yeah, you can't go into the wishing menu from here. The fact that they're doing shit like this now, where like let's be real for a second. The reason I mentioned this in my Discord the other day. The reason people are coping so hard that like Yai will get replaced in whatever form of stellar teams, is because of a conjunction of 1, Chronicle Banner is shit, and 2, who the fuck, even if like you are someone who tends to prepare, like you make sure you have like 150 wishes set aside so that you can guarantee getting a character. Who the fuck set aside 300 wishes for like trying to get Sandrone and Yai and can still get Odette? Nobody. Nobody fucking prepared for that. Like, there's people that happen to accidentally have because they just saved 400 wishes anyways. But no one really prepared for the situation where they are just like, let's go pluck a old Electro DPS unit that is relatively unpopular because of the fact that Fischl was more than fine as an alternative to Yai, or better than Yai, and oftentimes in the past. So let's go pluck an old, unused DPS that only real fans of her had, and then basically turn her into a meta unit for the year. Isn't that a smart idea for us to be able to get extra money from an existing character we already spent the money ourselves to make? Like, Hoyoverse already spent the money making Yai. They barely had to spend any money tweaking Yai to now be a new meta character. They basically just released a new NF for Stellar. Like, let's be real, that's what Yai is they're just doing an NF for Stellar, but releasing it in the same patch as a DPS, and because they want to make sure that existing Yai owners can't just be entirely happy with only Yai, they want to make sure existing Yai owners still have to pull a new 5-star no matter amount, either way. Like, that was their strategy here. Yai, from a context of Hoyoverse making money, is a new unit. He's not like fundamentally changing on a gameplay nuance level, or obviously on animations or whatever. But she is a new unit. She's intended to be best in slot. There is a chance that, you know, Sandrone's best team ends up becoming fucking Sucrose, the Saritza, Sandrone, Odette, and then Sandrone Stellar Swirl in the long term becomes better than Sandrone non-Stellar Swirl. Although, does that even work if you don't have an off-field Animo? I don't know if it does. I think you might have to have an off-field Animo happening, just like you need off-field Electro, right? So I don't know, right? But like, I'm like 98% confident Yai is going to stay best in slot in a lot of Stellar teams at this point. Frankly, if you're still deciding whether or not to go for Yai. Chronicle Banner sucks balls. I agree. Look, I wish for a copy of Yai, and I thought it was available to the save banner for me, and the banner still fucked me over by giving me the one unit I was definitely unhappy with. To be clear, I wouldn't have been happy with Chi-Chi, but it would have been fine with Chi-Chi. Would have been very happy with Mizuki, and it would have been fine with Risley. Instead, it gave me Sino, who I thought would be after thinking over, I thought it would be the worst option. Then I tried to be open-minded and tried to test some things, and he still did not seem like I would like building him, so I'm not going to build him until I know I want to build him for some reason. So, like, is Odette really that essential for Sandrone? Kind of not really, per se. Like, I think if you have Yai, you have a current, like, Sandrone team that is, like, not necessarily clearing Dire currently, but getting close to clearing Dire. Do I think you will clear Fearless next patch of the new boss? Probably. But you probably won't clear Dire the next patch, I would bet. If that's your goal. So, like, expect to notice not having Odette, but you're probably not struggling that much if you have Yai already. If you don't have Yai, you should be pulling Odette. Pull Odette. So, anyways, and honestly, if you have Yai, you should still probably pull Odette, because Yai-Odette combo is going to be very versatile and flexible. But, like, Odette much less necessary, because we can do, like, Yai, Mizuki, Cryo Traveler, and no Odette, and it'd be fine too. So, Odette is not needed to pull, but she's going to be a relevant option to have as a generic slot-in unit that does a bit of damage and enables the stellar things. And yeah, so, but anyways, like Yai Odette core in my mind is going to be probably the closest we have to like the Beneficor from Nodcry is gonna be Yodet. But I could be wrong, especially because they're doing all this weird shit with buffing older characters. If they happen to buff different off-fielders in a couple patches, and then they release a unit that is a Stellar Swirl damage off-fielder. I don't know even who that would be. Lanyon. No, Lanyon's not off-field. Lynette. I don't know. No, well, that's not a 5. Is there a 5-star Animo off-field damage dealer? There's not. So we don't even have like a Yai equivalent they could do for Animo, right? You're running around giving me motion sickness? I'm sorry. Farazan. Oh shit, that would be so funny. Venti. I mean, Venti maybe, but Farazan actually might be one that I could see it. But Kazuha. Oh, honestly, yeah, Kazuha. Kazuha is especially with Liyue stuff, right? Kazuha is the most likely to actually get a buff that he could become like a Yai. He could. They could do something with this kit that would make that. He'd probably be burst reliant, which would be a little bit awkward, but you know. So anyways, we'll see. I don't know exactly how things are going to go. I'm not going to assume things are going to go exactly like they went with Nodcry. That's a bit silly. But we're getting a lot of things that are like fundamentally similar in vibe, but in a little bit of a different ways. That I'm relatively confident that like having Yai Odette combo will be really relevant. But will you need Yai? I think probably not, but not having Yai will restrict your options into the future, and it's going to become more and more noticeable the more and more stellar units they release, the more circumstances in which we need stellar units, because there's going to inevitably be a Stygian where there's 2 bosses that want stellar teams, right? And so, like, you know... Anyways, Alyosha not being a shielder was 100% intended. I don't care. I don't know. One of the reasons I really enjoy playing Lohen, frankly, is because he is quite engaging to play, having to worry about living. Is it making it a lot harder for me to get this sub 100 second clear that I'm trying for on my main account right now? Oh yeah. But I'm enjoying it a lot more because of it, frankly. So. You know, the last like year or two, I've been warming up to like, shielders are kind of really nice to have, and they're nice to have as an option. But like, now I'm kind of reversing again, where like Lohen's release and Barca's release to an extent is like, I have Lanyon if I want to play. If I want to play a unit that does Omega damage, or not Omega damage, but you know what I mean. That does good damage while also having a ton of defensive utility, but like Lanyon doesn't do insane damage, which is good. She shouldn't, because of how good of a defensive unit she is, in my opinion. Lanyon is not doing Moika damage. She's doing Shao damage, or Wanderer, better than Wanderer damage, frankly. Significantly better, but will to win, more like will to live. I mean, that they should have called it that. That'd be kind of badass. As a person that's playing Shieldless Arlecchino for several years now, shields are overrated. Yeah, shields are nice to have because sometimes they are very wanted. But I don't know. This game's combat tends to be a lot more engaging when I have to actually worry about getting hit. And it feels far more satisfying to optimize my gameplay around also having to live rather than just, you know, not that. Like, it's a lot more fun. It'll feel more satisfying to me getting a sub 100 second clear on the Pokeball with Lohen on my main account. We are almost at, yeah, I've let my resin cap a couple times the last couple weeks, so I'm not at the max yet. Should I use a Fragile? That seems a little silly, but it's probably fine. I don't know. Should lock that. I don't know. Half the time Z Lolly needs a shielder more than Arlecchino. It's very funny. It is very annoying to be interrupted on Seat Lolly's skill cast, that is true. Which is a funny thing to point out. But yeah, like, it's like shielding is a key value to like, oh god damn it. That was dumb. It is a key value to like the comfort of playing. I guess we're doing Hydro Flins. It is a key value to the comfort of playing. Nope, there we go. Nicole and how she can, especially just depending on the situation and depending on the player, can situationally be a decent upgrade over Bennett, even if she isn't on a spreadsheet level because of various nuances. Like, I'm not saying to undervalue shields. I both appreciate them and think that should be a factor where a character that does shield should buff less. Or do less damage in the case of Lanyan. But I also don't need it on character kits at all. And especially with how, frankly, I think C6 Alyosha, if he releases as he is, he doesn't get massive nerfs tomorrow, is... okay. Is a really good character. And therefore... I think he definitely shouldn't have a defensive utility with so much buffing potential and ease of building too. Did 2 temples in Chronicle Banner, got jump scared by an early Risley weapon, didn't even have him, was trying to go for Miko. Or Mikos, yeah. By the way, when I did DPS Miko calcs yesterday, I checked. So Miko's weapon, right, was buffed. It buffs stellar damage now, which the main reason they did that change is because wait, I'm not on my main account. The main reason they did that change is because the damage bonus doesn't buff her stellar damage, right? So they gave her stellar damage bonus that now buffs her stellar damage. So like makes her weapon obviously good for her, duh. But big old butt. I checked what Nefer's weapon performed like. And this also means, by the way, if you're min-maxing with Widzith, Widzith could, in theory, outperform both of them. But we'll ignore Widzith. Nefer's weapon, when I checked, with my artifacts on my main account right now, because I have this wackadoodle 20 crit rate flower, is very, 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 very slightly, barely worse than Yai's weapon. And if I checked a hypothetical of like, which is not like a unlikely hypothetical, a hypothetical of if I continue farming the superconductor artifacts on my account, I will get artifacts that work better with Nefer's weapon for balance of stats. Nefer's weapon will out DPS Miko's weapon, by the way. Weird to hear you call her Miko, not Yai. I'm not sure why my brain is calling her Miko. Usually I do call her Yai. I wanted it because it's pink. That's fair. I agree. That's the main reason you get it. So, anyways, I'm not like upset by this result, to be clear. Miko's weapon is arguably Yai's weapon is arguably the thing that has caused me to wish more in the weapon than I should, because it was the first time I went for a limited weapon, and the reason I went for it was because Yai was the first limited unit I was like actually looking forward to releasing in Genshin. I started when Shenhe released, and like I blazed through the story and I really liked Yai. Yai was my favorite character when I first started playing Genshin. On just like her presence in the story and her characterization, I liked her. I liked the trolley lady. And like I went to double pity twice. I was upset at how unlucky I was getting Yai at a baseline. And then I was really annoyed because my friend who was playing at the time did polls on the banner, I believe for a 4-star in the banner. And then he got Yai at like 30 pity. That pissed me off because now my brain, because at that point I cared about stupid comparisons like, ugh, my friend now has the same potential to have an equivalent Yai Miko to me, and I'm the actual Yai fan, and he is not. He's not even going to level her. I need to have a better Yai. Like, this is stupid mentality. I didn't have the wishes for it, but I had a 10 pull, so I did a 10 pull on Yai weapon banner and immediately got her weapon. Get out-wailed? It wasn't wail, they just spent 30 wishes. They had 30 wishes. So, and then the addiction to weapon banner began. Because of getting a free weapon on a 10 pull. So I have no stake in this game really for like the value of Yai's weapon, but I'm mentioning it because like in a consideration of it's going to take 150 wishes to get Yai's weapon and I lose to Skyward Blade that I already have, that's terrible. Because you could spend less wishes going for Nefer's weapon, which is a better generic stack stick in general, but also could literally, with a good enough build, could literally end up being better for you, depending on your artifacts. Why is a creature screeching? Should we go investigate why creatures are screeching? It's also just straight up worse than a normal weapon banner? Yeah, exactly. Oh, my mouse is almost dead. So, yeah. Like, it depends what Nefer's weapon ends up paired with in the future, but especially if Nefer's weapon ends up being paired with, and it's more likely Nefer's weapon is going to be paired with a better weapon for your account. Like, Nefer's weapon is just, like, good. It's just good. I've R5 a weapon on it twice on Chronicle. That's just pain. BRB. I don't know why the creatures were screeching. I went out into the hallway and they were just staring at me. Maybe they were warring. Raiden will get buff for Stellar Conduct? No. I think Raiden will get a buff that's not tied to reactions. Because she's popular and she's an Archon. She's gonna get some kind of buff that, like, just makes her do a lot more damage at a baseline. I don't know, you press E, you get 100 energy refunded, and that can be triggered once every 180 seconds or 120 seconds. It's gonna be a Zenless style ass passive. You might be like 80 energy refund after pressing E. That's to make sure she can get her burst up in Stygian. Baseline execute. Yeah, I mean, she's gonna get something that leans more into her fundamental gimmicks of energy refunding, but also being able to do damage, and she'll do more damage at a baseline and blah 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 blah. I don't think they're gonna force her to be paired with new units, like new 5 stars as much. It's gonna be more a Venti style rework. I don't expect her to be like a meta carry per se, but she'll become much better. But it also might not happen until like next year. I kind of expect Liyue buffs this year. We got Mondstadt buffs. I think we're gonna get Liyue buffs, and we're gonna get Inazuma character buffs. But also we got random ass fucking Yai, Mizuki, Risley, Sino buffs this patch, so who the frick knows? I just kind of feel like they're gonna save the Archon buffs for like making a highlight of them. So like I feel like Zhongli gets a buff this year first. We'll see. We'll see though. That was gonna be my Bitcoin, yeah, maybe. Did I claim my dailies? I did not. Try rushing the moon. I finished exploration on my main account. I do need to do some on polearms only. Which we'll probably do in the second half of the patch when Raiden's banner is here. To be clear, I already have enough for a pity, so hopefully we just win the 50-50. That would be nice. Because if we win the 50-50, we don't have to stress grinding that much. But I'll still try to get at least the FOMO gems to prep and hopefully have some resources to get Alyosha at least to C2. If I can justify going for C6 on polearms only, we might. I don't know. It depends if there's a polearm 5-star he's running on. Because even Arlecchino is like getting Masterless Stellar Fortuna is fine. And like that can be an upgrade in ways that can matter on the account. So, you know. Boop. Go back to my main account. Let's destroy this boss. Probably. Probably. Maybe. Actually, we got sunset color. I'll unturtle, because it's pretty. I just have a habit of putting the turtle up because... blinding white light. When is Raiden supposed to rerun? On North America in 9 days and 37 minutes. For you, you can check. Raiden's getting a really awkward rerun. Like, if they're not rerunning her now... sorry, if they're not rerunning. If they're not buffing her now with her rerun, by the way, they're not buffing her until, like, next year. Right. Like, they're gonna... By the time Raiden gets her next rerun, is my expectation when Raiden gets a buff, probably. So, we'll see. 18 days... 18 days. 8 days, 18 hours, and 36 minutes in EU. There you go. Yeah, no, it's dispatch. So, yeah, don't expect Raiden to be a high-value unit if you don't have Raiden currently. So Raiden is Raiden the first Archon that's rerun since Stygian that has not had a boss that when they reran her, they shilled for her? Because, like, Nubilet, Farina have had, like, Stygian cycles that shilled for them. I guess Nahita's reran and Nahita reran with like other Dendro things going on, so she kind of functionally got some shield going for her. enough that she was still usable in Stygian, like that it made her not feel useless, which is good. Like Nahida has stayed decently useful. I guess Zhongli reran and hasn't been that compelling, but Zhongli has always just been Zhongli's generic utility, so it's not like he hasn't worked. I mean, they also did the Hera, so like Zhongli's had circumstances where he's relevant. But like, yeah, Zhongli didn't get a shill boss, but he still had utility and cheese, so he stayed in like, yeah, I feel like Raiden is the only one that they haven't accidentally had any way to like make Raiden have value. Which means they, you know, I was somewhat expecting there was a chance they were gonna make a boss that specifically shilled for Raiden, but they didn't. Because I don't think there's any way you could do it that wouldn't just be a very, very, very easy boss with other things. Unless it was like somehow a boss mechanic that specifically like converted your energy recharge stats to more damage or something. I don't know, right? But then you just build 300 ER on your other characters instead and clear faster than Raiden can. So like, Venti got the plant, Moika's Moika. Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, Raiden will get chill when she gets buffed. That's how cooked Raiden is. They don't even bother shilling for her. Oh dear. Hey, look. For what it's worth, I use Raiden here. Raiden is, I would argue, one of the best options to be a driver with Benefa. And even with her on a Serenade build like I use there, she still does almost 20% damage contribution, which is surprisingly okay with a non-C2 Raiden, to be clear. Just in case you thought 20% was C2 Raiden. Like, hey, that's an 87-second clear. Now, can I clear this without Raiden at all and just Sucrose in a three-unit team? Yup. But Raiden lets me get more enjoyment out of Columbina. Raiden lets a solo Hydro Columbina burst every rotation very easily, which is fun in my opinion. Like that's how you make use of a non-C6 or not C6, non-C2 or higher Raiden's kit. You lean into the energy refunding gimmick while her doing a little bit of damage, and you enable things like a solo Hydro Columbina to burst every rotation. That is part of her intended kit utility, to be clear. It's just hard to find circumstances where that matters, but like it's good enough that, you know, I'm happy with it. But should you pull Raiden for that? Fuck no. You shouldn't pull Raiden for this. But if you wanted to get value from her, it's a way to get value from her. That's all. Anyways. Twitch censoring shill is crazy. Yeah.
You can't run.
Whoops. I C3 Raiden really enjoyed Benefa this year. Nice. I assume you're using the Nogcry DPS set on her. Is Raiden basically a Favonius weapon but worse? I mean, you could argue yes. But remember, Raiden can also use Fav. So, saying she's a Favonius weapon but worse is a little bit silly. But no, Raiden generally, assuming you don't need to on-field someone else, Raiden contributes more energy than Fav does.
Controlled breathing.
Than one Fav, not necessarily multiple Favs. What?
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Let's fight.
Oh, that damage is terrible. Bad start. Oh my god, what? Why the capital? Why are you yelling at each other? Children, calm down. Where's my will to win? I don't understand why in this rotation sometimes we're just getting no will to win. Is Fischl like not snapshotting properly? I think that's what it is. Maybe that's the inconsistency we're having that rotation. I think Fischl's not snapshotting on her burst. Is that a problem? I've never looked into that. Warrior cats, not SWAT cats. Oh, you're okay, yeah. I think that's what's happening. If you swap out official, does she not snapshot? Does anyone know? I feel like that has to be what's happening here. Otherwise, I don't have a good explanation for why my will to win generation is so ass shit in in one of these rotations. I think it's the rotations I'm bursting, then immediately swapping off official. So I think she doesn't snapshot until like her burst like naturally ends, which is dookie. On every copy of the books, nice. Wario Cats or Sonic? Choose one. Which would you have to live without, Sylveon? So like here, yeah, I don't have. I'm gonna have Dookie Will to Win generation because. Oh no, here I have okay Will to Win generation potentially because of the lowered res state. So official's doing more damage, so it's not as much of a problem if she doesn't snapshot. But then the next rotation, yeah, if I can get it, if I need to wait like 1 second or something for a skill cooldown in certain rotations, I think that might make sense. Is my thinking here. Can you test it? Sure. Wait, we should... let's go test it somewhere else, not here. It'd take way too long to test here. We'll go test in the damage dummy. Should be easy to test there. We don't need to waste that much time doing that. Why is Lohen best boy? Because he's fun to play, and he is actually quite strong relative to his versatility for being able to play in literally any cryo archetype. The only cryo archetype he can't play right now is because it is Stellar Conduct with Yai, which he can't do right now because Hoyo versus Cringe, and they made Yai rely on a 5-star main DPS to enable her kit for one patch. Next patch, that will not be the case, and I assure you, Stellar Conduct Lohen will not be any worse at clearing content than Sandrone, other than maybe Dire Difficulty, because Dire Difficulty is Cringe and basically hyper-balanced around very specific main DPSs. Anyways. Lohen is best boy because he's Lohen. Anyways. I had to Google Warrior Cats. I was totally thinking of Thundercats. I've read like one Warrior Cats book, but I feel like it was at the point that I was like kind of aging out of those kinds of books when I was younger and into more sophisticated things like I don't even know what at the time. So it was probably I just was busy doing other things in my life. Anime, yeah, exactly. This is my introduction to piracy. Okay, so all we need to do here. So we're just gonna burst. Official. So official's getting 12k. Oh wait, whoops, we need to snapshot, dumbass. Almost exited. We need to snapshot by switching off Ild. So I'll just do normal attacks with Lohen, I suppose. Also, you know what? Let's get scroll going too. Why not?
Control breathing.
I didn't official. Good job, Rain. Thank you. We're testing official, and I forgot official. Okay. My mom's homebrew Wii was my introduction to piracy. Let's go. Aragon was the goat around when I was around that age. Yeah, I read Aragon in middle school. I was a fucking nerd ass kid, by the way, bringing a thick ass book into class and then just like reading. I was the type of little shit that like middle school and most of high school is really easy for most classes. So like I could get away with just like doing something else in class, and the teacher would be like, because the teachers got used as soon as like a teacher would be like, oh, Matthew, that's my real name. Are you can you answer this question? I'd like answer the question, and they're like, oh shit, he answered it correctly. Well, I can't really chastise him. And And then I would just continue reading my shit or doing homework. So, like, I never did homework at home, by the way, because classes were almost always easily... It's not that every class was easy, but I had some classes that were easy enough to not have to put, like, any effort into, that I could do homework for other classes during classes, and then, or during, like, lunchtime, that I never had to do homework at home. This, by the way, was very bad for adapting to college. It was very bad for adapting to college because you can't do the same shit in college, generally speaking. Anyways, so yeah, I read the Aragon series mostly in class, if I recall. Not entirely in class, but definitely like had those books on my desk. Doot, doot, doot. Let's see, in 15k. I should do normal attack. 15,559. That's the number I'm focused on. 15,559. Okay, there's obviously the other attacks, which are like the C6 attacks and whatever. Okay. And now we will do burst, and I'll swap off of her like in mid burst because that's ideal, like time wise, right? Make sure I get scroll again.
Quick as a flash. Wings of darkness.
Yeah, we're only getting freaking 8,600. Bro. Yeah, she doesn't snapshot if you swap off early. Okay, and then we'll do it again to be clear. But then we won't swap off early. We'll wait until her burst like naturally ends. That, to be clear, that means it might be worth it in a couple instances to let her burst naturally expire to get this clear that I'm going for. It might not be the end of the world. Does she do any contact damage with Electro when you're bursting in her? If she does, it's not that bad, but I don't think she does, right?
You can't run. Faster, stronger.
And now we just fly around. Okay, it's only 12,000. Which you might be like, that's a lot lower than the 15,000 we were getting before, but it's higher than what we got when we swapped off field early. So why is it in between? I think it's in between because when we just cast official skill, we snapshot C6 Eons on buff, I think. Which C6 Eons on buff, not just the increased attack buff, but the damage bonus. You actually do with C6 Eons on for a short duration, even if you're not like using a Natline unit constantly overcapping. You do have a little bit of uptime on the C6 Eons on buff, such that I think with her skill, she snapshots that, but then by the time her burst is fully done, she does not get the damage bonus from C6 Eons on. I think is what happened there.
Judgment. Controlled breathing. Let Shadow Raven. Let night fall.
Yeah, 12,000 again. So yeah, that's annoying as shit. So if you official burst, she doesn't snapshot until the burst animation is done. Wait, can you cancel it early? I never actually checked. Here, let's do this again. Yeah, now we're doing 15k. Yeah, I think that is snapshotting official C6, or official. That is snapshotting the Eons on C6 damage bonus. I believe. Man, that means we're literally varying from like 8,000 to 16,000 damage on official. Ugh. That's such an annoying factor to optimize around. So annoying. I have muscle memory to end official burst early. I know. Like I don't... In most team contexts, it's not worth this. Like, gotta hang on field to snapshot on official, but because of Lohen wanting the will to win generation, it's not, again, it's not that big of a deal to have a little bit of slow will to win, but like having really slow will to win is kind of bad. Mods are flirting in chat. I see. So anyways, if we... Whoops, not that. If we try to get... So we'll do Eon's on. I don't know... I've never checked. Does Official have a way of canceling her, like, fly around in Oz state in her burst? Can she cancel that without swapping off field? That's what I've never actually checked. Or if I have checked, I don't remember it.
Wings of darkness. Come, sever
No.
night from day.
There's no way to do it. Okay. Why not swap? Because then you don't snapshot. We're not snapshotting. Do I need to show it again? Do I need to show it again? That's literally what we're testing. We don't snapshot if we swap off. Again, I don't think every rotation I'd want to that I burst I'd want to hang on field, but like, and Fischl's only doing like 15% damage contribution this team. It's not actually that big a deal for Fischl's own damage loss. Like going from, you know, 12k, 13k to 9,000, 8 to 9,000 damage is not that big a deal, but it is a big deal for Lowen's will to win generation, which affects his damage. So it's functionally more of a damage loss in this specific team than it normally is. Sackbow Fischl, no. Start with Fischl ult, then resummon after Eon's on. That's extra time though. Like that's not fundamentally different than just hanging on field with. Like an extra swap is extra time that's not really different, and it's probably worse than just doing a burst on Fischl anyways. So I think there's just like 1 or maybe 2 rotations against this attempt here that it might make sense to hang on field with Fischl a little bit more to ensure we get better will to win on Lohen is all I have to remember. There's a Hoyo dev who regrets ever putting a snapshotting. Oh yeah. It's kind of an annoying as shit mechanic to optimize around, especially with something like this where like Fischl doesn't snapshot if you swap off field early apparently. I never knew this. If you swap off field of a burst early, because then it doesn't reach the point at which it snapshots her stats for calculating the Oz damage. So, anyways, let's show it again. See, so Fischl, if we hang on field here, right, wait for the animation to end. Now Fischl, you can see, is doing 12,000 damage from her main skill hit, 12,800. Get energy. Okay. And then we're going to do this again, but then I'm going to swap off, so to save the field time, I'm just going to immediately swap to Lohen, which is normally what you would do. But again, will to win generation is kind of a problem for optimizing Lohen's damage output. So we do E.
Quick as a flash. Wings of darkness.
Now we're only doing 8,600. We lost like 50% of Fischl's damage. That's oof. That's oof. Yeah, I can tell you, Stellar Conduct Lohen would be ideal if only limited characters enabled their own goddamn kit. Fuck you, Hoyoverse. Limited characters should enable the... If you want to be cringe and not have 4-star characters enables kits, fine. Limited characters should enable their damn kits, assholes. Anyways, which buff is she not snapshotting? Eon's on. And the damage bonus buff, I think. I actually think she might not be snapshotting... Wait, is this the case? What is the trigger condition for this? No, sorry, no, she is, because it triggers off field, right? So it should... Wait, does it? No. Fuck, God. So after they use an elemental skill... Oh, that's part of it too. Oh, that explains why the skill... I didn't think about that. Interesting. So that's a factor too, potentially. Huh. This also means I'm not getting the bonus for Lohen too. Is that would also explain why I'm getting so much lower Lohen damage in some rotations. Yeah, is this actually just a Sackbow official play? God. Can I level 90 this? No. Unironically, as dumb as it is, because of this artifact set, it might be a Sackbow official play. That's a really funny problem. The fact that this artifact set doesn't work properly either. To be clear, I'm pretty sure... Here, we can check this. Actually, we should just go into the damage dummy again to check this, but actually, I will just go back in the damage dummy, sorry. Because we can just look at the stat screen, it's a lot easier. Golden Poop, are you playing Binding of Isaac? Okay. So this is an interesting factor I hadn't considered with the artifact set on her. especially. The artifact set as a factor means that the artifact set plus the snapshot means the main optimization, maybe I should have been making the whole time, is when bursting on her, just hang on her and then press her skill again. Because, so you can see right now she has 47% electro damage. If I press skill, that activates the artifact set, goes to 87% electro damage, right? And then she will snapshot that because I used a skill. We'll wait for Oz to expire. And wait for the buff to expire, so we'll wait to go down to 87. Oh, you can't even see the 87%. Sorry, you'll just have to trust me for it. Waiting for it. There we go. Back down to 47. But when I use my burst, yeah, because it's a skill trigger condition, so I don't get the bonus. And then I swapped off of lohen because I'd never pressed skill on Fischl. I also don't get the bonus from the artifact set on lohen. So functionally, Fischl right now is on a 2-piece, no-piece. But if I just hang on field with Fischl after bursting on her, which will both snapshot, and then I can press her skill again, that should get the extra damage bonus both for her and lohen. That's probably what I've been missing this whole damn time. Which is a weirdly specific thing that I did not think about. My bad. That's a little annoying that they didn't make the trigger condition be on burst too. But I don't know, Hoyoverse is Hoyoverse, and they primarily intended you to just use the Celestial gift set on Nicole, and then not consider using it on the other 20 Hexarai units. I think Fischl's the only one this is a relevant problem for. So, anyways. We burst, we let it expire. E. Oh, there's a cooldown on it. Oh, God. It takes so long to do that. Ugh, it does work. Pressing her E to do the replacing of Oz, we have 87% bonus. It does trigger the damage bonus, and we would snapshot. So, but there's a cooldown on it. Ugh. Oh, this yeah, this is a little convoluted. The more we do this, the more it's looking like a Sackbow is honestly the play. I don't have a crit rate circlet in the Hexarai set either, though. I'm not kidding. The Sackbow might actually just be the play. It might just be a lot better. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. We'll test a level 80 Sackbow and see how bad it is. I don't have the resources to level up. Apparently, I should have leveled up Sackbow today instead of frickin' lohen crowning. What a twist. It wasn't the lohen crown that matters. It was Sackbow. Yeah, and you don't have to worry about building ER too. Like, unironically, you have 70 ER, you're free. You just build as much crit as possible. Like, you're not losing that much damage potential from it. You're losing damage potential, but not insanely so with good artifacts at least. And then people can't complain about the R5 harp. Even if they don't realize that R5 harp might be a downgrade. Oh, God. It's probably, I mean, well, I don't know. Fischl's doing, like, again, 15% or less damage contribution, potentially. Like, it's probably not that bad of a downgrade to use Skyward Harp, especially if it fixes this problem. Like, a level 80 Sackbow might be better. I'm not kidding. We'll mess around with it in the actual boss fight, though. I'll do both methods. I'll do the method of waiting out the burst and then pressing skill, and I'll do using Sackbow. So, anyways, I only think, and again, there's only, I think, 1 or 2 rotations this will matter for, at most. So I think Skyward Harp is still net gain, but probably not as much as I originally thought it was.
You can't run.
What? I hit settings, I think, by accident.
Judgment. Stronger.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Wait out the 2 seconds. Bam. Yeah, she's doing the full 15k, even though I bursted now because the artifact set of play. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. That's what we have to do, I think. I think we have to do that with the artifact set factored in. With the snapshot plus the artifact set, on the rotations we burst, we have to do that. That's crazy. That's such a weird micro-optimization. I'm glad I didn't make the lohen video yet. I thought I finished recording for the lohen video. Apparently I hadn't, because this discovery is actually kind of important, I feel like. Like, for micro-optimizations. I mean, it's not even a micro-optimization. This is a necessary optimization, because the freaking artifact set doesn't buff properly without doing this. This is a macro optimization. And we get the will to win. Better will to win. Or just use Sakpo. Oh god. Hello, yes, I'm a yappy fox.
Yeah! Quick as a flash! Yeah! Start the Oz reveal!
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this.
You can't run! Punishment! Faster! Stronger! Let's Wings of Darkness! Come! Sever
We'll
this
wait it out.
Ha!
No rest for
Tremble. I won't kill it.
Okay, that was not ideal, but I can already tell it's more damage, by the way.
Start the Shiver! Yeah! By royal
Now's our chance.
Quick as a flash! Let's... You can't run!
Go in the center.
Lights out!
as you wish.
Wait this out.
I sub...
I don't know if it's worth it, that rotation, because we're doing... Well, I don't know. The damage still gets converted over. It's probably worth it.
Now's our chance.
Form first! Start! Punishment!
Okay, in this rotation we're good.
Keep it coming. Let's fight.
Okay, I gotta optimize things here, but yeah, it's weird. Like, it slows us down in some ways. Ah, it's weird. It's so weird.
Judgment! Stronger! On my...
I'm gonna try not doing the float around thing, like not bothering with the snapshot and artifact set in the second shield break phase. I think it might be irrelevant there.
You weren't ready for this.
Okay, good. We got better shield break this time. Oh fuck! Whoops! I need to do this.
For the
It definitely matters here, I think.
No fairy tale ending.
Yeah! Punishment! Quick as a flash!
main foil.
Whoops.
Should you?
Bet you weren't ready for this.
That wasn't great. Oh, this is gonna miss. Yeah. Redo that. Other people knew she didn't snapshot if you swapped during burst. I mean, if anything has this data, this is gonna be on KQM. If KQM doesn't, because this is the kind of thing Fischl existed early on, and people knew about snapshotting early on. This should be on KQM. And Fischl has an in-depth guide. Let's see. Mechanics. I don't see a snapshot section. Control F for snapshot. Pros, Oz snapshot. That's just this is just a summary thing. Higher uptime, many useful buffs. Deploying Oz and snapshotting. There we go. There's two ways to deploy Oz: official, elemental skill, and burst. When summoned through official elemental skill, snapshots on cast. Yep. Oz will also re-snapshot stats when re-summoned by official elemental skill. Yep, I knew that. When summoned through the elemental burst, Oz snapshots when official leaves Oz's form. Yeah, so this was known. This is what I figured. I figured this was known. It's not that hard of a thing to check. I just never considered it before. Either by letting it naturally expire or... No, wait, no. Sorry. This is wrong. No, this is fucking wrong. Right? I'll have to go test this again with another team context. Or actually just test it without the... It'll be easy to test with a Bennett, because Bennett doesn't have a weird variable buff thing and no damage bonus stats to worry about. Snapshotting, just checking attack. I'll test it later. I want to focus on Lohen right now. But It says either by letting it expire or by forcefully swapping. That's such an important no, this does't work if you do the swap. So from what I experience, unless it's something weirdly specific to how Eon Zone applies a buff to official, and so like maybe it works with Bennett, but it doesn't work with Eon Zone kind of thing. Like that's what I should check. So, and yeah, additive transported reactions don't snapshot EM. Yes, we knew that. So yeah, this is what I thought it behaved like. Like I thought it still snapshotted when you swapped off, but it definitely does not seem to be. Like we were getting 8,000 damage versus 16,000. So, and then when we snapshotted without the damage bonus buff from the artifact set, when we snapshotted, we got 13k. Like that's snapshotting when we didn't swap off. Is there a certain point where it snapshots? Yeah, like after the animation is done. But this is wrong. When you swap off to another character, it doesn't snapshot. Okay. This is why I should be active on Twitter, by the way. And then I can just make all the spreadsheeters annoyed. Because like I knew about the Thrilling Tales thing before all the KQM theory crafters. Now I know about this apparently. How the fuck long has this been something we were misinformed about? Or did they change this at some point? I don't know. Again, I'll have to go check it with different context just in case it's something weirdly specific to Eon's on interaction, which it might be. It's relevant. But anyways. Well, maybe go back to testing in a bit. For now, I want to see how it affects things in practice here. Oh, that one was gonna miss me.
Judgment. Shiver. Start the
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
I sub.
Trim. I will see. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Form first. Let's go. Lights out. Odds revealed.
Bet you weren't ready for
Ow.
this. Now's our kill. No fairy tale ending for you.
Controlled breathing. On judgment. Shiver.
I'm not gonna bother here because I think it's not worth it here versus just oh god versus living.
Start the. You can't run. Lights out. By royal
Trim. I will see.
Oh, I did it too late. Oh, damn it, didn't even kill it. I shouldn't have Rosaria. I snapshotted Rosaria there, didn't I? Will to live, yeah. I just play Genshin. I don't sit there looking at graphs. Palooza, I don't know how long you're here for the stream. Not in a single minute in the last whatever amount of time did we look at graphs. If that's what you're claiming. Were we figuring out optimizations? Yeah, but these are optimizations that matter if you want to clear content. You know, the reason why Bennett and Nicole are based in Eon Sun is cringe. I don't think it's an Eon Sun specific interaction. I think she just doesn't snapshot. I think it's worth testing to make sure it's not an Eon Sun specific interaction. But anyways. It's because Bennett attack buff lingers. Oh, sorry, I didn't read your previous comment. Yeah, I guess that's true. The fact that Bennett attack buff lingers is probably why it works. Whereas Eon Sun's buff doesn't. I don't think Nicole's buff lingers though. Like the extra 300. Obviously the 600 team-wide does. So like if you want to snapshot the full Nicole buff on official, the 900 attack, you have to stay on field, I believe. So do the same thing. But yeah, you're probably right. It's probably because of the lingering effect. That's probably why they commented this, because this was written when the only relevant snapshot was Bennett. So that's true. That's interesting. Okay. But yeah, it doesn't... but the important note here is that this phrasing is still wrong. It does not snapshot when you swap off field. It snapshots like after Oz is on the field, but Bennett buff technically lingers, and that's why Oz snapshots Bennett buff when you do this character swap. But pretty much any other form of buff tends to swap, like that's on field only, doesn't do that anymore. There's not many lingering effects for active character buffs in the game. So that's true. Anyways, Cosmos add a new map to the dummy. Did they? I don't know. Anyways, circle impact. I mean, you need to make sure you're within whatever radius is for things, but there's no radius-based buffs going on here other than Rosaria. I believe is Rosaria's crit rate buff something that shows up in the stat page? If so, I think it might be snapshotable, but I'm not sure. So that is actually not irrelevant, I guess. But anyways. The sunset view? That was there before. You're talking about the performance one?
Judgment. Let's Oz reveal.
Let's fight.
Good job taking all the damage, me.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
You can't run. Punishment. Step aside. On my midnight phantasmagoria.
Leave none stand. No fairy tale ending, I see.
Quick as a flash. Start the shiver. By royal decree.
Let's fight. Now's our day. Struggle all you want. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Judgment. Lights out. Faster and stronger. Let's move. Oz reveal.
Leave none stand.
Stamina.
Now's our chance.
You can't run. Shiver. Control breathing. On my shadow raven. Let night fall.
No rest.
Tremble. I will kill. Bet you weren't ready for this.
And it really does slow things down.
No fairy tale ending, I see.
That was good, obviously, but not as good as I'd even done previous clears. Shiroko. Hello. What were you saying yes to, Shiroko? Diona burst 200 EM. I should use Diona instead of Rosaria. Is that what you're saying? That would be funny if that was optimal. I don't know, maybe. I haven't been looking that closely at what the super reaction damage is here from Official. I do trigger path. Know about circle impact. Oh, I see.
Judgment.
It doesn't snap with Nicole burst. Like, wait, what do you mean? It doesn't. It should at least get the 600 attack, or the team wide buff. Or sorry, you're talking the additional buff, right? The additional on field buff. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, she should be losing that because that should be like Eonson. So, yeah, Timothy in the chat is definitely right. That like the reason it works with Bennett is because of the lingering effect. Ow. Ow.
You can't run. Punishment.
I'm gonna redo. That was a terrible shield clear. Will Super be a second best team after 7.0? I mean, with how much damage Yai and Odette can do. Okay, the weird thing is like, is Fischl even like so? Okay, not having a Hexarai unit, you need Nicole probably. I think, yeah. So it's probably Nicole or no, or Sucrose. Worse than, well, would Sucrose fuck anything up? No, probably not. I think it'd be fine, right? I guess it might be Sucrose. Sucrose or Nicole? Or Prune. That's true. So Sucrose, Nicole, or Prune. I don't know which one is going to be the exact ideal. Probably in the last slot. There's different benefits to each of them, potentially, right? Just like how much damage bonus versus EM, team-wide, share, whatever. Two of them can use... Wait, no, they can all use TTDS. I'm stupid. They're all catalysts. So, either way, you want to enable Hexerai. But with that as a factor, with Yai and Odette together, I could actually see that outperforming... Like, on my account... Well, actually, I shouldn't say see it outperform. Well, I don't know. Will it? I don't know. Like, I could see it outperforming, though. Like, as far as, like, C0 investment goes. I have a C6 Nicole, so I won't be able to test at C0, but I can test at C6. I think it will outperform or get very, very close to Durin Melt, frankly. Yeah, obviously Nicole is best in slot for me. I was thinking on a C0 level. My intuition is Nicole might not be best in slot. There's a good chance it's Sucrose. The problem is Sucrose would be ideal if you can get a double swirl, but I don't think you get a double swirl. You probably, I don't know, maybe you can do Yai, do an Electro Swirl, then do Odette, get a Cryo Swirl, and then go to Lohen, right? Maybe. So it'd be one extra swap, but Lohen wants a lot of field time though, so C6 Nicole is fun, yeah. I don't know. Alright, let's keep on trying this. We're getting much more consistent damage from Lohen now, but then the extra field time requirement from Fischl is not ideal. Okay, interesting. I don't mind going over here.
You can't run. Shiver. Faster and stronger. On my
Midnight Phantasmical.
Oh shit.
I summon.
Let's fight.
53k. Wow.
Struggle all you want.
What a difference that makes, Jesus.
Control breathing. Start the cast. Punishment. Wings of darkness.
Oh, why'd I do that? God damn it.
Sever night from day.
No
I
rest.
literally had my skill up.
I won't judge.
Just waste 2 seconds for no reason.
Bet you weren't ready for this. No fairy tale in
This is fine. Okay.
You can't run.
Lights out.
Faster and stronger. Let's. By royal decree.
We run steady.
Judgment. Punishment. Quick as a flash. On my.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Ha, I summon.
Let's fight.
Alright, that was just a bad shield break phase. Otherwise, that wasn't actually that bad. Otherwise, it wasn't that bad. Alright. C6 Esco, C6 Nicole, and Yai Mika with Sanjorne. It's so awesome, like 300k DPS. I mean, nice. That is very relatable. No, I'm joking. But yeah, C6 Nicole has been quite fun. I just don't need to always do the most damage possible, personally, is all. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Odette Yai combo,
You can't run.
and how that changes things like Varka Cryo. Well, actually, Varka's kind of weird because of Varka's kit restriction, but I wouldn't be surprised for me to see significantly better performance. I mean, it probably will be. I expect I will get better performance out of like Lohen Yai Odette than Varka, like Stellar Swirl things, because Varka need to be like Varka plus 2 cryos. Like, it's probably still a Scofier. It's probably like a Scofier Odette Prune or something, right? Yeah, I don't know. You are C6 Odette? I see. Congrats.
Judgment. Faster, stronger.
Can you tell us why you're wearing high heels when you're doing your ballet? Everyone wants an answer. I just ran into that. I didn't take damage, but I did run into the laser. I could have just not moved. Where did Fischl go? Hello? Why did I get so little shield break there?
Let's shadow raven. Let night fall.
Stop running. What the frick? Why are you moving so much? Bro. Oh, frick this attempt. Jesus. You know ballerinas used to wear heels at first? Yeah, I'm aware. So that's like the lower justification for it. But also Hoyoverse, you can make women that don't wear heels. Like, let's be real. That's just like rationalization after the fact. They just wanted to make every woman have heels because, I don't know, beauty standards in China or something, I guess.
You can't run.
I'm not saying there's not a beauty standard elsewhere in the world. It definitely can be, but not as much as like a default, I feel like. Damage a little bit worse.
No fairy tale ending for you.
Yeah. Lights out. Faster, stronger.
You know. Oh, my damage is bad. Did I not get the artifact set for some reason? What's happening here?
All you want.
Judgment. Shiver. Controlled breathing. Let's midnight phantasmagoria.
Again, that there, I don't know if it's actually worth it to
I will
lay you over here, by the way. I died. Whoops.
Tell me why.
You haven't looked at the Nexus anime designs yet? Nope.
You can't run.
I'm surprised I still forget that.
On my by royal decree.
You know.
bet you weren't ready for this.
Judgment. Lights out. Controlled breathing. Let's.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
I summon.
Weak unsteady.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Bet you weren't ready for
You can't run. Punishment. Start the clock.
Let's fight.
now we're hit.
Struggle all you want.
Judgment. Shiver. Let's shadow raven.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
You can't run. Lights out. Faster. Stronger. Oz reveal.
Weak unsteady. now we're hit.
56k? Jesus.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
56k is the new peak I saw for his damage here. Oh. For the charge attacks. Beat this boss with other elements. Yes, but if you're not if you're not using a electro or cryo DPS with superconduct, it's a lot harder. Frankly. Like Skirk can definitely brute force this. With Charlotte in particular is the easiest option, but it's harder than just using Fischl if you have her premium team options. If you're bringing a Pyro DPS, it has higher resistance to Pyro. So like you're gonna have to have higher investment, to do things like stacking more sources of Red Shred. But I think people have cleared this at Fearless with like Melt, Moika, or like whatever, right? I know works too, yeah. But good luck with the targeting. Good luck with the targeting. Alright. I can't say that I haven't seen the Nexus anime design since I'm in the beta.
Control breathing.
By the way, they emailed me for beta participation. Am I allowed to say this?
By royal decree.
I don't know, I'm not in it yet. There's nothing to say about the beta itself, so I don't have access yet. But that's a little weird. Moved a weirdly high amount here.
Start the clock midnight phantasmagoria.
Okay.
No rest.
Sorry, I got like their beta Zenless thing. I forgot what it was for. It was for some like specific thing, so I don't think it's like normal beta. But maybe I'll get normal beta access to Zenless in the future, which would be cool. But then it means I can't talk about Zenless anymore. Means I can't talk about upcoming Zenless characters anymore. So whatever. I know nothing about Ramiel. I mean, right now, again, I'm not in the beta right now, so there is no beta level knowledge I have about Ramiel. I only have knowledge that everyone else has. Current one is free to share content. Oh, for your Nexus anime thing, that's good. That's much nicer. Not having to be paranoid about information you talk about. Alright.
By royal decree.
I will judge.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Oh.
Judgment.
Inefa review? Sure. Wait, didn't Harshal request a Chiori review earlier? Did we look at Harshal's Chiori? I feel like we might have forgotten. Oops. Is Harshal still here? I don't know why that just popped in my head. Oops. At Harshal. Harshal's last message was 30 minutes ago. Let me roll back. Hey, I got their UID. There we go. There we go. You said I think I already reviewed your Chiori. I didn't mean I was going to look at the Chiori. I just meant I thought we recently looked at their Chiori. Not like, you know, 39-minute review inbound. No, I don't usually do that long reviews for these. Unless there's something interesting to talk about. Lumineuse, that's an uncommon weapon for her. It's a lot of EM. Not bad, but, you know, just another flat stat to have on her. Really good circlet, really okay goblet. I mean, it's an onset goblet, so more than okay, especially with this really, really, really good off-piece. Feather is the weakest link here, but hard to complain. It's all good stats, so this is just a solid Inefa. Solid Inefa, yep. 80 out of 90, how dare you. Oh, whoops. Whoops, it is a solid Inefa, just trust me. Could it be better? Yes, try harder. No, it is a little unsatisfying not to have 200 crit damage, I will say. But is it actually that problematic? Not necessarily. I don't know. You could get to 200 crit damage, but you'd have to farm for like a pretty specific feather. Or get lucky with the goblet timepiece situation. So, yep. Also top 2%. Yeah. The fact that this is top 2% just should further highlight how stupid my Inefa build is on Staff of Scarlet Sands. Oh god, it annoys me that Staff of Scarlet Sands has no freaking leaderboard for this character. It's basically it's top 2%. That's I'm sorry, you're top 1%. You're allowed to call yourself on the top 1% if you're the top 1.01%. God. Anyways. My sauce endeavor from the other day was top 5%. Yeah, what is mine? $44. This is with the double attack build though. That's the fake ass build. I don't actually use this build. This is my highest ranking one with this really dookie ass circlet. This was number 3, by the way, at one point. But again, like, there wasn't an actual leaderboard for me to use my actually good timepiece. So I have enough enough sauce. Yeah. Top 0.2%, and this is without the leaderboard properly accounting for Staff of Scarlet Sands being better to use an EM timepiece or EM goblet. Like, you want EM on one and attack on the other. So reach rank and number 1 NA. Fine, but you only get 2 seconds. One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Sorry, my brain wanted to look at it more. Very nice. Where's Harshals? Sorry, we're doing Harshals. No, I guess I'm waiting to do Harshals. Harshal didn't respond to that. Okay. Well, rip. Of course I remembered somehow. Like, you know, 30 minutes after they left, when Harshal was here for like 3 hours, 4 hours. Yeah, that EM Sands. Yeah, that EM Sands is bonkers, and it's also literally perfect for specifically a Staff of Scarlet Sands Ineva build, right? Like, yeah, technically it could have crit rate, but whoop-de-doo.
You can't run. Shiver. Start the midnight phantasmagoria.
Good, it's positioned better this time.
Judgment. Punishment. Quick as a flash. By royal decree.
Weak none stand. Bet you weren't ready for this. Now's our chance. Like lambs to the slaughter.
You can't run.
Lights out.
It's gonna be within range. I don't know. Oops. What am I doing?
Stronger. Odds.
Trim. I will judge.
Oh, my stamina. Jesus Christ.
Shiver. Controlled breathing. Let's.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Oh my gosh.
No rest.
Weak none stand.
What?
Bet you weren't ready for this.
I did really well initially, and then I really flubbed that second half there.
No fairy tale ending for you.
That Nuvilet does poo damage. I don't think it does. Actually, what does that Nuvilet? Who was the Nuvilet player? Akasha? What are you talking about? I mean, look, I trust your word for it that it was a number 1 build. What's your Nuvilet damage, actually? Not DPS, his damage. Like, what does he get in a charge attack? Because I really like that you were on a Proto Amber build. Yeah, I know it was C0. Fuck off, Will. I'm sorry. Min-maxing a C0 Nuvilet is far more base than min-maxing a C6 Nuvilet. Just saying. To be clear, I think Whale should still min-max her shit, because why did you bother pulling the constellations that make you do a ton of damage if you're not going to try to make a good build possible on them? But, like, you know. $70k? Damn. I think your Nuvilet literally does double the damage of mine on Proto Amber. Like, same builds. By the way, I know I didn't do the thing before. Oh, my damage is so bad here. What am I doing? Okay. We provide people content. That's fair. I apologize for insulting you. Thank you, Whale. Oops, should have swapped to Rosaria earlier. My bad.
Controlled breathing. Let's wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day. I summon thee.
Reading on stage. Bet you weren't ready for this.
What? Where's my damage? Where's my damage?
Yeah. Punishment. Quick as a flash. Start the by royal decree.
Well, I didn't press skill. Kind of important, not gonna lie.
That's my kind of opponent.
I was kind of hoping he would get stunned, I'm not gonna lie there.
Controlled breathing.
Not bad. My noob's not built, am I a bad will?
Can't run.
Yes.
Ugh.
Bad will.
Let's Oz reveal.
More respectable will, because noobulette boring.
Bet you weren't ready for this. Now's our chance.
Yeah. Shiver.
Hmm.
Quick as a flash. Start the clock.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. No rest for... Reading on stage. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Why?
No fairy tale ending for you.
Why damage shit?
You can't run.
Lights out.
Controlled breathing. By royal decree.
Oh, out of stamina. Got it. I was like, what? What's happening? Out of stamina. Yeah, I see.
Form first. Start. Punishment. Midnight phantasm.
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Yeah. Shiver. Quick as a flash. Oz reveal thyself.
Reading on stage.
That was barely any self-damage. That's not too surprising. Definitely think I need to optimize the... I think that's the main thing I need to do better here at this point, is just do more damage during the shield phase, which is hard. Because I need to live, and Lohen inherently does less damage during the shield phase. Asked my friend if she would rather build Chi-Chi or get hit by a car, and she chose to get hit by a car. Do you agree? No. I think getting hit by a car is a terrible decision. Building Chi-Chi is not a terrible decision, because frankly, you don't even need to build Chi-Chi to build Chi-Chi. Like, you just need artifacts that you should probably already have in your account, frankly. And then you level her to 70, which you might want to consider doing anyways for theater. So, you know,
You can't run. Faster. Stronger.
what exactly are we fighting there?
Judgment.
What? Give me my fav.
You can't run. Controlled breathing. Yeah. Start the by royal decree.
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this. Now's our chance.
Judgment.
What am I doing?
Lights out.
You know, I'm gonna go back to trying to, again, other than this first rotation, I think, trying to snapshot with Eonson more. Snapshot Rosaria buff from Eonson. What? God damn it, brain. Stop it. Oh. She can now properly EQ swap. I mean, generally speaking, you don't even do the Q. You just
Quick as a
E-swap.
flash.
Okay, can I trigger Fab here?
Yeah. Controlled breathing.
What? Rosaria, please, help me. What's happening? They hot fixed it, guys. They did a patch.
You can't run.
Secretly on the server. They disabled Fab on this boss. What's happening? There we go.
Stronger. On my mark, odds revealed.
Tremble. I won't judge. Bet you weren't ready for this. Now's our chance.
Shiver. Quick as a flash. Start the Shadow Raven. Let night fall. I summon.
Leave none standing.
Where's my will to win? I'm doing damage. Just didn't get will to win. Why? Why? Why?
To the slaughter.
Answer him. Answer me. Reality.
Form first. Let's
Lights out.
Let's fight.
Struggle all you want.
judgment. Punishment. Faster. Stronger. On Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
What is happening? Why can I not do my skill?
Keep it coming. Now's our chance.
You can't run. Shiver. Quick as a flash. Start by royal decree.
Tremble. I won't judge.
Where's my damage? Where's my damage?
To the slaughter.
I like Foxy, man. He is sassy. I see. Appreciate it. Eek's doing what for a video? Oh, Chung Yun stuff? Min farming. Never mind. Kind of interesting. Chi-Chi has semblance of a crit ratio, so her burst... Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, her burst does have a little bit of a nuke on it. It's the one thing where, like, with a min-max C6 Chi-Chi in particular, it might actually start to be worthwhile. Which is what I was kind of interested in. But then they kind of immediately just made that irrelevant with Aloysia, so... RIP. I don't know. I'm not going to spend the resources. I would like to if there was more resources available, but, yeah. Alright, can you show the builds? Sure. He's on R3 Jade Spear. Official is on an R5 Harp, but
I
the
created
build
another
could
unit.
have more crit ratio and substats. R5 Harp. Harp refines just give you more, like, minimum crit damage rolls. So, like, pretend my artifacts are slightly better. Right, there's no functional difference. So this is an R1 Harp, but better artifacts. And then Rosaria on Noblesse. Come on, I really want to... What time is it? 6:30. Okay, I think I have D&D today. I should check. One of our D&D members said I'm at Texas. Another one said I'm at work. Okay, I guess we're not doing D&D today. I have more time. I also need to do the frickin' Star Rail event, I feel like, today. By the way. Because I need Rin Pull. Unless Paloosa, do you want to fund my Rin? I'm joking. I'm being like the generic, what? Where's your energy? I'm being the generic, beg a whale for money person. Paloosa, please give me pulls for Rin. I need to get C6 Rin. No. If you're gonna give me pulls, give it to my Genshin account. That way I can go for C6 Yai. But also don't waste your money. I don't need your money. Anyways, those other games bore me, I see. But does C6 Yai bore you? My C6 main DPS Yai, if I had her C6. If I got C6 main DPS Yai, I did the cows. The Stellar Radiance hit from Yai should be about 550,000. I must admit, it's very tempting. It's very tempting to get Yai C6. But Chronicle Banner is pain.
By royal decree.
If it's not for Dia, it's not worth it. I already maxed out my Dia. I can't spend more money, Verdia. It's not possible. They stopped me. But also, I got my Dia maxed out without spending money. How dare you accuse my Dia of being whale?
Punishment. Faster, stronger.
I just love Sandrone.
As you wish me.
I'll tell you what. If you pay for my C6 Yai, I'll do 1 10 pull on Sandrone banner. Deal? Deal? Seems like a good deal for you. No. Can you plunge in low gravity? Yes. But it's slow. Not the plunge isn't slow. Huge value? Yeah. No, you gotta wait for the thing. The plunge isn't slow, but the jumping up is slow. Is there optimizations you could do here? Honestly, potentially yes. Like, some characters will... If you're insane enough to somehow try to make Raiden main DPS work against this, there's a reality where that could come true. The problem is getting Raiden's burst up seems impossible, so... Yep. God damn it. Playing Sanjorne comp with Yai, Chi-Chi, Nicole. What rotation should I do to her? Apply her cryo field and still count everyone's hits for stellar reactions? Yai, Chi-Chi, Nicole. Isn't it just probably Nicole first? Then Yai, then Chi-Chi into Sanjorne? You want a battery. You want to funnel the particles from Chi-Chi into Sanjorne, generally speaking, right? Do Kaya burst and jump to the turrets? You can do that, yeah. You can have... So you can have Kaya burst and Fischl's E active, and you can just jump up, and Fischl's E, if you time it right, Fischl's E and Kaya's burst can hit both these at the same time and break the drones, and then you can do the same thing over here. So you can definitely do that, but then you still need to deal with the rest of the shield. So you have to have enough damage. You have to have Kaya and Kuki in your team and still have enough damage to deal with the rest of the boss's situation. So, you know, it's not that relevant, but it is funny that you can do it. Alright, let's try to focus a little bit.
On my odds reveal.
Leave none steady.
What if I just face tank more hits? Should I be less scared of hits? Oh, the stamina though. Oh, the stamina.
Start the midnight phantasmagoria.
You know, one benefit of doing this with Fischl is she does regain stamina.
Sim, I will.
No fairy tale ending for you.
You can't run. Punishment. On my by royal decree.
Bet you weren't ready for this. Lights out.
Faster, stronger. Start.
As you wish, main Fräulein. No rest for
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this. Struggle all you want.
Controlled breathing. On my judgment. Shiver. Odds reveal.
Leave none steady. Wind. Tell me why.
Okay, that optimization did not make sense, but I was trying something different. Alright. Mr. Foxy, even though I'm very rough on you, I think you're very silly. I appreciate that. But you know what I'd appreciate more? Here. Alright, since the deal wasn't attractive to you. You drive a hard bargain, Palooza. You pay for C6 Yai, and I will do not a 10 pull on Sandrone banner, but 15 pulls. How's that? That's a spicy deal, you know? Cat update. Ooh, cat update. More importantly, cat update. We can stop memeing with with that. We'll do cat update after I trigger the next fav. Pull her weapon instead. I gain nothing but weird people gushing over Yai. You would gain a chance for me to get Sandrone. That's enough to C6 exactly. I'm putting 15 of my own pulls on the line. That's enough for C6 Sandrone twice. There's no cats in the room, by the way. Oh, I freaking lied. There's an adorable creature in the room. I thought there was no cats in the room. Shh. We gotta be quiet. Be quiet. Don't wake him up. If anyone has gotten a C6 from a 10 pull, the highest I am aware of is someone got, it was either C3 or C4 Ganyu. There was like 2 50-50 losses. It was like 5 or 6 total 5 stars in one 10 pull. So yeah. Oh dang it, I woke him up. He sensed me turning. Whoa. He sensed me turning and he's like, oh, that means lap time. I understand. Yeah, I know it was just a cat update, but I don't know. I didn't have a cat update other than cat was sleeping in the cat bed. Is Ashru there? No, he's not there. Ashru was gone. But this one's here. This Gibby here. C6 down and better than C4 Chi-Chi? As far as I'm aware, no. I spent $1,300 on Sandrone Banner. So you're saying C6ing Yai would be a rounding error for me? No. That's a lot of money. Did you not get C6 Sandrone? That feels like enough money that you should have gotten C6 Sandrone already. But you said the word so far, which concerns me slightly. Sneeze issues resolved? He still has... God damn it. He still has some random issues. I did. Okay, that's good. He still has some weird random health issues. Oh my god. Right now, he doesn't sneeze as much anymore. He hasn't had a sneezing fit in quite a while. But he still has this, like, a weird amount of, like, eye booger that comes out of its right eye specifically. Interesting.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Yeah! Punishment! Controlled breathing! Start the... Oz reveal bite!
Leave none stay. Bet you weren't ready for this. No fairy tale ending.
Oh, damn it.
You can't run! Lights out! Faster! Stronger! Let's move! Shadow Raven! Let night
That was
fall!
bad for Eon Sun buff, but whatever.
No rest for...
Let's fight. Now watch this.
Yeah! Punishment! Controlled breathing! On my mark! By royal decree!
Leave none stay.
No, it's not gonna get there. It might have gotten really close if I had a little bit more damage there. I think I was playing better last night, honestly. I haven't even gotten the 1 or 2 second clear yet, let alone the sub 100. We might have to stop playing for the day. Might not be my day, but I'll get it. I'll get the damn sub 100. I am 100% sure it's possible. Sackbow? Oh, I forgot about Sackbow. That's true. You know what? Oh god, imagine I get it immediately. I don't even have a crit rate circlet. Like, if this gets it immediately, I'm gonna be upset. Like, I don't have a crit rate circlet to put on. I don't have one. I mean, actually, I think I might have one without crit, but... Or not? Do I literally not have one at all? No, I don't have one. Like, I could try an EM build. I could try an EM build on Sackbow, but I don't have the timepiece yet, so what's the purpose of that? I don't know. Freaking see what happens.
You can't run. Hit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's odds.
Let's fight.
Okay, didn't get many super nuts that time.
Stronger. On my
What? Sackbow didn't work! Yo! Yo, we need the resets!
judgment. Quick as a flash. Let's.
Wait, Sackbow doesn't work because it has a shield. Never mind. We remember need damage. So it's not gonna work in the shield phases, which means it basically just doesn't even save any time. Cause like, yeah, the main one it could actually definitely save time on still has the shield phase up. Actually, both of the times we were bursting had the shield phase up technically. So this doesn't do anything at all. Yeah. I am willing to try stringless. Just cause, you know, it'd be funny if this was better just because of the EM.
You can't run.
Favonius? We don't need the energy. The reason we were using Sackbow is to skip bursting on Fischl. So that we could fix the snapshotting issue. And notably, making sure we can get the artifact set without having to burst on her.
You can't run. On my hook. By royal decree.
Trim. I will judge. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Yeah.
Fischl ended.
Faster. Stronger. Let's.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Let's fight.
That shield break was so slow.
Now's our chance.
No fairy tale ending.
If this is somehow
Flash. Start the
the clear,
light.
I'll be shocked.
Odds reveals us.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
You can't run. Shiver. Controlled breathing. Let's. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Oh, I should have just waited for the skill there. That would have been faster.
Instead.
Bro, stop going. Stop moving around.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Judgment. Punishment. Quick as a flash. By royal decree.
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Struggle all you want.
Now's our chance.
No, die please. There you go. I mean, hey, it's very doable without slingshot. Or without slingshot. Without, whatever, you know. So, I don't know. That was all 4-star weapons just in case you're like, oh, the Skyward Harp makes it impossibly better. Like, no, it's not that much better. It's better. I'm fairly confident, but not insanely so. Why is he fighting this boss? I'm trying to get a sub 100. I've gotten to 102 before I crown Lohen Burst. I'm trying to get a sub 100 clear. 3 more seconds needs to be cut off.
For first. Let's. Odds reveal.
Trim. I will judge.
shouldn't have done that.
Quick as a flash. On my shadow raven. Let night fall. Ice.
Leave none stay. Like lambs
Not
to
great.
the slaughter.
Punishment. Faster. Stronger. Start the clock.
What? Why didn't you let me switch my character? I pressed 3. And then I pressed E because I wanted official E. And then it was just like, nope, you're staying on Eon's line. It didn't even give me the stupid thing as like, can't switch character. It just didn't switch my character. Like, what? I definitely pressed 3 there. Foxy things? Or is it just Foxy things? Or is there a reward? It's just Foxy things. I want to do it because I'm enjoying playing it.
By royal decree.
Now's our kick.
Just save that for dodging. You can use his E to dodge, so.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
God damn it. Can I do better with the shield? I think that's the downside of, trying to do more damage with lohen to the shield by doing more charge attacks. There we go. Okay. Makes it so I do. Sorry, trying to focus here.
Struggle all you want.
Judgment. Punishment. Quick as a flash.
Less super gun ducks, which is a pretty meaningful downside.
Bet you weren't ready for this. No fairy tale ending for you.
Form first. Like
You over here.
Leave none stay. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Form first. On. Yeah. Shiver. Shadow raven. Let night fall.
Let's fight.
I'm running out of time here. Oh. I'm here to aggravate him so he notices me. It's not working. I'm sorry, Paloosa. You could aggravate me by forcing me to wish for C6EI. Sorry, I keep on making way. I'm not trying to be. This is meant to be like a satire of like the people that beg for primo gems, right? I hope that's obvious. I'm sure some people think I'm actually begging, but I want to be. If I actually wanted to, I can afford C6EI. Okay. But anyways, I just think it's funny to keep on bringing it up because of how much you kept on mentioning you're a whale and whatever. You gotta aggravate his wallet, yeah. You could annoy me by completely derailing the content of the stream by forcing me to gamble for Yai. Here, I'll even up the offer. I'll do 2 10 pulls. That's all I have right now. I'll do 2 10 pulls on Sandronia Banner.
You can't run. Punishment. Faster. Stronger. On my.
As you wish, me. Tremble. I will.
Well, I didn't get the artifact set. Whoops. You need to pull a Dendro character to aggravate with the eye. That's true. Whoops. I didn't notice, to be honest. I just trust what you say too much. Well, I appreciate that, Rin. Sounds like you're depressed. What do you mean? I don't know. I'm probably depressed. I don't know. If you think that's an insult to me, it's like, oh no, tell me the thing I've fought for the last 7 years of my adult life. Oh no, guys. It would really depress me if you gave me just enough pulls to get C5 Yai, but not enough to get C6 Yai. That would really depress me. You just need a hug, not from you.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Lights out.
What the hell? I did so little. Okay, no, I think we're gonna go return to doing as much. We need to break the shield faster, but I think I don't know. It's weird. Like
Let's by royal
Leave none stay.
doing damage matters here, but like we gotta strike the balance at like trying to break the shield as fast as possible. And I think that is the priority over doing damage, but it's just so weird. And like this, we missed the super duck proc. It should be lower than this. A hug from C6 Yai? Exactly. What if we only give you R5? I mean, if you gave me enough to R5, that'd be enough to C6 Yai. So anyways, if you only gave me enough to C5, I mean, if someone gave me enough pulls to C5 Yai, I would spend enough money. I would just spend the money to C6 her. Yeah, like I at that point that just makes it like I can't not at that point, right?
You can't run.
I mean, I could not. Like, I shouldn't do that, to be clear. But knowing myself, like, come on. When it's like, worst case scenario, it's like
Oz reveal.
probably not more than $200. 'Cause the problem is like being 2 away. Is like if I get unlucky, that's like $400 or $500. That's no. But if I had C5 Yai, worst case scenario is $200, right? Ask Simon. I don't want to ask Simon because the reason I'm memeing with Pelusa is I don't think Pelusa would do that. But Simon may actually do that if I ask, so I don't want to ask Simon.
You can't run.
If you were going to give me pulls, I want it to be out of your own volition. That's all.
Judgment.
God damn it.
Control breathing.
Or because I made a deal.
By royal decree.
How about this Pelusa? No. I'm joking. Okay, I'm trying to... yeah, let's just skip doing... I mean, I still use the skill to be smart with using that, but I'm going to skip doing charge attacks like I was originally. Oh, I didn't trigger 5. I am almost tempted. Fuck. Shit, I should stop memeing on it then.
Quick as a flash. Start the Oz reveal.
Trim. I won't judge.
Sure do love Fav RNG. It's not necessarily just Fav RNG here for what it's worth. There.
You can't run.
It's also just like really the timing on this is pretty tight. It's like very, very slight timing things too.
Leave none stay.
I should have waited to use skill.
Strike all you want.
Start the yeah. Lights out.
Is it okay to skip Sandrone?
The darkness. Come.
Yes. I mean, even if you don't have a team to clear this, if you don't have Sandrone, you don't need to clear every fearless difficulty. It's fine.
No fairy tale ending for you.
Punishment. Form first. On. By royal decree.
No, don't.
Trim. I won't judge. Bet you weren't ready for this. That's my type of opponent.
Nope, I'm dead.
You can't run. Start the Oz reveal.
Leave none stay.
I really like that if you're smart with the timing on
Lights out.
lohen skill, you can use it to dodge.
Let's
That's quite fun. It's satisfying. Ow. God damn it, you interrupted my recast of a skill. Fuck. That asshole. Ugh.
Yeah. Quick as a flash. Start them by royal decree.
We've none steady. Now's our kick.
Judgment. Shiver. On my wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day.
No rest.
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Yeah. Punishment. Step aside. Oz, reveal thy.
Leave none stay. Now's our kick. Bet you weren't ready for this. Struggle all you want.
Judgment. Lights out. Control breathing.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Tremble. I will observe. Now's our kick.
Punishment. Quick as a flash. Let's by royal
No fairy tale in me.
Ugh.
Now's our kick.
stronger. Midnight.
To be honest, TBH, I really love Sandurna's gameplay. I am not as big a fan as you are, I think, but I don't know. If I had her, I think I'd warm up to it. It's just there's other characters I cared about, like getting C4 Yai and like getting Odette next patch, unfortunately. So yeah, if she wasn't in this awkward middle ground of being resource heavy to go into and being units I'm more interested in next patch, I wouldn't hate the idea of having her. I don't think I'd get enjoyment out of her long term, but I don't hate her. She felt like a more refined, a little bit better feeling playing Nuvillette to me. So, yeah. Imagine getting C6 Yai right here, right now. Yeah, just 110 pull, it's all it takes. How does this team get a shorter clear than my premium Skirk with C2 Yai? Because Lohen's actually pretty good. And Skirk's kit is kind of boned when not playing. It's not it's like not garbage, but like Skirk does a lot less damage when you don't have full Hydro Electro. Odette I care about just to increase Sandornia's damage? That's fair. That's why I care about Odette. For Yai. You and I are two sides of the same coin. Which is why you should share your coin with me. Sorry. God. I can't. The jokes just come to me.
Judgment. Quick as a flash. On my by royal
Now's our kick. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Yeah. Lights out. Faster. Stronger. Start them.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
God, I wish that lasted a little bit less time.
None stay. Now's our kick. Struggle all you want.
Punishment. Quick as a flash. Let's odds repeat.
You know.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
You can't run. Lights out. Controlled breathing. On my wings of darkness. darkness. Come, sever night from day.
No, you little
I
ass.
summon.
Why did you not get frozen by Rosari? That's so annoying.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Yeah. Punishment. By royal decree.
Tremble. I will judge.
Damn. I think that could have been it if the second shield phase went better. Yeah, that was a 107 with that really bad shield break. Damn. Okay. I got C6 Escovy, not for Skirk. I got her for Aya. Okay, nice. I've been here for a year. Well, you're right. Thank you. Thank you for the 12 months in a row. Crazy. I'm sure I'm Foxy's least favorite person. No. My least favorite people are the very small handful of people that I banned. You are a weird, kind of trolly person, but you're, I don't know. As far as Yai goes, you're kind of like C7 Yai, in that you're just a little bit of a troll, and you're enjoyable to be around, but in small doses. Right? Reminds me a lot of Mob. Mob manages to accidentally annoy me in ways that are a little bit more annoying than Palooza. Palooza is intentionally annoying me in ways that I can have more fun with. Even if they distract the topic of the stream. I don't mind Palooza that much because we're just kind of focusing on one thing for many hours straight anyways. It's fine to have the distraction.
You can't run. Faster, stronger.
Mob is creatively annoying, yeah. Mob is trying to be helpful sometimes. I think. Nice.
Judgment. Shiver. Quick as a flash. On my midnight phantasmagoria.
Okay, that's interesting. That was a really early shield break.
No fairy tale ending, Hershey.
Lights out. Faster, stronger. Let by royal decree.
Leave none stand.
Will the win, please.
Now watch it. Struggle all you want.
Yeah. Punishment. Quick as a flash. On my shadow raven. Let night fall.
No. Get back in the... You little rat. You're like my
This
cats.
isn't over yet.
You can't run. Lights out. Control breathing. Let's odds reveal.
Ideally, that shield break would have happened a lot sooner there, I'm pretty sure.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Oops, that's bad. Yum. Since forced to play Genshin, you ban me? Would you? No, I'm definitely not forced to play Genshin. I have to watch Jello Impact. He sounds more depressed. Lohen, will you win? I mean, Lohen wins consistently against this boss, but Lohen, piloted by me, is going for an extra win.
Quick as a flash.
Going with a sub 100 flex. It's rare that I feel desire to try to like optimize time to clear. And I got the hankering for it here, so, you know.
Judgment. Shiver. Faster, stronger.
We did not get the ideal amount of super no triggers, by the way, but now this frickin' dude moving around like this is so annoying. Can I get Will to win? Thank you. Oh, the damage is kind of dookie though. Oh, this is an attempt.
Yeah. Quick as a flash. Start them by royal
Tremble. I will judge. Now watch it.
punishment. For
rest. Leave none stand.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
You can't run. Like
Shield break was pretty slow, but
let's move.
it's not inherently a problem.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Struggle all you want.
Judgment. Punishment. Faster. Stronger. Midnight Phantasmagoria. I suck.
I will teach. Keep it coming.
Yeah. Like
I was trying to do something weird with delaying Lohen's activation. The idea, I've had this happen before, where I think we saw it once this stream, where or no, a couple times, just a little bit ago, where we break the shield and then we can continue attacking with Lohen there. And I think delaying Lohen's skill activation a little bit might be part of that and could be ideal. But, well.
judgment. Faster. Stronger. On my
Let's fight.
shiver.
Missed one super good knock, but oh well.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. No rest for.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Controlled breathing. On my you can't run. Punishment. Wings of darkness.
Why'd I do that? I have no idea.
Sever night from day. I summon.
I will judge.
Clearly that was an intentional play to stagger my timing so I could do more damage to the shield. Definitely. Yep, that's the plan.
Quick as a flash. Let's judgment. Lights out. Odds reveal the
Bet you weren't ready for this. Keep it coming.
yeah. Punishment. Step aside. Shadow Raven. Let night fall.
No rest
Bro,
for
why are you going over here? That was terrible. That was terrible. Sandrone can hit the drones, and that's why the drone is in her name. I mean, she can hit the drones, but it's also kind of optimal with Sandrone to not hit the drones.
Judgment.
So, there you go. Font in her name, because is this true? I don't know if people are just memeing.
Strong.
Oh. Try again.
You can't run. Step aside. On my by royal
Ew. That hurts. I need to not do the N5. I need to do like N3 and then okay. That's what I keep on like stalling out normal attacks when I miss official C6 proc for extra super Linux, I believe. Blech. I am serious. I'm a very serious person. You know, there's a way you could prove there's a way you could prove your seriousness. I need to stop laughing at my own jokes before I say them.
You can't run.
God damn it.
Flash. Judgment. Step aside. Let's odds reveal thy
Bet you weren't ready for this.
You know. Oh, wait, no, we...
on
Mitsu, Palooza never offered anything. I was just the one being silly. Damn it, why like, this is the most consistent thing that happens, is being at this amount when Fischl expires, but it's like really annoying because I want that extra super attack. I feel like it smooths out things a lot for the setup. Yeah, now I'm doing less damage here because I couldn't get the will to win right away.
Judgment! Punishment! Quick as a flash! Start by royal
Keep it coming. Bet you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter.
You can't run! Shiver! Faster! Stronger!
Why have you not spawned your shield there? That was weird.
Wings of darkness!
Oh, that was a weirdly long time for that.
From day. I summon thee!
Leave none stay.
Ow. Don't you do it. Stay here. Stay put.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Yeah! Punishment! Controlled breathing! Start the... Oz, reveal thy...
Ow.
I will
Oh, that wasn't great.
no fairy tale ending for you.
I get my comments removed in every Jello Impact post or video.
You can't run! Stronger!
I understand why. I'm simply more tolerant of people. But I do not judge Jello for their decision.
Shiver! Quick as a flash! Start the...
Midnight Phantasmagoria. No
I will.
I really wish it would stay within Rosario's range, but whatever.
Struggle all you want.
Yeah! Punishment!
Just in case no one's wondering.
On my...
Clearly, the reason...
Leave none stay.
Sorry, can't focus. Stamina. That shield's gonna go up. Yeah.
Controlled breathing!
Clearly the reason all of Palooza's comments get removed,
Wings of darkness!
because Palooza refused to fund Jello's C6i! Sorry. That... Well, I need to stop. I I genuinely don't actually want you to do that.
Let's put
I'm
on
actually scared of you being serious in the chat, that you're considering it.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
You can't run! Shiver! Quick as a flash! On my...
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Oz, you are outside the range.
Summon thee!
No rest for the wicked.
I swear upon everything I pressed forward to switch to low end there, but whatever.
Judgment! Start the... by royal Faster! Stronger! On my...
Probably should have done that.
Light.
Should not have done that.
Midnight
That is.
Phantasmagoria.
Oh my god, this Fischl problem is so freaking annoying, by the way. It honestly might not even be worth doing at all, but I feel like with the one rotation here, with this first down phase, it is worth doing. Yai, a C6 Yai? Oh god, if it's a C6 Yai, that'd be really funny. I am very parasocial. I'm not surprised. Oh god. Oh god, it might be C6 Yai. There's a lot of level 100s here, by the way. Oh, of course it is. That's a lot of crit damage. Jesus. What the hell? This is a ridiculously good build. I mean, low in crit rate. I do think Cryo Resonance is probably going to end up being pretty fake. Particularly if you're going to be like me. If you're going to be like me, Pixie / Melvina, and you intend to main DPS Yai, she's going to apply Electro on field, and, you know, with, like, Alyosha's Electro, like, you shouldn't balance around Cryo Resonance, is my point. Optimistically, Cryo Resonance, I think, will have very low uptime with Yai, even if you do end up, like, not using Alyosha, instead use, like, Chi-Chi, so you have more Cryo players. It still isn't going to be that good. And Sandurn is a similar situation, like, so I do think you should probably build a little bit more crit rate. Maybe if you have a really, really good crit rate circlet, that is the play. But that would probably be... Well, no, you have 14.8 crit rate. No, I think that would be the play. A really good crit rate circlet instead, with a lot of crit damage. So if you have the inverse circlet, that'd be the ideal in my mind. But anyways, that's an insane EM goblet. I assume that's a crafted goblet. That's really lucky. Like, the only thing it could have been better if it had attack percent instead of HP there. But, like... I mean, it's a little bit low roll values for both crit and EM, but can we really complain about crafting an EM goblet and having it roll 5 rolls into crit? Good lord. I ask him if he wants to go to Buffalo Wild Wings. Why does Llama have a nice rank as a character? Turns into why he removes my messages. Oh. Yeah, like I said, I understand why he doesn't allow your comments. It is crafted, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, damn. Very nice build. Very nice build. Your guy gonna be strong. But also if you just want to have crit RNG, that's so much crit damage that you'll probably get, like, I don't know, in the neighborhood of, based on my calcs, if you're doing main DPSI with C0 Odette, I was assuming Odette with Freedom Sworn for my account, to be clear, with Sucrose on Thrilling Tales and C6 Alyosha, and you might get, and if you're going for C6 Alyosha on first banner, there's a good chance you get more than C0 Odette, but, you know, just C0 Odette was going to be like 530,000 for me, for your, but I have 100% crit rate. Your build RNG is heck, but you might hit 600k on your stellar hits, so that's something. Odette will probably be C2, then it'll probably be higher than 600k. It was R5? Oh, was it R5? I didn't even notice. Yep, it is R5. That makes sense, I guess. Sorry for the Windows bloop. Why? What? How did I select the wrong boss? I guess, I don't know, I can try... I can show people this clear. This clear is kind of fun. It's not easy. Take a brief lohen break. Where's some Chlorine?
Not too far now. Rise with the sun. Time to say hello. Bad omen.
Bad omen. I want to heal you a little bit.
Pyroclastic surge.
Evil looks. Shoot on sight. Ready.
Stop right there.
Tell me what you see.
Burn it down. Light up the blazing sun. Hands ready.
Into the shadows.
Not having my burst there is a little not ideal.
Time to testify.
Free. Time to say hello.
Final warning. Pyroclastic surge. Justice will prevail.
Go. You're free now.
Rise with the sun. Light up the blazing sun.
Hunt them down.
Oh, I almost improved the clear. Damn. 113 to 113. No, I don't need to save that. There you go.
Form first. Start the
Trim! I will.
Meow. Hello, cat. Can I help you? Don't bite the microphone!
quick as a flash.
Oi, oi, I'm focusing here.
Darkness. Come, sever night from day.
No rest.
Hi. Little lap creature. Oh, you almost fell out of my lap immediately. Good job.
Struggle all you want.
Controlled breathing. Start the. You can't run.
Lights out.
Odds repeat.
Please not mistake. Bet you weren't ready for this. Now watch it.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
I have no idea if that hit.
Shiver. Faster. Stronger.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Trim! I will. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Lights out.
Quick as a flash. Let's. By royal decree.
Now watch it.
No fatal ending for you.
So close, yet so far again. Can I come over? I'll bring some Warhammer 40k. I feel like your Warhammer 40k figurines could pay for... No, I don't need to finish the sentence. Palooza can finish the sentence. Did I just overwrite my 102? Ah! No! I mean, I have the recording, but god damn it, I just overwrote my 102. It's fine, it doesn't matter, because I'm gonna get sub 100. Right now.
Start the. Odds reveal.
Let's fight.
Why are you going over here, bro? Oh.
You can't run. Shiver. On my. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Yeah, I so wish there was a way to cancel that other than just waiting it. That was so annoying.
Please not mistake. Bet you weren't ready for this.
What in the non-grits?
Struggle all you want.
Judgment. Punishment.
Alright, oi, cat. Really, you little rat. You came into my lab, sat in my lap, made me ignore him because, not ignore him, like I was like, okay, kitten's just being cute for once. And then got out of my lap and I looked to the side and he's like, oh, a cord, nom 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 nom. He just did it as a ploy to get me to not notice. I swear to you. Stop it. Stop it. No, 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 no. Cord is going away. It's going under the book. Why are you staying in official burst for long? Snapshot, and we need to be able to trigger the artifact set. You need to trigger the artifact set by casting your skill. And you cannot cast your skill unless your skill cooldown is back, or you cast your skill by using the reposition Oz function. So it's both snapshotting, which gives better will to win, and we get the artifact set. It's like a double whammy. And no, snapshotting does not work with a swap out like KQM says. That only works in Bennett buff because Bennett buff lingers. Will to crit, yeah. I'm banned in 23 other streams. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised.
By royal
It'll be 24 someday, unless...
lights out.
Hey Pelusa, did you know
First, let's
you can use a VPN to get discounts on top-ups? Yeah, see, look at this. I can do 50k damage on lohen. I'm losing like a 25% damage increase on lohen from not having Fischl go properly. So at least in one rotation here, I need to hang on Fischl's burst. I think it only makes sense on one rotation though,
stronger.
but I'm not sure. I use loot bar, I'm already VIP on there, nice. I'm surprised your account didn't get blocked from continuing to use it, because basically everyone's account that used loot bar did. Oh my god. C6 Yai grants ban immunity.
You can't run.
I'm willing to fund one Yai con, but you'll owe me an account fixing someday. Are you okay? Because we've been memeing this whole fucking time, by the way, Mitsu, are you actually being serious? Do I need to contemplate, or are you just memeing? You highlighted your message, so I don't know.
Judgment. For first.
If this is a genuine offer you're making for the content, I'm down. I've technically secretly accepted payments for... Not secretly. I've said when I accepted payments, to be clear. But, like, it's just never been something... I've never, like, advertised that I do, you know...
Punishment.
paid account fixings. But I'm willing to. I just don't advertise it. And I would just count that as a paid account fixing. And honestly, for the content of also then having C6 Yai... I potentially would be willing. Whoops, what am I doing? I topped up once and it was loot bar. It happened just before I got yeeted. So it's your fault, Ridden. It's your fault. I am serious? Alright. Honestly, the answer is probably yes, but I'll have to think it over more. And I'll also let you think it over more, too. Because just in case you're like... thinking of that mostly in the moment of the stream, I'd rather you get some time to think it over. But as far as it just being a paid account fixing thing, I'm kind of willing.
Controlled breathing. Let's shadow raise it.
Because I'm more comfortable with that than people just giving me free primo gems, right? Like, you're paying for a service at this point, right? Is my rationality. I know some people might not agree, but that's my perspective. You're paying in exchange to get something from me.
You can't run.
And I did an extra charge attack that I needed to do. Hey Resh, have you been? Did you just join the stream? I assume you just joined the stream. I've been doing this for like over 2 hours, 3 hours maybe. So I accidentally replaced it, but I got a 102-second clear before Lohen's burst was crowned, with this exact team, and now I've been trying to get a. You know, I'm gonna go back to an attack timepiece on Rosaria. I want to mess with that again. I don't think it matters that much, but it might matter a little bit. We got really distracted with some optimizations in finding... I don't know if you knew this, Resh, because I did not. When you swap auto Fischl's burst, the common knowledge is that Fischl snapshots, right? She does not. You don't snapshot when you swap out a Fischl's burst. Like you normally do that, right? You burst and then you just immediately swap off as soon as the swap timer will let you. The memeing is probably why you haven't gotten the clear. You're not wrong, maybe. I do think I tend to play better when not live streaming in general, but like I also like to yap when live streaming because it keeps engagement with viewers. It depends on units. No, I know, but like if you try to look up does Fischl snapshot with burst, you'll probably find a a resource from KQM that uses wording that implies that Oz snapshots when Fischl leaves Oz's form, either by letting it, this is wrong, like, either by letting it forcibly expire or forcibly ending it via swapping it to another character. This is wrong. The only reason this works with Bennett is because Bennett's buff lingers. Yeah, because Eon, Sun, and Nicole, yeah, so you did know this. Like, I'm not too surprised because you're a hyper optimizer, so I'm not surprised you encountered this. But yeah, I encountered it here, and it's also, I realized, oh wait, to trigger the fucking, I forgot that this artifact set, you need to trigger the damn artifact set by using a skill. So that means in the rotations I burst on her, I don't have the artifact set up either. So yeah, that's a weird optimization problem, which makes it kind of surprising that I got a 102 second, by the way, before I learned that. I got that last night before learning that. Gift Fischl kind of got to use sack. I wouldn't say has to. I don't know if it's that big a deal, but it's a relevant thing to be aware of. But anyways, this fight is actually fun with Lohen, so that's the main reason that I've been trying to do this. I know I can get sub 100, so I want to get sub 100. That's all it comes down to. I didn't get the extra superconductor. Damn it.
Start the wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day.
No rest.
We've none stand. Bet you weren't ready for this. Struggle all you want.
Step aside.
Maybe not. It's usually a lot less cringe. Yeah, but against this fight, it doesn't matter at all, though. Because the only... the only times... I'm not kidding. The literal only times where Fischl would benefit from Sackbow over... over, like, a higher damage weapon like I have on her, the Skyward Harp, is when it has the shield up and I can't trigger Sack. Can I use LD Shop or the official service? But I don't know how to gift on the official service. I don't know if you can gift on the official service without logging in to my account. I think what you could try is Coda Shop. I haven't actually checked if Coda Shop... Coda Shop is an official Genshin partner and should show like the Japanese yen prices. And so Coda Shop should work. Again, I think you should wait to decide. I can DM you later, Mitsu. But if you are trying to top up for yourself or anyone, whatever, Coda Shop, I believe, should let you just enter by UID and not log in, because they're an official service. But just make sure that they actually like show the yen prices if you use a VPN, right? So, anyways, and the fight starts if you start on Fischl and aim Ozzer to the boss. You can trigger Sack before the shield pops. I don't think it matters for the fact that it's only really relevant, as far as I can tell, on one rotation. And also, that means I can't trigger Fab, by the way, Resh, which means I don't get Eon Sunburst right away. Like, I'm pretty sure in my instance it's not worth doing that. Because I'm doing this instead.
Quick as a flash. Start the Oz reveal.
Yeah, good job not taking damage there, brain.
You can't run. Lights out. Controlled breathing. Let's.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Not sure what you've been doing. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, like that shield break is I think kind of ideal. Oh come on, that was bad. Not getting maximized damage here. That shield break was I think pretty ideal now. And then it comes down to trying to optimize some stuff later in the fight and Mourn. You know. That's not great. I mean, it's a little bit faster shield, so it's maybe not bad. Yeah, like here, I don't think it's worth getting the artifact set or buff, because like I just believe, I don't know, I could be wrong on this, but I do believe just clearing the shield as fast as possible is better. What? Hello, ER, please. That's why I had an ER type is on her.
I will.
And getting in this asshole to not fucking leave Rosaria's burst. Why is a cat meowing? Are you upset that I'm upset? I'm not upset, kitten. I'm just being silly. Alright. Okay, actually, why are you screeching? What? What are you doing? I'm not sure what was happening, but I grabbed a kitchen. I grabbed an Oshu. It sounded like Oshu was screeching at Dee Dee because Dee Dee likes to be a butthole sometimes. Oshu knows this. Oz damage is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was it? That's funny. Oh, cat, really? You just stole my chair. You little rat. See? Really? I didn't get out of my chair for you. Okay. But you did, yes. This is true. Well, I sit in the edge of my chair now. If I sit in the edge of the chair, he usually realizes it's not his chair anymore. There you go, creature. Alright, we might give this a few more tries. Otherwise I think I've just been streaming for too long. I don't think I'm getting better at this right now, but like I'll probably post in my Discord that I got the clear like in like 3 hours from now or something after I take a break and then focus down without having to worry about brain paying attention to chat and yappering at the same time.
Judgment. Controlled breathing. On my
Leave none stay. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Fairly often just taking a break is the ideal strategy.
Now watch this.
You can't run. Shiver. Faster. Stronger. Start the
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Nice. Or even, I think, within Rosaria range. Nice.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
judgment. Lights out. Form first. Let Oz reveal.
Leave none stay.
Really? That was a really early shield, I feel like.
You can't run. Shiver. Start the wings of darkness.
Trim. I will. Now watch this. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Judgment. Hit. Lights out. Quick as a flash. Let's.
You friggin' ass! Why? Have you just gotten frozen in Rosaria's burst? Okay. Couple more tries. Okay. Bad. One of my lake cats used to always try to kick me off the chair. Yeah, that would be a little annoying. It's like, no, it's literally mine. Not just stealing it after I get out of it, but literally just being like, nope, it's my chair now. You are in it, and it is mine. And not even a lap cat, like just a it's my chair cat. No, get back. damage is terrible. Our damage is terrible. Also, I'm pretty sure we have cryo resonance. Whoops. I'm pretty sure we have cryo resonance up like 99% of the time. I should actually watch that a little closer though. Do we for sure have that up?
Form first. Start the
How did we do so little super index there? That was crazy. That's way worse than I normally do.
You can't run. Control breathing.
No burst or no fads.
Yeah. Faster, stronger. Let's by royal decree.
Leave none stand.
Oh damn it! I should have done that skill there because that took away official C6 proc. That would have been super enough.
On my
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
No, frick you.
Let's fight.
Are we not getting any? Does official C6 attacks have higher range than our non-C6 hits? Yes? Oh my god. Great. Learning 2 official things today.
I won't sit.
Why? Why? And I got a bad clear again. Gigamore range? Weird. Weird.
can't run. Quick as a flash. Let's
1.0 characters have to be as confusing as possible, after all. Why are you moving so much? Why are you moving so much? And why are you moving over here? Bro, I think that might be outside of the normal range, by the way. Okay, no, I need the fucking... No, I need the ER. I need the ER. I think. I mean, I did my 102 second clear without the ER, to be clear, but I just... I don't know. Yeah, like, if I could intentionally... through all my attempts with this thing, I have not seen any manner of consistent way to get a vibe for how to control it going certain directions. Other than just obviously staying on the other side of it, generally. But with how much freezing this, you know, is going on, it's like, you know, sometimes it moves a lot, but you know, it's just much better to just like super it out the way on the shield. Is my experience thus far.
step aside. Let's
There is, in theory, like
let
a faster shield break. Well, whatever. Yeah. There is, in theory, a faster shield break I think I could achieve, for sure. No, I've done it a couple of times, but a faster shield break by like getting just one of the drones. But like, I don't think it actually necessarily benefits that much, so it's just kind of irrelevant. Is my finding so far.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Why? Okay, I think I just need to take a break because like now I'm somehow doing way worse for like I'm looking at like how far along the shield is. Whoops. By the time official expires. So yeah.
control breathing. Start the
It's actually a good thought to have. Oh, you know, yeah. Like, it's something that if I see it happening, I will try to take advantage of it. And it's part of why I, like, want to position on this side of it, at least. Okay, at least that's equivalent to...
stronger.
This is the neutral starting point. Like, I'm willing to give it a shot starting point.
I summon thee.
No rest for the wicked.
Can I switch my character? This game is not taking my fucking inputs. Is Dee Dee's hair infected my keyboard? Is it properly going to shit? I really should clean out the keyboard. The amount of cat hair in my keyboard is actually absurd. But it's so damn tedious. Is this what's happening? Why it's not taking input 4, just cat hair, and putting the in between the switches? Because like it's not even, the game's not even telling me you can't switch. It's not the game drinking out. It's like not seeing an input from me at all, right?
Lights out. Quick as a flash. Let's shadow raven. Let night fall. Eyes up.
No fairy tale ending for you.
Punishment. Faster, stronger. On my way.
Really? That still hit me? How? Give me the will to win. Why is Fischl so slow? Did it do this? Tiny bit of extra. Can I switch? Thank you. Tiny bit of extra shield damage.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
No, stay in Rosaria Burst. Stay in Rosaria Burst, you asshole! Stop it!
Punishment. Quick as a flash. On my by royal
Please, not hanging my inputs, that's just a me issue, but...
No fairy tale ending for you.
Not even close. Not even close.
My kind of opponent.
Whatever. Whatever, at least we did this, the stringless clear. I'm gonna do one more okay attempt. And call it there. I think I need to take a break. What crit rate are you running? 60. I mean, actually, I guess we should try the higher crit rate piece. I got weird like pieces that are inverses of each other, so this one would be like a piece completely balanced around not having Cryo Resonance. Cryo Resonance should be up enough in this team that I'm pretty sure the other timepiece should be significantly better. But maybe I'm losing more crits than I expect. It's kind of hard to tell with how many numbers we get.
You can't run. Step aside. Start the odds. Reveal thyself.
What? Swear to God, I've had so many stored inputs or inputs just ignored recently. Oh, okay. So maybe just Genshin was made arbitrarily shittier than it already was for responding to player inputs.
Stronger.
Resh, do you also have habits of like pressing inputs multiple times? I've like had to like try to get over those with a lot of characters as I try to like improve my play with some of them. So like, I didn't realize I had that habit, but like the game just like encoded the habit of like spamming inputs in me because of its like lack of responsiveness for things like character switching and whatever, right? Or E activation. Wasn't as big of an issue as it was now. Okay. I should have bursted there, by the way. This is bad. You are overcapped 70 ply plus 20 plus 15 plus some from a Rosaria? Yes, exactly. I'm pretty sure I have a 100% crit rate with Rosaria buff up properly. But Rosaria buff only applies, goddammit, when you're within her burst, so, you know. Although one thing I didn't test is 4% crit damage. Is 4% crit damage better? Where is it? Than 39 flat attack. 23.3 crit damage versus 27.2. Or 39 flat attack. I'm not gonna lie, the 39 flat attack might actually be better. Maybe I should try that. Maybe that's what I need the whole time. Same crit rate, obviously. Yeah, we're 95. Yeah, we don't need to do that timepiece. I forgot about Rosaria's buff for a second.
Yeah. Control breathing. Yeah. On my by royal
Let's fight. Bet you weren't ready for this. Now's our chance.
Why? Why am I doing so poorly for the shield break now? Oh, God. Yai Risley banner gets Chronicle Wish. Yes, it's a Chronicle banner. So if you have pity left over, it will use that pity
You can't run.
from a previous banner.
It's a flash. Let's Oz reveal.
Leave none stand.
Oh yeah, it's definitely taking a break angle, but one more real attempt. Why? Come on. Oh my god. The fact that I'm flubbing the shield break, just like the initial visual normal attacks is so bad.
Judgment. Faster and stronger. Start the by royal
How am I doing this badly with the official hits? Is your party full of 5 stars? Do you think these are 5-star characters? No. If you're not familiar with Genshin, the 3 characters above Lohen are all 4-star characters.
quick as a flash. Let's Oz reveal.
Let's fight.
Okay, whatever. I give up. Let's just go. See how maybe it's not that bad. I don't know, right? Maybe it's not that bad to miss that super nut proc. Maybe it's not that bad. Can I switch my characters? What is happening? Okay.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Judgment. Shiver.
This is definitely not the attempt, by the way.
By royal
I will.
But I'll give it a shot. Why have you not done the shield yet? What the hell?
can't run.
It took so long to generate a shield.
Punishment. Step aside. Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day.
No rest. Leave none stand. Now's our chance. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Yeah. Shiver.
Lohen keeps up with Eon Sun buff? Yeah. I was mentioning that earlier, how that's one of my bigger... God damn it, you butthole! What an asshole! Fuck you! I hate this thing! Stop! Can you just stay frozen? I love the arbitrary... Like, it has some weird-ass funkiness with its fucking... I don't know. I feel like it might have some limiter on it for why it can't, like... be frozen at certain timings or something. I don't fucking know. Or it's just Rosaria timings. Maybe Rosaria burst ended there and I didn't pay attention. I don't know. It just fucking moves around. It doesn't get frozen and then... Oh, fucking hell. It's fine. I need to take a break, clearly. I need to take a break fighting this thing. It's fine. I'll get the sub 100 clear. I assure you. I will get it. But yes, Lohen does keep up the Eon Sun buff really well, which is a very nice thing here. Claim all the garbage. Claim the garbage. I really wish... can you... I want to, like, how much of the shit do I have? The fact that the Genshin does not support clicking on the goddamn currency to see how much you have is so annoying. That's all I want to do a standard poll. I want some Gamba. Or C6i, no. Oh, you can go into it straight from here. Good, okay. Oh, how? Bro, I just wanted some shitty Gamba. How do I have 1,580? Why? Am I getting to pity? How exciting. I might... Oh, no, not quite. Getting there. How exciting. Truly the most exciting polls ever. Our pity is 70. Oh. Is there a soft pity system? Actually, I don't give a shit. I don't need to know that. I honestly don't care. I assume there probably is a soft pity system, so I might actually get a 4-star outfit soon. I've been 20 off for weeks and I don't know why. I bet it's because like there was some like code redeem or free thing they gave. And then that like made an offset happen. Because yeah, I've never seen that before when I did polls on it. It almost always just lined up. But you can get a 4-star outfit in 70 polls. There's no soft video system? That's weird. Do you have a new anime recommendation? Like for shows airing right now? Or in general? In general, I don't know. I know you watch Witch Hat. Did you watch Dungeon Meshi? Delicious in the Dungeon? Watch that. Watch Odd Taxi. Odd Taxi is a complete show. Delicious in the Dungeon last season will be airing, or I think second season, but I think it's a 2-season show. It will be airing next October, so over a year away.
Swallow's nest when skies are fair.
Yeah, Odd Taxi is really good.
Storms are in the air.
For this season, if you want to watch a currently airing show, is there anything worth recommending to you? I don't know. How picky are you? Do you want a humor show? Do you want a feel-good show? I haven't watched the 3rd episode yet. The Cat and the Dragon continues to be
The best rattan furniture
just
is
a
made
nice show,
from
though.
strands that are smooth, thin,
You
and
might enjoy
strong like silk.
Clavitas. It's a little
Furniture
weird,
like that can be just as precious
but I've
as
enjoyed
a
it.
silver family heirloom.
It's just as
That's no
precious as a silver
exaggeration.
family heirloom. If you want a show that I think... this is not a show you take seriously. It is over-the-top humor, but also, like, still... It's very humor-focused, but also somehow manages to have good characterization within. It's such a fucking crackpot concept that takes, like, a very specific kind of person to write this well, and the author of it does it incredibly well. But the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You is funny as fuck. It's a show that I watch. It's a great weekly show because whenever I watch it, it just puts a damn smile on your face. That's all I can say. I'm not saying it will for everyone, but 100 Girlfriends is fucking just funny. I don't know, and it's just enjoyable. And the funniest hook I can give you is you're like, oh, harem show is I don't like harem. It's not gonna be whatever, right? The thing is, the harem of this is not like you'll go into it thinking like, you know, it's meant to be the MC's self-projection of like, you know, you are the harem man. I don't what do you call the, I don't know. You know what I mean. But no, it's gonna make you the biggest joke is like at some point you'll realize that this is mostly a joke, to be clear. But at some point you'll realize that you wish you were one of the 100 girlfriends. That's what this show manages to do. Soft spot for fantasy. Then I would say Dungeon Meshi for sure. But Odd Taxi is still worth a watch. And as far as fantasy is feel good fantasy, Cat and the Dragon's good. If you haven't watched Mushoku Tensei, there's a lot of really good parts about Mushoku Tensei. It turns a lot of people off, which I understand, but it's definitely like a
Doing whatever I
character-driven
feel like, I suppose.
story with
Same with
a
tomorrow.
really good world
And
building behind it.
after that.
What even is 100 Girlfriends? It sounds like a harem anime. It is a harem anime, but it is comedy. It is very, very over the top satire. It's a lot of comedy. It's not one type of comedy. It is a lot. You know, here. Can I find the manga panel? Rentaro speech panel. This is a pretty iconic manga panel, by the way. If you've not seen it. This is in the manga, and there is an anime version of this. It's kind of weird. It's weird. You gotta like weird things. I don't know, I'm sorry. If you embrace the weird a little bit, you will probably start enjoying a lot more media. I'm just saying. Not everyone's brain is going to work like yours, and if you embrace weird forms of media as a look into someone else's weird-ass brain, just like your brain is weird-ass in its own way, you start to enjoy things a little bit more in life, is my experience. But if you don't have the time, I don't care. It's not like it needs to be for everyone. I don't give a shit. But there you go. I love that this is a picture of the physical one, by the way.
Swallows nest when skies are
Here's
fair,
the English translation.
hide when storms are in the air.
There is a in the anime, they did like they did this speech to end an episode. I really wish, and like it just has like a looping, like they didn't go hard in like the animation or anything for it. It just has like a looping him like with it opening and closing his mouth for the most part. But like they started off with like the first few sentences he starts speaking, and then it just like speeds up. It goes like ×10 speed. But yeah, in the Blu-ray, he sends it at regular speed. I really wish they had done it in like the normal episode. They didn't do it for the normal episode though, because in Japan, like they go for like TV time slots, so they can't go over like the normal episode length. But like it would have like doubled the episode length, just him going there yapping. If you want to know what this is, again, the concept of the show is 100 Girlfriends, and this is the main character, Jude. And as much as it's like the 100 girlfriends who really, really love you, one of the things the show makes a point of is that, and this is like, you know, you would argue a failing, can I stop going to Google's AI thing? A failing of like why harem fails to work in general. It's like the main character can't possibly have the capacity to appreciate multiple people, 20 women or something. This character can. This character can. Rentaro can. And that's the gimmick here, basically, is he's saying, this is, by the way, this is him basically yapping things that he loves about his girlfriends when he had like 7 girlfriends. So, like, I fully expect this fucking author to do this shit, but, like, it's a full-ass volume at some point in the future. The author is just fucking insane. Like, they're actually insane. They hard commit to their concept. Like, it's a meme concept. Fucking guys, stop clicking on things. It's a meme concept, and they hardcore lean into it. They, I cannot respect it. I respect the shit out of them. It's not the kind of thing I could ever envision myself writing or thinking of, because, like, why the fuck? But, like, color-coded is hilarious. Oh, this is, like, color-coded by which girlfriend is being talked about right now. Oh, God. It's such a fucking weird show. I don't know. It just puts a smile on your face because of how fucking absurd it is. That's all. It's just absurd, and it manages to succeed in its absurdity. At, like, being absurdist and believable at the same time.
Doing
So,
whatever I feel like, I suppose.
yeah.
Same with tomorrow.
I actually do
And
recommend it, but it's absolutely like a comedy show. Comedy shows aren't for everyone. Like, people like Nichijou, I don't know, I never got into Nichijou. I can enjoy some specific clips, but watching the entire thing, like, that show is clips. Whereas, like, this show doesn't work as clips. There's some clips you can take from it, but, like, this show, most of the shit, like, this whole gimmick, by the way, like, this fucking manga panel works better in context than it does out of context. And I much prefer that kind of humor, like, in context humor, rather than random out of context humor kind of thing. So, and Aiden agrees with me. So there you go. Yuri on Ice being canceled. Yeah, Yuri on Ice being canceled is kind of brutal. I wish I got a second season. But oh well. 100 Girlfriends deserves getting multiple seasons, to be clear. There's a reason, I think the studio working on it, Studio Burry? Burry? I don't remember. Bill Burry? I don't remember. It's the anime version of a sitcom. 100 Girlfriend. No. Anyway, the Jobless Reincarnation. Yeah, it's third season going right now. It's pretty good. The second season was like questions the direction of the story. Third season, much more interesting so far. But Shiba Yugi is the murder game anime, right? I'm behind on that. I didn't watch the last few episodes. Yeah, it's the death game one. I thought so. Okay. It's an interesting show. It's very, very, like, cinematic with, like, a bunch of interesting artsy-fartsy framing of things. But it also means, like, if I'm the slightest bit tired when watching it, I fall asleep watching it. How do I get the Genshin Twitch drops? Normally it's just by watching a Genshin stream. I think there's no Genshin Twitch drops running right now, since nothing has popped up. If nothing has popped up. But yeah, I should catch up on the Death Game one, because it is an interesting show. I like how it's being written and whatever in some ways, but anyways. Inept Villainous came out today. I don't think I've seen that one. I am weak to villainous anime. They can be really generic, and I still end up liking them for some reason. All right, I gave the cats a bunch of treats earlier, but we'll give them more because you did a redeem. That's fine. Reincarnated as a vending machine. I watched the first season, and then I was confused when it got a second season because honestly, Reincarnated as a vending machine is not a fucking show that has like a good enough plot to make it worth your time to watch 2 seasons worth. But it is a solid enough like 7 or 8 out of 10. I am entertained while watching it to watch it for a season if you're bored. Like, it was an enjoyable weekly show. How does it even work? You can watch the first episode or 2, you'll get it. But like, it's a solid. I was entertained, but I have zero interest in the second season type shit. Again, sometimes you can have absurdist concepts and you can just hammer out the details and make that work. All right.
The best rattan furniture is made from strands that are smooth, thin, and strong like silk. Furniture like that can be just as precious as a silver family heirloom. That's no exaggeration.
It's no exaggeration. Phantom Busters, I have not. I have programmed the cat successfully. Hello. Hello, creature. Can you? No, don't. There we go. There we go. Yes, I did see the guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all. I am very curious because like that is one of those manga that is quite iconic because of like the colorization. So adapting that is weird, I feel like. Like, are they gonna go with something like very strongly with like the green contrasted flat backgrounds kind of thing? Like, I don't know. It's like, it really works. It really works on a visual level. But whether or not they, I don't know, they've been like hiding it like from the like little, because I've been curious, right? They like announced the release date of the show or something, I think a little bit ago. And I looked at it and like they didn't really do anything other than like show what the character looked like and then show like a green background. Like, okay. So I'm very curious what the show ends up looking like overall. So, yeah. Fantastic Cats, 10 out of 10, no notes, thanks. Anyways, I should probably just end the stream, I guess. Need manhwas to get animes more. Resting Lady needs an anime. Resetting Lady, I see. Haven't read that one. I know, I don't think this is a manhwa, but wait, is it? Was it? The one within the villainess is getting an anime soon. I don't know if it's this year or next year. I know it got announced, but that one that one was very good. A very good complete story. Relatively rare, to be honest. So, yeah. Reincarnation goes back in time, ties with the lore. I see. Anyways, we should go find someone, whatever. Mitsu, if I forget to DM you, you can DM me. I'll try to remember to DM you. But, yeah, anyways. Let's go find someone to raid. Bye, YouTube. Are some of your characters C6?
Where did that come from?
Yes. But I was not using any C6 characters today. I only have C6 Varka and C6 Nicole. Oh, Yelan. Yelan doesn't exist, though. I'd never use her. Sorry. C6 Yelan is very early. Regret that made me very anti-C6 for a while. And then I got extremely lucky with Varka and Nicole. So, yep. Anyways. C6 characters don't do anything, by the way, if you don't use them. Just FYI. So, C6 Nicole does not affect my ability to clear with Lohen if I don't use a Nicole. But, yes. There you go. You can actually do relatable things and at low investment and have unrelatable things at the same time. Wow.